Good. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the 2022 United States National Snooker Championships. It's day 2, live from Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. A lot of moving and shaking today, that's for sure. Unfortunately, 22 players are going to be going home at the end of today, as all these matches will produce our knockout round that will start tomorrow, and that will consist of 16 players. David Burney's in the booth with you for these beginning morning matches. We've got a great one to kick things off. We have Dave Daly, rather local here, against Pravin Patel. And we hope you're all joined. Hope you have your nice coffee warmed up. And if you're ready, we're ready to go. And Dave's won the toss and breaking off, and we're underway here. So many of you in the Pacific Northwest will know Dave Daly quite a lot. He's quite a fixture here on the scene. And we're coming through to you on the stream through Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch TV. Search out Ox Billiards, and that's where you're able to find out and see all this wonderful snooker action of this championship. Had a fun day yesterday, lots of ups and downs. There's a few upsets here and there, as myself and Mike Dominguez were watching the first match between last year's champ Ali Al-Assaid battle Jackie Wee, and Jackie actually took him 2 frames to 1. We did notice that Jackie was quite extremely well versed in potting. The one little hiccup might be his safety play and getting out of snookers, so we'll see how that plays out during the tournament. That's a nice long pot there by Dave. Recovering nicely from that in-off. Maybe just be a little bit of the early morning jitters. This looks like a good opportunity for Dave to take this blue into the top right corner. Come with some follow through and take on that red closest to the black spot of the 2 right there. Yeah, interesting with this tournament that they're only allowed 1 minute of practice just before their match. So it's a little bit of time to get that arm going. So you might see a little rust in the old shaft right now. But hopefully as they get going along, they can lube up that arm and get it swinging freely and potting lots of balls and making crafty safety play. Do appreciate all of you tuning in. Definitely feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, we'll do our best to answer them. Snooker is a global game. We reach all corners of the earth here. We had many people tuning in from lots of places. A fair amount of Americans tuning in, some Canadians, also some Brits and Germans. I believe there was an Australian on the stream yesterday, so... There's our good friend from Germany, Snooker 155. Thanks for tuning in. Probably, I guess, getting close to dinner time for you over in Germany. It seems like everyone's starting to wake up on the stream, just like how these players are. We've got Pravin Patel, who's at the table, taking on the local boy, Dave Daly. Although Dave actually hails originally from Australia, or not Australia, Ireland. My apologies. The other island. Dave makes his home now in the Seattle area. Pravin just needed to get a little bit more into that ball. I think he did have the angle to come down for the Reds. And the chat was a good format yesterday. There was some good debates going on, some good Q&A, some good trivia. Remember, we're here to watch snooker and discuss snooker, so leave the politics and religion out of it. We're just here to see some high drama on the bays. Oh, my friend Snooker 155 over in Germany. You probably can watch some of these early morning matches. Head off to bed, and probably when you wake up and have your breakfast, we'll probably still be going. So there's a lot of matches to get through today. All the round robin will be completed by today. John, you are correct. That is Dave Daly. He was refereeing the women's event last weekend. So he's been an exceptional help to Mike here at Ox. He did play a lot as a youngster back in Ireland, and then kind of just the game left him. And then after a 20-year hiatus, he picked up the cue again and has just been enjoying it thoroughly. I think he's been in America for quite a while, so as we're trying to do with this tournament and many other tournaments here at Ox, is just create awareness of snooker and how great a game it is. And with the invention of the internet and streaming services like DAZN really helps us in North America watch the professional tour. So now that snooker is getting more and more exposure, I think more and more people are going to get into it. We're going to get more people helping out behind the scenes, more sponsorship, and higher purse money. And if you're looking for any of the updates, cloudsnooker.com has a live scoring tab. We've got 4 tables in action all day long. So with Cloud Snooker, you can take a look at that and you'll see the live scoring. You can also see where your favorite player might be in their group, what they're looking like. And we're just going to post a link up here on the stream. So feel free to click on that link. If you want any information about the tournament, how it's structured, and also take a look at USSA.com. That's the organization that is in charge of this tournament. That's where you'll find great snooker news from the pro scene and also here on the American scene of what's happening. So black a little tied up over there on the side cushion. But the pink is readily available, so still a chance here. If Pravin can get a good starter and get into them, he could score heavily. Ooh. Just early morning nerves. Carl, thank you very much for your kind words. He's really enjoying the stream and all the great snooker action that we're bringing to everybody. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's getting a little funny down here at the business end of the table. I'm just trying to see on a glance if there is a pathway for Pravin to come back into the bulk area. Yeah, I guess he was kind of forced into that pot. Didn't really have a shot back into bulk. Your good friend Chuck Jones tuning in all the way from the Motor City in Detroit, Michigan. Glad that you're tuning in. Yeah, I think as the players are slowly waking up, getting used to the table, so is the stream. The viewers are coming in. Great to see all the viewership, because you guys really help us out tremendously. Chuck, I'm going to remember you in my will. Thank you very much. Those are some kind words. The commentary was top-notch all day long. I just try and do my best to provide great entertainment for all you guys and gals watching at home. And Mike is now putting me on the stream for some reason. I do like to be like Knight Rider, just a voice. But the boss man, I guess, wants my face to be seen. But, you can always look at your local wanted posters. All right, Diana Schuler, who is our great tournament director at the Women's U.S. Open last weekend, is chiming in. Do all the participants play there for a club or a regional federation, or does such structure exist? In Germany, you have to win the championship of your region to qualify for a national championship. That's a good question there, Diana. I will try and do some research to find the answers for you there. As far as I know, I think they can still just pay their way and get in. Mike Dominguez, who's helping me do scorekeeping in the booth, he's nodding there. So I think it's just because snooker is not as prevalent as I think it would be over in Europe and the UK. We know that Germany definitely has a strong support of snooker. They do and love it very much. The German Masters in Berlin is always a fantastic event on the Pro Tour, and the European Masters recently were just in Firth. So I think it's just a pay, and some players are playing out of a club. I know Ali Al-Said, last year's champion, he plays out of the New York Athletic Club. That's his club. Obviously, there's a contingency of Ox members, as you might see on the stream. Dave Daly is here. Obviously, Mike Dominguez, Francis Chow. So I think in the years to come, Diana, there might be qualifiers for these, because there would just be such a large contingency of people wanting to get into the tournament. And just how it is still an amateur tournament, that we can't have these tournaments running weeks on end, because most of the people behind the scenes and the players have full-time jobs, so it's tough for them to step away for a long time. So we'll just see how things progress. As I've mentioned, baby steps, and we're getting there. So hopefully that answered your question a little bit, Diana, but strong question. And hopefully you got back home to Germany safe and sound. Great to hear, Chris. Wishing good luck to all the players. We wish you were playing too. This is a gorgeous club down here. I like the real nice industrial feel underneath. The wood and the steel and the brick and stuff like that. And then you've got these beautiful star tables. Number 10 Strachan cloth heated tables. Really ideal conditions. Pretty much if anyone came back to Mike and complained the table, I'm pretty sure they'd be sent packing pretty quick. Woogieman 007, good to hear you. Thanks for tuning back in. It is going to be a fun day here. Lots of moving around. So you might see a little bit more edgy matches here, a little bit more nervy, more care taken into each shot. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Diane, I think the next event for the women is they'll be off to Australia, is it? Or is it Scotland? I can't remember which one you were saying. I think we were both struggling from jet lag. Definitely if you're in the Seattle area, come on down and pay us a visit. Admission is free here at Ox Billiards. The drinks are cool. It's kind of a little overcast, rainy, typical autumn day here in Seattle. So that's why I think you're going to see a great influx of snooker players coming out of this part of the country. As the weather's not the greatest when we get into the winter months. So it's time to get indoors. Yes, I agree, Woogieman. Some of these players are new to the game, and this is kind of their first tournament. And we've got a lot of ex-U.S. national champions. So when you start to see how the game is played from the top-notch players, it really elevates your game. I can probably say that about our female American players. I think they learned a lot from the Brits, and as well you, Diana. Just know how to handle yourself around the table, and why certain shots are taken. Obviously the name of the game is snooker, and that black ball, as we're taught as a early player, that's one of the most important balls because it's worth 7 points. But sometimes it's not the ball always you want to take on. So yes, thank you, Diana. If anyone's there interested in checking out the great women's circuit, got the Australian Open from October 1st to 4th. And then they'll be going back to the UK up in Scotland for the Scottish Open for the 22nd to 23rd. Just let me know, Diana, if I need to pack my bags. Yeah, I'd have to agree, Julian. Like, the Pro Tour is just so phenomenal. It's one thing seeing it on television, but when you see it live, it's quite amazing how softly they shoot, and the skill level, and just how great control they have of that cue ball. And that's pretty the name of the day. Hello, Simon Barker, the magical man of the bays, the mechanic with the most.
Good morning, Simon. We're thinking about you, buddy. Are your ears ringing? Because we are talking a lot about your work here. Everybody loves these tables.
Please come to Canada, Simon. I don't beg too often, but I only beg on the air. But we understand, Hey, you're a man in need, but you're more than welcome anytime up to Canada.
I know Simon was just spread really thin this past trip, and a lot of people were left hanging. We need 3 Simons.
True. Simon UK, Simon America, and Simon Canada. I like it. Well, thanks you for the kind words, Julian. We do strive to put a good package together. I have to thank Christian Youngers. He is the tech whiz behind a lot of this. And we also have to thank, is it World Snooker? You can correct me if I'm wrong, Mike. You got this great scoring software.
From the WPBSA. We were added because we hosted the WWS, and Matt Hewart gave us an account to use it, and it's just a phenomenal scoring system. Easily integrates with our streaming software. So easy I can use it.
Is that a slogan for something?
I don't know. Toothpaste. Is toothpaste hard to use for some people? I don't know.
That sounds like a dental worker right there when he's making reference to toothpaste.
I think floss is really the thing people have a hard time using. If you're still at home and haven't left, floss your teeth right now.
I'll be right back. But KG first frame here. We're both struggling to find the groove.
Yeah, you mentioned the 1 minute of practice before each match, and mainly having to do with keeping everything equal. We don't want one group or set of players to get more practice than another set, but I think predominantly we just have so many matches to get through that we can't be dilly-dallying.
And it's true. Like, you're coming to a tournament, and on the day of the tournament, you've pretty much done all the practicing you can. Right. You're not going to find your form 5 minutes before a match. It's just pretty much just loosening up the
epiphany, right before. Oh, that's what I was doing wrong. I need to make it in the pocket.
Well, you never know. The great Jack Nicklaus, when he was starting off, he once, was playing in a tournament, and on a Saturday night went to bed, had a dream that he achieved victory, and lo and behold, the next day on the Sunday, he claimed the championship. So the subconscious can work in some funny ways. If you dream it, it can happen.
V.I. Lenin. If you will it, dude, it will be.
Is that a Lebowski quote?
It is, absolutely. No politics.
But if we have any achievers out there, any Lebowski-isms are more than welcome. Dude abides. Oh, Diana, I wish you had emailed these. They're all great questions. I wish I could ask Jaya those, because she's asking, is there a tour card up for grabs for this event?
Not this event. This will qualify you for an event that would. That event escapes me. But at some point, we'll have a Jaya behind the mic. He's the man with all the answers. But yeah, since this is a USSA event, and it is for U.S. citizens only, it's because there are qualifying requirements and awards for winning this tournament. Move on to the next round. But I think you guys were talking a little bit about having some qualifiers, and I think the demand that we've seen for this event, we need to have that conversation and plans pretty quick, because we're turning away players, which is never a good thing. If people want to play in a tournament, we should have them. And then second, the standard gap in this room is very large. We have some beginners, and then we have champions. And so that makes for a weird day schedule-wise. So if we have the qualifiers, there's no other word, but it weeds out some of the beginning players, but they still get to participate, still get quote-unquote ranking points for participating in qualifiers. But the actual championship is more competitive, it's more exciting to watch, more easy to organize, and overall just better for the players and the people who are watching. So yeah, we are definitely growing, which is a good thing, and we need to adjust as we go. Can't keep doing the same thing.
Oh, Pravin, that's a shot you make. 9 times out of 10, just needed to focus a bit more on that one. Yeah, I think Snooker 155 is talking about the Pan American Championship that's going to be held in Toronto in October, where the winner does get a 2-year card. I believe is the winner of this event. Do they get a...
As far as I understand, the tournament that Snooker 155 is talking about is an open tournament. I'm not sure that there are any qualifying requirements. There might be maybe some entry fees paid for if you win this. I'm not too sure how this relates to a tour card, but I do know it has some impact.
I think that would be a nice thing. I'm not sure if it is done. Ooh, Dave. Sorry to switch gears there, but it would be nice the winner of this tournament does get some prize fund, obviously the trophy, their name in the history books, but also an entry fee to that Pan American Championship in Toronto. Unfortunately, TK is chiming in. No, there were no UK players playing yesterday. They're all American citizens. They might have at some point lived in the UK or maybe were born in the UK, as we have our friend here, Dave Daly. He was born in Ireland, but he is now a full-fledged... Pardon?
He might be speaking of Francis yesterday against Nitin. Francis did play in the World Women's.
She did play in the women's, but she is not UK.
No, not UK. Oh, sorry, I was reading TK's other message. I think I saw the lady playing one of these tables.
That's true. Frances, our only female who is in the tournament, is still active in the tournament. We'll see how she does today. But yeah, if Dave originally from Ireland, as I said, but has now become a full-fledged American citizen. So that's the thing. As some players that I was talking to love the great game of snooker out here, are living in Seattle, I think do have like a green card or a work visa, so they're able to work here. Just the citizenship is another hurdle to get over, and unfortunately they don't have it, and the rule of this event is you have to be a U.S. citizen to play in it.
So a U.S. Open is needed, and hopefully it'll be here.
Yeah, and with the U.S. Open, that a nice thing again. The winner, collects a little money from winnings, a trophy, and then paid entry into this U.S. national tournament.
Dave put some chalk on the cushion to mark it. Chalk on the cushion on a snooker table really changes the reaction the cue ball has when it hits that chalk. So hopefully he didn't put it on the playing surface of the cushion and just on the top side. Either way, putting chalk on the cushion is a no-no. People watching at home, find other ways to mark the ball.
True. Yeah, are you guys ever interested in the coin idea? Kind of almost like when you're on a putting surface in golf, you put a ball marker down if your ball is in line of opponents. You got to mark your ball so your opponent can putt around with it. I know we do a little bit of this up in British Columbia and Canada when we have these snooker situations, and when there's no referee in-house, or maybe there's a roving referee and just can't get the attention, we just put a coin down, say, just behind that cue ball where Dave's hitting.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. But for some reason, when I put coins for coin flips at beginning of every match, they disappear.
Well,
So as long as nobody takes the coin off the table and puts it in their pocket.
hopefully the players would have coins, or just do something simple. You can do a penny. You don't have to do those elusive $5 coins in America.
Get a Sharpie. $5 coins. That's a good hit. All right.
Good hit, but unfortunately he's kind of just left it on in the pocket, but we're getting down the colors as we usually do. Gord, thanks for tuning in. It's David Burney on the mic with Mike Dominguez beside me. He's the owner and operator here of Ox Billiards, doing a wonderful job to promote the great game of snooker in the Pacific Northwest of America.
We have Jamie Miller as the TD, tournament director.
Where's this green going?
Oh. Jamie's keeping everybody in check, trying to get this thing moving as close as possible, answering all the questions, putting out fires, getting everybody where they should be, telling them when to come back. So she's using all her skills as a teacher.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing sometimes. So many of these tournaments, players kind of just lose their brain a little bit. They're so concentrated on their match at hand.
So true.
That they'll just be like, well, I'm concentrating on taking this, tight blue to the side pocket, but hey, where are my house keys? Do you have my house keys, Mike?
Where's my phone charger?
That's a classic one, that's for sure.
So does he play this green? He was playing it. Thought he might consider a safe. And he may have gotten it anyway.
Yeah, a little raise of the hand. Looks like he fluked a snooker.
Come on, Dave. What's that word called?
That's a Christian term. He can he can push that as much as he wants.
Christian, by the way, is playing Charles Crouch on the Ricky Walden table. Let's check that score.
Oh, yes, Gorde. I am from Canada, so I do talk a little bit about Canadian stuff, but there is just, a bigger history of Canadian snooker than American snooker history. But we are making American history here. And in the past weeks, this place held the first ranking snooker event ever in America. The U.S. Open on the World Women's Snooker side, so that's great to see.
That seems like so long ago. That was just one of the best times of my life, having that tournament here. Really, honestly, the people here were just amazing. They came from such a far, far away, and they were just so beat. But they were the best participants we've had, and yeah, can't wait to do that again. And we had some fun afterwards as well.
Yeah, hardly any gripes from any of the players. I didn't really hear anything at all. It's funny because sometimes I do some tournaments and you hear people talking like, oh, I had to come I had to drive 5 hours to this tournament. And I kind of wanted them to stop themselves a little bit and be like, are you aware that Cliff Thorburn had quite a commute? He had to fly over the Atlantic to play in tournaments.
Don't get me wrong. We always want to hear feedback and criticism. But I think what you and I are talking about are sort of the everyday type occurrences that you just kind of keep to yourself. And, we're all very busy. We have games to play and tournaments to run.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it needs a great bunch of people behind the scenes to keep everything going and moving along. There's some long days.
Pravin on that brown, and then a couple shots before. I've had a chance to run away with this frame. It's just not taking them, and I don't know if it's because there are times when he should play safe and he doesn't. I think Dave Daly has a better match play in this frame. I know that Dave is behind, but I feel like he is probably the stronger player in this frame. But we will see. No bias.
Yeah, Woogie Men, we'll try and do our best to get young Francis Chow onto the TV table, but right on this round robin phase, it's kind of roll on, roll off kind of philosophy. As soon as a table is open and if players are in the room, we're going to get them on the table as soon as possible just to keep the flow going. However, if you do look back, all the matches are uploaded online, and Francis, I do believe, was playing last night, a little later in the day. So if you wanted to check out her on the table, you can go back into the archives and take a look at the replay of that match.
Gord Kerr's giving you some love there on YouTube, Mr. Bernie.
I hope they're not expecting me to pay them back in Canadian funds. Since we are in America, I guess they all want these American dollars. Okay, for that black, that's okay. This isn't fun. On the cushion, black tight to your cue ball. I don't want to be in your shoes, Pravin. It's going to have to come down on the ball a little bit, hitting the top.
Wow, he just got there and shot it. Oh, trying to zoom in and wait for the feathering, and there's no feathering.
Yeah, he didn't want to think too much of it. If he thought too much about it, he might have thought of a different way. I agree, Gord. The Canadian prairies, Winnipeg especially, that was a real hotbed for a lot of great players coming out of there, Winnipeg, Manitoba. But it just takes, a few people committed, wanting to grow the game. Sometimes if you want to grow the game, you have to hang up your cue, take a little bit of the medicine, and kind of be more of a organizer and
Tell me about it.
Yeah. As I think we all obviously got in this game, we wanted to play. We love playing the game. But some of us obviously know that, we're not going to be running centuries on a drop of a hat. We strive for it. But maybe we have that passion to grow the game. Canada hopefully can come back into the limelight. They had a great surge in the 80s when the big boom happened. So many great players from Canada. And hopefully we can do that the same in America. Because I think we're doing a good job here with these streams. As my personal story, I didn't know what the game of snooker was. It took until I think the late 80s, early 90s, when the Sports Network up in Canada started showing. I think they had a quote-unquote called pub night, they called it, where they'd show darts, and they showed this great game of snooker, and this young little fella named Stephen Hendry. Well, he was older than I was at the time, but he was young on the circuit and new, and the Stephen Hendry guy just potted things like no tomorrow. And funny enough, actually, Mike, I was amazed by his potting ability, but me and my friends on the playground the day after, we were all talking, do you see this snooker thing last night? Yeah. And we would be mimicking the commentators.
No.
We'd pull on our staunch English accent, like, he needs a plenty number of snookers to win that. So it was good fun.
What grade were you in?
Oh, I think that was about grade 3.
Grade
Grade 3, grade 4. So that would have been 8 or 9.
Wow.
So just going back to...
Been commentating since grade 3.
Yeah, just commentating on my life, inner monologue, but it just goes back to seeing it. You see it.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's a great thing that we're doing here. People are now able to see it. Hopefully we're reaching new audiences. We have a great contingency always on the stream of people that are well versed in the game. They know it, but hopefully some new people can just stumble along and go, what's this game all about? Seems kind of cool. You know, maybe I'll pick up a cue or something like that, or maybe I'll try and mimic Dave Burney and be a commentator or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, I found this game late, and I knew my eyes were going. I think we mentioned my blind spots. But so when I got into this game, I knew my role would not be as a player. I love to play, but yeah, I'm 48. My eyes are going. The playing days are over. Before they began. I like the safety that Pravin did, but only because it went 5 rails and it got behind the pink. It wasn't an airtight safety, but it was very pretty to watch. And Dave got out of it pretty well. Nice shot. Now we're all tied up. So Dave's been picking and choosing his aggressive shots and his safety shots, and I think he's ready for this part of the closing part of the game, because he's had a lot of safeties to begin with, and Pravin is only now trying to play safe. And he's very aggressive offensively during the middle part of this match or frame.
Yeah, that black's in a funny little spot here, so either player just needs blue and pink, so you might see a little dancing around the blue.
Yeah, that double kiss was unfortunate. Just once again, Dave could have taken that shot. A little strong, but it would have been a nice safety, leaving Pravin a long pot. Going to try to stun it. Oh, he followed. Where's he going with the pink on a follow?
He's got a nice shot into the right middle pocket, so
if he had been above the pink, it would have set up for the black, but like you said, all he needs is the pink.
yeah, just put all your concentration into this Pravin. Interesting.
Wow, that was hard.
I don't know why I didn't go for the middle pocket there. Is he going to fluke this up into the yellow pocket? No, it's not going to drop.
It's going to leave the black ball game. Oh, what is that angle? Is it on the cushion? Nope. Try in the middle. So Dave now needs the black ball after this. Yeah, Julian Ray Williams says unlucky. Yeah, I'm very unlucky on that pink ball ending up in the jaws of the yellow pocket. But it was also a shot that didn't need to be that strong. I know that he didn't want to leave it in the green pocket, but there was a balance to be found there, I think. This is a makeable pot. I think at that point, I mean, Dave had the shot, and 2020 is hindsight is 2020. But he may have wanted to play safe.
Blank cards are tricky, but this to get his first frame on the board. Always important in these best of threes. Oh,
Goodness.
it's always a little nervy when it gets down to the final black. Dave's got a long shot here. Always tough when you go from one side of the table to the other.
They're both very rushed right now, but Dave hits it. They both got to kind of take it slow down just a little bit.
True, but we're not slowing down at all here. We've got lots of great snooker action. Stand by, everybody. Frame 2 will be back up momentarily, just as the players rack the balls. There's a great shot of the room here at Ox Billiards, host of the 2022 United States National Snooker Champion. And we're glad you're all tuning in wherever you're coming to us from, whether it be on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch.tv. It's under the Ox Billiards handle. And frame 2 coming up shortly. And we're back here. There's a nice shot there. Pravin coming to the table to get frame 2 underway. Julian wants more Dick Van Dyke English accent. I know Dick Van Dyke was American, but I don't have to say, yesterday I brought a little Michael Caine to the booth. Is that what you wanted? Did you want another red to be onto the black? Fortunate that shot from Davies kind of tied up the black a little bit. Just electing to play safe. Would have been a tricky shot there, taking the blue into the yellow pocket because you'd have to draw back. It's that open red left of the bunch. It's a nice, clever shot there by Dave. Bringing this cue ball back to bulk, but it's freed up the black now.
Wow. Paid off for Dave.
Now, I guess one thing I don't know if they talked about at the players' meeting. Now, we are playing foul and miss, and it is 3 attempts, 2 putbacks. There's an updated score there on the Charles.
That's, yeah, Charles and Christian. It's the little Cloud Snooker app.
But going back to the foul and the miss.
Wow.
Now, does Dave have to instruct Pravin that there is a red on, and if he misses, it's a concession of a frame?
He just did.
Dave did acknowledge.
Yeah, totally. as the roaming ref, he knows what's up. Dave's always thinking.
Good to know, because I just don't think that was mentioned at the players' meeting. Obviously, that is a rule that's in all facets of every competition. You know, as we say, in this one, there is only 3 attempts on foul and misses, 2 putbacks. As if you watch the pro tour, they have unlimited until they reach the snooker's required stage.
John Poon is in the building. Might as well tell people who's ringing the bell.
As long as it's not the Reaper. Yeah, they made a nice attempt on that black. He actually was getting some tips from Bex Kenna, where she was just saying, you know, you just want a soft, short little backswing when you're up against the cushion. Because if you want to power up, then you're starting to lift up the butt of your cue, cueing down on it, and it really can spell disaster. Dennis Van, the 3, it just came up just... that's just the number that we came up with. I think they thought it was a fair number, thinking in between that, you know, if you do lay a great snooker, you should get rewarded with some penalty points. However, if someone flukes a snooker, or if Christian was here, he would be saying his fluker. Not many points would be committed there, obviously, if you gained a snooker off of a fluke.
Yeah, and it almost points to what we were talking about earlier in qualifiers. I think the three attempt 2 putback rule would make sense in a qualifier. But then once the actual championship happens, we should be using the full set of WPBSA snooker rules. But with the talent gap and the experience gap that we have in this room, it would be brutal for the championship players to be snookering the beginners. So, yeah, there is some balance we have to do.
And that limit of 3 attempts is for the whole tournament, correct? Even into the knockout round?
I believe that it changes in the knockout round.
Okay, because I know...
if memory serves me correct, which it normally doesn't, is that once you get to the knockout round, especially in the finals, it's unlimited. We can check that with a JM.
Sure, because there is also a rule here that when the colors are on, if a player is needing 4 or more snookers to win, the match is conceded at that time. And I know that little tournament rule gets wiped away when we get into the knockout phase. But just with the abundance of matches that we need to get through, usually most players that are well versed in the game, when it comes to 4 or 5 snookers that they're needing and the colors are on, it's pretty much a concession. But as there's some new players to the game, some of them might want to just continue playing on, thinking that you're playing back down until all the balls are gone, not knowing of these concessions. So it's a friendly way to teach them a little bit about the etiquette. And that's what we really appreciated when our friends from the women from Britain and Germany came over. They showed a friend from Canada and the American players, all those females, just how you approach yourself at the table and the certain etiquettes, you know, tapping on the table when your opponent makes a good shot, you know, not jumping around like a cheerleader in their shot. You want to stay still.
Yeah, it's so true. Nope, don't pump your fists when you get a fluker.
No.
The snooker shed in YouTube says, "Hello, people. What's up, snooker shed?" That's a cool name.
Yes, he comes all the way from Scotland, actually.
Oh.
A good friend of Dave Daly, so hope you're enjoying watching your buddy Dave here.
Oh, do I know you? Were you at Sheffield with us in the front row, Snooker Shed? Or is that a different Scotsman?
I don't know, was that Stephen Maguire you were sitting with?
I think if I ever met Stephen, we'd just be in the bar. William Crouch. He's requesting Varun's match later today. We'll do what we can. It's a roll-on, roll-off situation. We try to get people who haven't been on, and I don't believe Varun has been on, so he's definitely in the mix. But no guarantees because it's very fluid. And yes, above, William also mentioned Charles having a great run. Yeah, Charles mentioned earlier that he looks like a strong player, although he is a beginner at snooker, from what he was telling me. Happy to win a frame. So he should be over the moon to be leading that much in front of a strong player like Christian. Let's check the score on that. 61-11. Charles is in front of Christian. But don't count Christian out.
And it looks like Ali Al-Assaid, defending champion, is dispatched of Amit Karkay, originally from the Nepal area. Has a great looking waistcoat. The design from his friend over in Nepal. So a little stutter by the reigning champion yesterday. As, he fell in his first match, 2-1 to Jackie Wee. But that only did benefit for LA, as he's now woken up, looking strong to defend his championship.
But Jackie has been on a tear since that first match.
Yeah, all the results, the standings of the group stages can be found at cloudsnooker.com, cloudsnooker.com. That's where you'll find all the information about this U.S. National Snooker Championship.
He's no beginner, William Crouch says.
He certainly isn't playing like a beginner, that's for
talking
sure.
Talking about Charles. Perhaps he was mentioning this is first tournament. William, do you have that answer? Has he played in the Nationals before?
You sure a tall fella. I was just looking out our window here at the booth, and he just towers over Dave Daly. Looks like Andre the Giant and Randy Macho Man Savage.
No, he hasn't. William Crouch in the chat says he has not played in this tournament before. So, good showing so far for him.
Yeah, just
first snooker tournament.
It's kind of got a Ricky Walden stance where he bends both legs.
Yeah, I think they both have to. Very tall fellas. He has a strong pull background. William says about Charles.
Well, Arif, thank you very much. Really enjoying the streaming and the commentary.
Yeah, we have quite a few people really good behind the mic. Prathamesh Sawant was with Christian yesterday evening. If anybody wants to hear that stream, it's towards the end of the day on day one. Prathamesh has a lot of insight. He plays snooker very well, plays English billiards very well. And you can learn a lot about strategy, where to hit the ball, what the player's trying to do, and why. So it's very entertaining. He has a nice way about him and the way he speaks on the mic. Very fluent. The snooker table. So, yeah, it's a blessing. We have so many talented people in this community. A little bit of a shot to nothing.
Yeah, Snooker 155. Talking to some friends, some players. Renette Danka has a little bit of an injury, I've heard. So, unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it out here to Seattle. I was feeling a bit unfortunate as well because I hadn't seen Renat in a couple of years and really enjoyed his company in the room. It's just a bright young fella, always got a nice smile on his face, but a very strong demeanor when he gets down on the table. I believe back in 2017 at the Richler Cup in Burlington, Ontario, Canada, Renat was just pretty much for like 3/4 of the first frame. His potting percentage was 100%. He was just a force to be reckoned with. But unfortunately, kind of burned out a little bit, and the strong and steady John Evereckian took the title. So,
yeah, I was kind of hoping he would be here. Never met the man. Would be nice to see him in here. Very strong player. So it's an unfortunate timing on the injury, as if there are good timing for injuries, but maybe right before a holiday. I don't know. What a bad time. But, yeah, it would have been nice to have him in here. Maybe we can have him visit on another occasion.
thanks, Gord, for putting up information for anyone that's interested in watching the pro circuit. The World Snooker Championships will be held at the Crucible on April 15th to May 1st. Jump onto the WST website. Hopefully you can get some tickets. And being there this past spring, Mike as well was over there. I'd have to say that if you're a snooker fan, there's nothing like being at the Crucible for the World Championships. Just the buzz in the city as well.
Yeah, it would be great to live in a town like Sheffield. You have no choice but to get better at the sport of snooker. Maybe in the off seasons we could turn Seattle into Sheffield. Have all the snooker players. Summer in Seattle.
Well, I prefer snooker in Seattle, but Mike, you're doing a great job here, I must admit. Like, these tables are top notch. These are tables that I saw at the Ding Snooker Academy in Sheffield. Funny enough, good friend of mine, good friend of the community in snooker, Sam Tawny came over with me. We went actually to a place called Spot On Snooker Club, and honestly, like, the tables, springy, like no tomorrow, cushions, and shag carpet. It's felt like the cloth was. So it, when you think of Sheffield, you think everything would just be top notch. Sure, they have the tables, a lot of tables, and they have some clubs and stuff like that. But I think some people are just there. They put in the tables, and they're just hoping the tables take the money.
Oh, Dave.
And with a rich rich history of snooker in the UK. Obviously, they're going to have players coming in, but I think we have to go the extra mile here in America and in Canada, as we've got to, make sure there's good conditions for the players, because they want to keep coming back, and if you give them good conditions, they will come back.
Yeah, well, I mean, in Seattle, this is pretty much the only club, Seattle proper, that is. So when people come to visit Seattle, they only have an N of 1 in terms of how good the tables are. Whereas in Sheffield, they have an N of 20. 30, 40 tables. It's just an enormous amount of tables in Sheffield. So what our mission here was, whoever visited Seattle would, and if they came to a snooker club, Ox Billiards in Seattle, they left with the impression that Seattle has very nice facilities.
Yeah, so no touching ball. Pravin just taking a closer look. If it was a touching ball, he'd have to let his opponent know, and his opponent would come and inspect just to ensure that it was a touching ball. When there is a touching ball, you are able to shoot away from the ball, as that acts as a first contact. But one little hiccup to that touching ball: if you are on a colored ball and you're touching the ball, you can nominate that ball that you're touching and shoot away, or you can nominate a different color ball and there would be no foul. That is correct, Vineet. A member of the community up in the Vancouver area, British Columbia, Canada. Top 147 Snooker and Billiard Lounge in Richmond that Jonathan's son runs. He is updating his tablecloths. He actually might be looking into getting maybe some new tables. Not sure. We'll have to see. Don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. But he's doing some good work just to continue to promote the game of snooker, Jonathan is. So we really salute him up there in Canada.
Yeah, I know that we're trying to get him some new tables, some new Rassons up there. So I would really like to see that happen, because like I said yesterday, I've never played on any. And to put some in Vancouver would be cool. Nice pot. Nice cannon. Everything about that shot was good. Nice little green here. One rail back to the red, then the blue. Then a total clearance. It's that easy. Oh, he went too far.
If only it was.
He went too far. Oh, no. Well, he has the other red by the pink.
Now just a little improvisation you need. Take the red, then take the pink, go in, and then run the table.
Yeah, options. When the balls are like this, you got options.
Dennis, the Snooker League will be starting up in Vancouver in a couple weeks' time. Actually, head over to snookercanada.com if you want to register for the Richmond League. That's snookercanada.com. Fill out the registration form and we'll get you in there.
Oh, man, that looked good. I would say he got about 40% out of that break.
Maybe you want to handle this one, Mike. John is from our friend from the Carolinas is asking, is a 12-foot table readily available for purchase?
Yeah, John, you can send me an email at mike@oxbilliards.com. We can talk about the Rasson Magnum 2 12-foot table. Heated slate, sophisticated leveling system. I think it even does your dishes.
Multi-purpose tables, gotta like it.
Yeah, Pravin is hitting the ball quite hard. And so it's just leaving it to chance where the object and cue ball end up. That time it worked out. But in other times we've seen it not. Good pot.
That was an excellent pot there by Dave. Yeah, I think you see more often than not with the newer player, they think big table, I've got to hit it harder. Which is not the case at all. Just proper follow through will get you what you need from your cue ball. Mike, how do you feel about a 10-second video? It looks like our friend in Scotland, the Snooker Shed, wants to give a shout out to the Ox Billiards in the U.S. Championship. Not sure.
No, don't share this. Do not spread this information. We want to keep it to ourselves. Snooker Shed, that would be amazing. Yeah, everybody, please spread the word. We are here doing it because we love it. We're trying to do the best we can, and really the only way that we can get noticed is people like you spreading the word.
Yeah, getting the viewership. Then when Joe Smith over there at Coca-Cola Beverages say, hey, there's a lot of people watching this snooker event. Maybe I should give them some money and they can put my logo up there on the screen.
Pepsi, no Coke.
Oh, yes. Forgot. We're in America. The red, white, and blue, not the red and white.
Referring to an SNL skit, so don't get upset, Coke. We'll take your money.
All right, Snooker Shed is saying just give him an email and he can hopefully sort something out.
Thank you, Snooker Shed. My email is mike@oxbilliards.com. Did we see a fluke red go in?
We did. It just kind of glanced off the ball and went in there for Pravin.
Lately, I've seen Dave Daly do a few doubles. Not sure this double is on. Might want to play safe. But I like that he has added that tool to his toolbox, and I think it comes from playing a few 9-ball tournaments. Which he's done well in.
Yeah, that's okay. He's got some left distance between cue ball and object ball there. Almost thought maybe he might come off cushion first and hit the red, but when you're down on the table, you know your percentages more than anybody else. And it looks like there's a snooker right here. So this is a chance for Pravin to get some well-needed penalty points to just get back in the frame a bit. Nice hit there by Dave. Could have been quite costly. And the result of it, he's putting Pravin in a snooker. And that's going to go back. can put him back once more, and it is his third attempt. Third time's a charm. And he's got the snooker there. Nice shot there by Dave. Oh, what a shot there by Dave. He had safety in the mind there, but take that, Red. Just wants to pull up just a little bit. He's got the snooker there. So, Pravin cannot be put back, obviously, as we're in the snooker's required stage. Just got to watch out for that black. Ooh. Oh, and the handshakes came out there. So Dave Daly takes this match 2-0, and that helps his chances as he puts another win in the win column of this group stage. And we will be stepping aside for a few moments. We'll just set up the stream. Unfortunately, my great wizards of the scorekeeping, Mike and Christian, actually are involved in a match, and their program and software, I'm not too well versed in it. So please just stand by, and hopefully we'll get the stream back up as quick as possible. Updated scoring and commentary. We appreciate your patronage, and we'll be here all day. So stand by, and hopefully when the new match gets up, we'll get it set up, and everything will be dialed in for you. Thanks again, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the United States National Snooker Championship of 2022. Lots of moving and shaking here. We've got a great match coming up between Jacob Lackey and Joseph Aldalalo. Thank you. And I've got a great guest in the booth here, fresh off a nice win, Dave Daly. How you doing, Dave?
Hey, how are you?
Good. So we had the stream running a little bit there, and some fans saw the players warming up a little bit, but they also saw something you should never do on a table.
Absolutely. We'll talk to them afterwards.
Do not flip a coin on the table. Just a little edge of that coin could go into the cloth and rip it, and that's going to make someone have a worse nightmare. And maybe you guys over here at Ox have another bill to pay to fly over Simon Barkin to recloth.
Yeah, we'll be charging them for it.
So they're just setting up the balls, and handshakes will be had. And it looks like Jacob Lackey will be breaking off. Jacob hails from Minnesota, land of 10,000 lakes. And we're underway. So these are best of 3 matches. Who are you liking in this one, Dave? Do you know both of these players?
I don't know either of them actually. I've been talking to Jacob beforehand. He's a pool player who's transitioning over to snooker. Actually, I think he's been playing a while, but he's still sort of getting to grips with the change from pool to snooker. But Yusuf, or whatever way you pronounce his name, I had not seen him play. It's a good pot though.
It's a nice long pot there by Joseph. Yeah, I think a lot of the American players here started in pool and now are making their way over to snooker, where probably you with your Irish background started in snooker and then came into pool a little bit.
Never touched pool. I mean, Mike has made me do it every now and then, but don't kill me, but I can't stand the game. I'm snooker through and through.
I'm right there with you. Dave's alike.
Yeah. Hello, Andy Walls. Good to see you again, or hear you, or see your text, or whatever.
Yeah, you don't see the swan come out that often.
If we go silent for a minute or two every now and then, it's because I'm trying to learn how to use this scoreboard while I commentate.
That's true.
Mr. Bernie here is helping me.
Yeah, that's a call out. We need lots of help behind the scenes. You know, it's very tricky to score keep and commentate at the same time. You know, sometimes you get on a great tangent or story to relate to the viewers, and then you forget that, the players just made a 50 break.
Open the pack there a bit. These middle pockets are pretty tight. An angle like this will test his cueing. What about pool do we dislike? I don't know. I just grew up with snooker, and to me, it just seems like a more complicated game, and I just enjoy it more.
Yeah, we have to wear many hats behind the scenes. We just had our great tournament director there, Jamie Miller, just asking us a question. I don't know if it's a complete dislike of pool, but what I is fascinating about the game of snooker. Obviously, there's a lot of, you have to turn on offense and defense quickly back and forth. And as well, all the balls are solid, so it just seems like they're floating around the bays.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Joseph is he sponsored by the Q Father, or is that his nickname, the Q Father? He's got a nice little patch on his waistcoat.
Sure, we can ask him later. Talking to a few of the lads here, though, the first matches each morning, it takes a bit of time to warm up. It's early, By the second match onwards, I think Q arms are running a bit better.
Well, that going back to that 1 minute of practice.
Yes, which is not much. That's true. Let's see what Jacob can do here now. He can make breaks. I've seen him do it, so the table's pretty open.
I think they stated that doors open. Say that the tournament is starting. Matches will start at 9 today. For instance, you open the doors at 8:30, and it's up to the players. They can come in whenever they want.
Mm-hmm.
I know they're trying to do a fair play of each player gets a minute.
Yeah. I think the issue is, it would be slightly advantageous to the first four teams of players if they get more than the 1 minute, because thereafter will, to keep the whole thing moving, you have to kind of limit it.
Yeah, we've got a lot of matches to get through, 4 tables. There's only so many hours in the day.
I wasn't here in the evening yesterday, but I heard it went on till midnight last night.
Yeah, went pretty late.
That's pretty late.
We like to keep that late night drama for the finals. And just remember, you can get all the results on cloudsnooker.com. You've got the 2 days in the booth here, David Burney and Dave Daly.
I'm glad you're pronouncing it right.
Yes, I do have to apologize to the entire nation. For some reason, I just thought you were a surrealist.
I've met this guy like 3 years ago, and every second tournament he calls me Daly. I have to keep correcting him. Someday you'll get it right.
Well, maybe I'll call you Salvador as well.
See, does he trust himself on the long blue?
He's trying to go through for the black. Dangerous.
I mean, this long blue is something snooker players practice a lot, so let's see what he can do. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. So as a player, Dave, what are you feeling here? It's early stages. There's a few open. That's what's your game plan?
It depends on how I feel. I think he's going for the pot here, and it should be straightforward to be on the black. Yep, unless he hits it like that, in which case he's on the pink. But yeah, I think it depends on how I'm feeling. But it was probably a reasonable percentage shot to try. Overhit that a bit. Worked out okay.
There's a little bit of room to get by that black into the.
And then you might have to push through here. Which, you never know where you're going to end up. He's not liking it.
This red obviously to the side pocket has an element of safe.
I suspect he'll come up and down, though. Yep. Whoa. So one of the things talking to Jacob the other day was the club he plays at on the East Coast has got very thick and slow cloth, and getting used to the speed of the table has probably been his primary concern.
Yeah, it's still on the black, but definitely would like to be a little bit closer.
I thought he would have tried to come off the cushion and a little bit aside and over for that red at the bottom of the pack. Might not have had enough angle. That'll make him feel good. Again, too hard though. He's
He's having a tough time judging the pace of the
yeah,
table.
he really, yeah.
He had all yesterday. All these tables are alike. There's not really much difference from table 1 to 4. So you should know, maybe just a little extra pressure being on the TV table.
Still though, I mean, each of those pots was reasonable. That last red, those are tight pockets, so he'll feel good about that.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of kind words today from the Snooker Shed. Is he the president of the Dave Daly fan club?
Andy Walls and I know each other through a snooker community in the UK. He probably mentioned it over text yesterday, but yeah, he built a custom what did you say, 5/8 table. So it's basically the bottom half with a little bit, it goes just above the blue, because his snooker shed can't fit a full-size table. It's pretty ingenious. It's go look up the snooker shed on YouTube and hit subscribe. He does some good coaching.
Okay, good to hear.
A bit thick and hard, I think.
Yeah, he's left a red onto the left middle pocket. And that black being respotted on the pink or the blue spot is to his advantage. See what the Q father can do here. So he's just getting...
Wants to revalidate it's on the spot, is it?
just making sure, see if the black goes back on its spot.
I'm not entirely sure you're allowed to do that. I kind of think you're not, actually.
I think that's a foul.
Yeah.
I think the old adage of if we did have, referees,
Yeah.
a player could say, will the black go on its spot? And the referee's correct response will be, pot it, and I'll show you.
Or you tell me. Oh, it clearly went.
Yeah, great little camera angle right there.
Oof. Both of them struggling with pace at the table.
But I guess we have to be a little forgiving. There's not a rich history of snooker in America, so a lot of people are learning the game. It's very new to them.
Plays with both hands. Doesn't look comfortable with that hand, though. Nice recovery.
I think you see that a lot more and more now. People getting into snooker, they train themselves to play with both hands. I know a lot of pool players just do not like the rest. How do you feel about the rest, Dave?
I don't love it, but I do play both-handed as well. I've been playing since I was 8. And if I didn't learn both hands, I'd have been using the rest all day. So given the option, I would use my left over a rest, but on these large tables, sometimes you just don't have an option but to use the rest. You got to get used to it. Tough bridging over. That's one of my Achilles heels, actually, is bridging over balls.
Very tricky because, you just you're coming down on your cue ball a little bit and one little veer left or right. You put some unwinding siding on it. And, our good friends at the United States Snooker Association have kind of just put a post up there in the stream just letting you know how kind of the knockout round is going to phase up when we get to the round of 16. Just who will play who. Thanks for that information. You can find all live up-to-date scoring on cloudsnooker.com. We're just in the second match of our streamed table today. It's Jacob Lackey against the Q-father, Joseph Aldalo.
That might not have worked out too bad, actually. Might have been better off with the in-off there.
How are you looking in your group bracket, Dave? Are you on top, in the cellar, somewhere in the middle?
I'm out.
You're out?
Yes, I lost 2 matches, won 2 matches, but I needed to win 3 matches to qualify. So, as I was saying yesterday, I lost one of them on the black in the final frame. So, one ball decided my fate.
One ball. Always comes down to one ball.
Yeah.
Overall, how did you feel about your U.S. national tournament experience?
I enjoyed it. It was a mixed bag for me. Some frames were scrappy and I didn't bring it, and others were. Ooh, that was a nice shot. And others were reasonable. Yes, it was, Andy. Very nice double. Didn't quite capitalize on the snooker afterwards, though.
Sure, speaking of double, he's got another one here. This red just close to that middle pocket. Double off the cushion. Could go into the opposite.
I think he meant it, Andy. I would think.
I think they're trying to get that snooker on the blue.
No, that definitely. I mean, he didn't get the snooker, but that wouldn't have been a fluker.
No.
All the way. Nice shot.
Sure. I think the keys to doubles is always just keep looking straight ahead. Listen for that pot to drop. Don't turn your head to look at it.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you're thinking to turn your head, you're going to take your mind off the object ball.
Yes, indeed.
TK, I'm not sure if Joseph played at the Canadian Snooker Championships last year at Corner Bank in Toronto. I'm pretty sure if you're online somewhere, I'm pretty sure you could probably find the bracket to that event, as nowadays everything gets put up online and is there for, I guess, eternity.
So I assume the Canadian Snooker Championship is not for Canadians only then, unlike the snooker U.S. Nationals is U.S. citizens only.
I'd have to find out. I haven't actually been to the Canadian National Championships because it's always been held in Toronto, and I haven't made my way out there. So I'll do some research for you, Dave, and all our fans out there. I'm pretty sure if you went on their website and found out, you'd get a list of all the criteria.
Making me do all the work, though.
That's a shot he'd like to have back. He just push that out for an easy starter here for Joseph. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, I think he'd like to have that back too.
Mm-hmm. So no harm, no foul there for Jacob Lackey.
We're almost back to where we started. The red back with the yellow.
Just got to watch queuing over the green and blue here. Even if a single thread of your shirt touches one of those balls, it would be a foul.
It was interesting last week watching and reffing the World Women's US Championship, and hair was definitely a factor. You know, lots of the ladies have long hair, and they were having to do this and that to avoid their hair touching balls. In fact, once or twice it came very, very close.
Yeah. Yeah, Mary's got it down packed. Mary Talbot has got a nice short cut, so her hair never gets in the way. But as well, Emma, her traveling companion, she ties it up in a bun. But it's interesting, Bex and Jamie had the hair flowing down, and at one point, actually, Jamie had to tuck in her hair into her shirt.
That's right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Just have to see if that red goes by that yellow.
I don't think it does.
Way to show your support, Tiffany. Tiffany Cleveland showing her support. That's what the players want to hear. You know, they'll feel it somehow. I know there was a lot of support for you, Dave, in your match against Pravin, and you must have heard something through the Ethernet because you came out victorious.
It was a bit of a struggle at first.
Well, you are correct in saying it's the first match of the day. You know, you got to fight those cobwebs. And
Yeah. I wouldn't be a morning person generally.
he's got it's a tricky red that's close to his cue ball. It's a tough cut into the top right corner. Looks like he's going to try and get into the maybe other red by the pink and black, or thin cut here. Yeah,
Jacob's going to have to get the long stuff out now, and he's not used to that. Oh, no, actually, he's going to go... Oh, never mind. The other red passes the black.
Yeah, he's fortunate of that. He's not one of the taller players in the tournament, but as you were saying, Dave, you learned to shoot with both hands, and you're not an Andre the Giant, but you're a good stature. You needed to use those rests, so
Definitely not a good stature. In fact, I had to order a short cue. My arms are so short.
really.
Yeah, I play with a 5'5" inch. Or sorry, 5'5", 55-inch cue. You didn't need to hit that hard. That was very pacey.
Yeah, I think that's just going back to the pool thing. A lot of more pool players play those harder shots. And I think also they think, a bigger table. I got to hit it harder, right, to get around the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you didn't even need to get around the table. There's a red ball over the corner pocket there. But there's a snooker coach that Andy and I use a bit in the UK, and he always says, what's the 3 S's? Slow, short, and simple. Always pick the slow, short, simple shot. And that black ball should have been a lot slower.
Because it was simple.
Well, I won't say that, but it was. It certainly didn't need that pace. Hello, David Brock. I don't remember. Did I borrow a toothpick from you? I don't remember.
Jeez, there's a lot of dental talk going on. Is this mic influenced or something like that?
Yeah, I have many memories of David Brock, but getting a toothpick off him was not one of them. Oh, my cue. Eat my shorts, dude.
You need to pull up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I guess David Brock was alluding to that 5.5 inches of cue you were talking about before earlier, that little Freudian slip.
I said 5'5" inches. But I'm a little taller than 5'5", but not by much. I assume that question is to David Brock. Dennis.
There's a lot of Daves here. There's
Yeah,
Dave Daly, Dave Burney,
Yeah.
Dave Brock. Because I know we do have legions back in Canada. I'm not sure if there's legions down here. They'd probably
No.
be servicemen's clubs, or what are they?
And even if there were, they would not have snooker tables, would be my guess. So I guess that question's either to you or Mr. Brock.
Well, if that is to myself, Dennis fan, they are very, very tight, these tables. Very pro-like standards.
Yeah, they're probe cut, Dennis, so they're probably as tight as they get.
Oh. Shot of the tournament maybe right there so far.
I'm not sure. I didn't watch. He put his hand up. Maybe he doesn't know the protocol. But I can't imagine he went for that. That was to you, Bernie.
So yes, they are on Main Street. Yes, they are definitely tighter. These are, yes, we alluded to pro cut pockets. So very tight, very challenging. Definitely tight enough to give you some sleepless nights, that's for sure. Yeah, I'll have to check David Brock actually with the scoring software that they have here at Ox, if they have the capabilities of doing a shootout. I did throw one last year back at our place in Richmond in November. I think a lot of people at the onset of the shootout, they weren't too sure. Maybe when I put out the email, we're having a shootout tournament, some people were a bit wondering about it. Then we put it off, and a lot of people, lots of smiling faces. People really enjoyed it. You know, it was a quicker pace, but still kept the integrity of the game of snooker. You know, the rules and stuff like that, but just with the shot clock. So I think it's a good format to introduce the game in North America, where
Absolutely.
it seems a lot of people on this side of the pond want things more quickly.
The first time I ever watched it, I didn't like it at all, but I've come to really like it. I mean, as a one event a year thing, I wouldn't want to do it more often than that, but I enjoy watching it. It's definitely a good leveler. I mean, nobody in the top 16 has ever won it in the UK, so it gives the lower ranked players an opportunity to make some cash.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, David. It's not just because we share the same first name, but yeah, it's nice as a one-off. It's just a different. It's like different formats.
Yeah,
you know, a British Open that will be coming up soon. I think they're in the beginning rounds. It's best of 5, a ranking tournament.
yes, and as a ranking, you see, I can't remember who I talked to, but I talked to one of the officials, and I think they were saying that the main reason they make it a ranking event is because if they didn't, the top guys wouldn't play in it. So Dennis Fan, 3 rail kick. I don't know if that was a shout out to me and my Irishness, where we never pronounce our H's. It's 33 and a third. So
sure, there's a few.
I try.
There's a few Ken impersonators. Yesterday.
We're not built for it.
What do you have against the letter H?
I don't know. It's just our tongues can't do it.
But yeah, just going back to formats, like you look at the World Championship, which is the crown jewel, and pretty much when you get to the semifinals, you're only halfway there. If you look at frame counts that you need to win.
Now that shot, especially for Jacob being a pool player, I thought he was going to kick that off, off the rail, because it seemed like the red would go up to those 4 colors, white would stay where it was, and it would be a good safety. Whereas he's now left a long pot.
Fortunate with that kiss on the yellow. Might be a gap just to sneak off the right side of that red.
Black is back in play. I wonder will somebody be glad of that later? Yes, it was almost a fluke, Andy. That's right, Mr. Brock. The lower ranked players definitely look at that tournament as a way to climb fast in ways that they probably wouldn't or couldn't otherwise. I think you're talking about Christian. Andy, he didn't invent it last night. We've been using that for about a year now. But he... Did you coin it? I think Mike Dominguez actually coined it. Talent juice? Not familiar with that one. Oh. Isn't that not called alcohol?
Talent juice. Iced tea.
Oh, okay.
It's true. Snooker Shed Christian is an avid user of this term fluker. What do you think of this term fluker, Dave? Coming from Ireland?
I'm down with it, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that the American in you now?
I know. Been here too long. I think that was an intended snooker right there. Ooh.
That might... Wow.
It's interesting. I'm not sure. Jacob waited to see if Yusuf wanted him to put it back.
Yeah, that's just another learning curve, I think, here that needs to be taught.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a few players actually, can't remember the gentleman last night, but the ball was rolling towards the pocket and it didn't drop, but obviously it had the way of going towards it, but he kind of like pushed it into the pocket where that's a no-no. You can't touch the ball.
Yes, that's right.
But a good second attempt there by Jacob. So we're getting more into the day. The room is starting to fill up. We're here at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington for the 2022 United States National Snooker Championship. Still, there's lots of room if you want to join us in person. The drinks are cool. The action is hot. We've got the multi-talented Dave Daly in the booth with me. We'll hopefully be seeing him a little bit later doing some refereeing, Dave.
Yes, you will indeed. Probably. I'm not sure if it will be today, but I'll certainly get involved in reffing tomorrow and Monday. Awkward bridging on this one. It'd be okay.
But that black it's just in your eye line. It's just a little bit of annoying.
David Brock, if you go to cloudsnooker.com and on one of the tournaments there will show up as the US Nationals 2022, and then there'll be a results button. If you click that, you'll see all the results so far, and then if you hit the live button, you'll see the current scores on all 4 tables.
Yeah, it's really nice. These iPods or iPads that are the scoring devices that the players are using. As soon as they punch it in, it speaks to the website, and
It's pretty nice.
yeah, we don't have to hire a person to do that. We let the players do the work there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joseph's just struggling to kill off this frame a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, Dave, as a player, are you aware of that? When you're just that close to killing off a frame, does it seep into your conscious?
No, it absolutely does. In fact, it happened to me in my first round this morning. It felt like we were on that last red for ages, knocking it about. And it can get frustrating. And you end up doing an unforced error at some point, like that. Ooh. There was an opportunity to kill it off. Missed.
It's funny, I noticed it a lot this weekend and a lot last weekend. You see the American players kind of pull their cue to the side and chalk it that way, whereas the more snooker player puts the cue straight up and down and just kind of chalks it right about where their chin is.
Yes, yeah. It is funny to see that difference. I don't know why pool players hold their cue sideways to chalk it. It just seems so inefficient.
So awkward.
I guess they watched, I can't remember the name of the pool player in the 90s who was the main event. He probably did it and then just everybody followed suit. But what do I know?
True, it's kind of like that. And when you watch pro snooker a lot, with their bridge hand, they'll do like the little finger tap.
Mm-hmm.
They all do it, but like
Lots
at
of
one
them do it,
point,
yeah.
I can't remember who the gentleman was that first did it, and one does it, and then everyone follows suit.
Yeah. At least nobody's putting their chalk on the table.
There's been a few.
I know. But I mean right now.
Sure, we were commending you when you had you were in a snooker in your last match, and you just put a little bit of chalk on the cushion, on the top part of the cushion, which was a great way to notify. It saves the guessing game of where the cue ball is going to go back. And as well, when your shot was done, you brushed down the table to get rid of that mark.
Yeah.
Fantastic, Dave.
Thank you very much.
We need to teach people it's like golf. You got to replace your ball marks on the green.
Yeah.
If If you make a chalk mark on the table, just bat it down.
Mm-hmm. Last week, having refereed the ladies all week, putting chalk on the, around where the cue ball is saves a lot of heartache and figuring out the respot.
What do you think about the coin idea? Just putting a coin down.
It's probably a fair idea, but it just means that if there's a hard shot afterwards, somebody has to go run and grab the coin before a ball hits it. Otherwise, there's a foul. I think I prefer the chalk myself.
Okay.
It's the same concept, but there's no danger.
I know we do that really back in Canada, and we say it's the player's responsibility. You put the coin down to mark where the cue ball is, but if a ball's coming towards it, it's your responsibility as a striker to pull up that coin because it'll be a foul if any ball hits that.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they just use chalk? You can bring that home now. That could be
There you go.
my contribution to Canadian snooker.
Perfect. He's in the history books. Dave Daly, the man, the myth, the legend.
It's more like a leg end, I'd say.
Is there a silent H in there or something? Yeah, speaking of a long time on the last red. I think
There's been plenty of opportunities to knock that ball in. Now, what rest is he using there? He's pulled one of the pool rests. That rest belongs on the pool side of the house, and he's pulled that over and he's using it. He did tell me yesterday he doesn't like the snooker rest.
the crosses, yeah.
Yeah. So
Kind of looks like moose antlers almost.
it does, yeah. Looks very Batmanish. Oh, thank God. Not that I'm supposed to. So how are we doing?
Well, the moose works for Jacob. Actually, a great Canadian player, Fern Loyer, actually travels around with his own rest.
I assume that's allowed, is it?
I think so. Yeah. I wouldn't see a problem with that. Just more luggage you got to carry on.
Mm-hmm. I know there's certain aids that you wouldn't be allowed. Like you wouldn't be allowed to put a scope on your cue, for example. So there is some rules about what you can and can't bring, but obviously your own rest is not one of them then.
I think if you talk to the officials, the tournament directors, at least present it before the tournament, just saying, hey, I have this. Is this allowed?
Mm-hmm.
They can make the judgment call at that point. I wonder how some of these players with this great scoring software they have, it does put up a lot of stats during the match, and you kind of see sometimes down on the bottom, average shot time almost reaches a minute.
Yes.
For some of these guys.
Yeah. I didn't check what time this frame started, but it must be coming up to an hour. Is it?
Yes, as our tournament director, Jamie Miller, was telling us that this match was to start promptly at 10:30.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I guess that's why they had a little bit of that 1 minute extra
Mm-hmm.
training time, practice time.
That's a nice shot.
Jacob's doing his best to crawl back into this frame. Got a good angle to go up and down the table for the blue.
Have to power it a bit. Yeah.
As we've seen earlier in the frame, he definitely was being a lot of pacey. I'm surprised he just came up a little short there.
I think the angle maybe wasn't as much there as you might have thought. I think it looked like he had to force an angle to me.
Okay, it's looking a little uncomfortable here too. And Joseph just needs the blue to put us into the snooker's required stage. It's a long pot though.
This is not an easy pot. Not sure you should even try it.
Yeah, and Jacob needs pink and black. Joseph just needs the pink.
Worked out nice.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's safe. Gotta have patience. Just don't want to force the issue.
It's always a tough one to decide, the pot versus safety, because if you do a poor safety shot and you leave your opponent on, you sort of went down on the defense. But but the same is true in the pot. So sometimes you wonder whether it's better to go out fighting on a shot like he had there.
Yeah. If the ship is sinking, you might as well go down with it. Go down fighting.
Well, when you had your chance and you didn't take it and you lose the frame, sometimes it's harder.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob uses the pool loop bridge when he screws back or draws, as they say in pool. A little bit of risk of miscuing with that kind of balls are smaller in snooker than pool.
He tried for the safe, but he's left a chance for Joseph. Clips 62 minutes in this first frame. So they've been slugging it out. It's a best of 3.
Ooh. That has worked out well despite all of that.
Yeah, that was quite a roller coaster of emotions in that shot.
I bet so. For both of them. Where's that going?
It's okay. Got a good cue ball there, tight to the ball cushion. Remember, Beck's kind of giving us some good advice when you're tight to that cushion.
Yeah.
I think I noticed you in your match, you were just doing some nice, short, sweet strokes on that.
Yeah, yeah. Short is definitely best when it comes to. In fact, I played Jacob in practice the other day, and he was doing long strokes on the cushion and miscuing. And I mentioned to him, keep them short, and I see he just did, so that's good. Although, unfortunately, might have left it on.
Short,
and
soft,
frame.
and simple.
Correct.
Great advice there, and that concludes the first frame of this best of 3 match. Joseph takes it, so Jacob up against it. It's got to dig in if he wants to win this match. So we'll step aside for a short little break, and we'll be back with frame 2 action. And welcome back to day 2 of the United States National Championship here at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. David Burney is in the booth with you. I've been accompanied by Dave Daly. He's doing a great job giving some good insight into the mind of a player. Just took a little short comfort break and we'll be right back into the booth. But we're happy that you're tuning in wherever you are coming from. We're on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch.tv. Search out Ox Billiards, and you'll find all this great snooker action. Lots of moving and shaking today. Unfortunately, 22 players are going to go home because the top 2 of each group are going to be moving on to the knockout round starting tomorrow. So we'll see how this frame turns out. That was definitely a edgy and nervy frame, that first one. Went right down to the wire there. A few players were struggling a little bit to find some form in the latter stages. That one last red seemed like it was taking quite a while to find the bottom of the pocket, but eventually it did, and Joseph was able to take on the pink and seal his fate as victorious. Julian, the competition will conclude on the holiday Monday here in the U.S. It's called Labor Day. So not sure exactly when the finals is scheduled. I think we'll be wrapping up the round robin today. And then tomorrow we'll have the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. And then Monday will come the semifinals and finals. So definitely take a look at cloudsnooker.com. That has all the information, and I think at the conclusion of the round robin today, you'll be able to find out a lot more information of the scheduled matches and the knockout time. We know you all have your favorite players. We definitely will evaluate all the matches and just see what was going to make the great TV table. So we do apologize in advance if your favorite player isn't on. Sometimes it's just a matter of what the collective society feels, and Ajaya, who is the president of USSSA, how he feels would be the best match to show off this great game. Jojo, hello there from the UK. Glad you're tuning in. Nope, Julian. All players have to work to get to that knockout stage. There were 8 groups. I think 6 groups had 5 players in, and 2 groups had 4 players. So the top 2 from each of those groups move on to form a 16-player knockout round. And those round of 16 matches will be a best of 5, and then quarters and semifinals are a best of 7. Finishing off with a final best of 9. I think it's just going to go run and hide. Off the spink. Thanks, Dan, for the update. I'm just doing a multiple of things here. We're always looking for great help behind the scenes, so sometimes commentating and scorekeeping can take a lot out of you because I want to regale you in great stories and great action and little tidbits about the game, and sometimes scorekeeping can be a little bit missed as we try and do lots of things at one time, and we know us as human beings, we can only do one thing at one time, as much as we say we can multitask. But a man that does a lot of great work around here at Ox Billiards, Dave Daly, is back in the booth. Thanks for joining us, Dave.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I took a bathroom break and then got caught up in a text message with my sister.
Do you have just the one sister, Dave?
Just one sister, yeah.
Oh.
Still lives in Ireland.
I was going to say, if you had two sisters, we might be alike.
You have two sisters?
I got two sisters. I'm right there in the middle.
I'm the youngest of two.
Meredith and Judith are my sisters.
Carol is mine.
Oh. So we are at least a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. Oh. It's pure pressure. Hold the grip too tight.
It's our friend Jojo turning in from the UK. Puts a nice little emoji of a teacup. Are Irish people big tea drinkers?
Very much so.
Very much. It's
Very
it's a UK thing. It's that whole aisle over there.
Yeah, but Ireland's not part of the UK. Just
Oh,
so
yeah.
you know.
Sorry, don't punch me out.
But yeah, in Ireland and the UK, yeah, tea is very much a thing. In fact, one of the players, Raymond, is from Ireland as well. And as I was entering Ox this morning, he was across the street, 4 lanes away from me, and shouted over to me, "Where can I get some tea around here?" So. We'll save the Guinness for later, Jojo. Arc Sim Gaming. Is that Archid?
I think it could be.
It might be Archid.
Does know.
Hello, Archid.
Where is Archit these days? He was a predominant figure at Bays.
I think he switched to both pool and doing what you're seeing now, which is he's big into streaming gaming, I think. Not really sure. Although the clue is in the handle, Arcs and Gaming, so I'm guessing it's gaming. No, that's not going.
Definitely, it's a long pot for one of these reds in the middle of the table to knock that other red just over the pocket, but it's in the jaw, so fancy him to make this.
Yeah, they're still missable. Like, you know, it's a good 1.5 inches away from the hole, and anything can happen to. I think he's taking the right shot. I don't think either player's found their groove yet today. from what I know about them both, I think they're both, can play higher standard. It's just morning game, competitive pressure. Sometimes the game just doesn't come to you.
That's a good development in Jacob's snooker mind there, because a newer player would be like, oh, there's, ball, as you said, there still is an inch and a half with that one planned, and that's making it a tough shot.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's, taking his medicine. He took that red, took a long black on, which is fantastic, and now he's easily on.
Well, I think he might be snookered.
Oh, yes. I said the snooker mind is getting there. It's not fully engaged. I think should have had a better look at that blue ball, possibly, maybe taking that in the side and floated down for this red that's just sitting in the jaws.
I think he's going for the plant now. This is a tougher one even. Just look at this thin. Yep. Very nice. He did that at a nice pace too to increase the chances it would accept it.
Yeah, that's always the challenging part of this game, is if you hit it really hard, you got to be so precise. And if you hit it soft, it gives it that chance, but sometimes it can wobble in the jaws and just sit there. So,
and when you're nervous, hitting soft shots, you can decelerate, and that will also make you miss. Tension in the arm trying to hit soft shots can be challenging. Might not have the angle on the pink. Maybe he does. Looks tight. Doesn't look like he does.
yes, he'll know better than we do. So we just have the one camera angle. He's got multiple angles, looking at every possibility on the table.
Brown is too straight. Pink doesn't look on. He's going for black. Okay. Nice shot. A little hard, but nice shot.
Very gutsy too, because I think if he misses that black, he's leaving Jacob in at the business end of the table. Lots of reds.
That might be why he hit it a little harder, just to get the cue ball out of there a bit. Oh, was unlucky. Black might go though. It's a tough pot, but it might go.
I think every pot in this game is tough. Come on, Dave.
It's true. Blind pocket shots in particular. There's one other camera shot that we can see, but I don't know how to project on the main screen without Christian with us. But from the angle I'm looking at, I think it might pot.
Yeah, I think he's got to be pinpoint precise. We're just taking a look at our alternative angle. Christian, our technical director, is actually just in a match, so he's a wizard with all this computer gadgetry. I'm pretty sure if he was in the director's chair with us, he'd be punching into that other camera angle. So we apologize for just the bird's eye view. Well, he's electing not to go for the black anyway. So how are these? You were in the last year's U.S. Nationals, right, Dave? How are these tables compared to out there in New York?
They're definitely a lot faster. The cloth and the cushions on these tables are very, very fast. The tables in New York are I think they might be 100 years old. Or old Brunswick tables. They're beautiful to look at. I mean, they look stunning, and the venue is stunning. The view over Central Park. It's probably the most stunning, snooker hall view I've ever seen. It was amazing. But the tables do play a lot slower, which makes you have to punch the ball a lot more. Whereas on these star tables, the cloth is so fast that you can sort of let the table do a lot of the work for you. But still, like I say, those Brunswick tables are beautiful.
Yeah, obviously, the pro player, will adapt quite quickly. But just being an amateur event here, it's going to obviously take some time. So maybe that's why Jacob is just struggling to find a little bit of the pace of the table.
Yeah. There's a lot of muscle memory in snooker. And it's hard to undo it. When there's so many variables to think about when you're down on your shot. Your technique, angle of the shot. Where do you want your cue ball to go next? And there's so many different variables that muscle memory will usually be the thing that overrides your conscious memory when it comes to how hard you hit the shot relative to what you should do in the table condition.
And I think we saw that with all the great women from Britain that were over here for the U.S. Open last weekend. They had the form.
Mm-hmm.
They also talked about jet lag.
Yeah.
But being tired, they just returned to what they know.
Mm-hmm.
And that muscle memory, as you mentioned, paid off.
Yeah.
Well, next time if you're in Vancouver, I'll have to take you up a trip to northern Vancouver at the Fire Hall because they've got a beautiful Oxford table.
Nice.
12 foot by 6 foot. They don't really play that much. It needs some love on the
Okay.
cloth and the cushions, but the craftsmanship of the legs and the
Mhm.
table design is just phenomenal to look at.
We were in Sheffield in April. We went to Ronnie O'Sullivan's store in Sheffield. He has this pop-up shop that he puts up for... You might have been there.
I was there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you saw that table that he had that some prince has bought. It's so ornate. It's unbelievable.
So 23:15. Do not adjust your sets. This is not rugby. This is snooker over here.
Yeah, they won't tackle each other. Not until the end of the match, anyway.
Well, now he might have to use that pace if he's wanting that red by the yellow come up for the pink or blue, but it looks like he's taking the red on the cushion. on the stream yesterday, we did have some Tom Collins fans. Tom Collins Jr. is playing it. His dad did wonderful things for the game of snooker in America. Actually, all these players are playing for the Tom Collins Trophy. But young Tom Collins Jr. was able to make it onto the TV table late last night. So if you look into the archives of yesterday's action, scroll to the end, you should be able to see Tom on the table. Hopefully we can get him on the table again today.
It's an Irish name. Wherever I heard one. Tom Collins.
Related to Michael Collins?
I must check there, but there's got to be some Irish history there.
There's always Irish history somewhere.
Wearing a glove in a snooker match should be grounds for disqualification, Donald. There's many a player would disagree with you. And, you know, definitely the pool players tend to use them, but there's some traditional snookerists who are doing it now too, even in the Pro Tour in the UK. I don't love it myself, I have to admit, but whatever works, I guess.
True, our reigning champion, Ali Al-Said, he does wear a glove, but he has a carbon fiber cue. So I've understood that sometimes if you don't wear a glove, that cue kind of rubs off some nasty little bits on your hand. So it's important to wear a glove.
Yeah, he didn't used to wear a glove, but when he changed the carbon fiber cue, he's now started to wear one. He believes that carbon fiber is the future. So we shall see. I wouldn't mind being able to play a Russ Muir's standard, Donald. If only I were that good.
Well, fellow Irishman, Fergal O'Brien,
Mm-hmm.
using the carbon fiber 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Well,
I've not tried one.
yeah, there's not really a lot of shops that carry those kind of cues. And I wouldn't dare ask Ali if I could try out his cue.
There's not a lot of shops that you can buy cues one way or another in these parts. I had to get mine ordered online and shipped from Australia.
Oh, what kind of cue did you get from Australia?
Cue Creator.
Hmm.
It's the same brand that Stuart Billingham uses.
Ooh.
It's unfortunate. Yes, Donald, I use an ash cue too. I've tried maple cues, but it just, they weren't for me. I didn't like the colour of them, and I didn't like the lack of the chevrons. Even though I don't really look at the chevrons when I'm playing, it's still, I don't know. Just ash wasn't for me. Or sorry, maple.
Yep, I've got an ash cue myself. I don't use the maple. Interesting, as he talks about, most Canadians do use a maple. I remember talking with Cliff Thorburn once, and he was just mentioning, hey, just take a look at those chevrons. Use those to line up your shot.
Mm-hmm.
So, good piece of advice there. I think he knows a few things.
He does, yeah. Who's the Irish guy in the box? My name is Dave Daly, Donald.
He's actually putting on the accents.
No.
He's an American citizen.
I hope I'm. Yes, I am an American citizen, but don't hold that against me. Hi, Donald. Yeah, Woogie Man. Yeah, Stephen Hendry's old cue. I think he paid 30 quid for that.
Correct. Yep,
Yeah.
an old Rex Williams.
Yeah. It was a piece of crap, he said, but, he got so used to it and used it for... I think he won almost all... In fact, I think he did win all of his tournaments, with all of his World Championships with that cue.
Yes, you are correct, Dave.
Just goes to show you. Anybody that uses their cue as an excuse of why they're not playing well, just think about Stephen Hendry.
Yeah, he's got a great autobiography, Me and the Table Out There, and he does talk about it, and just hindsight, he's amazed that he just paid, £30 for a cue and not realizing that it would take him so far.
Mm-hmm. And then he was afraid to change.
And then
Until
unfortunately...
life forced it on him.
Yeah. And as Woogie Man accurately says, that cue got just snapped in transit.
Mm-hmm.
And where's that 8th World Championship, Stephen?
Yeah.
So...
I didn't know that, though. Kent already has 2 quid cue. Wow. What works for one person just doesn't work for another. It's a very personal thing, a cue. It's, when you get used to it, it's like an extension of your arm.
Exactly, yeah.
You see some of the pros these days, and Karen Wilson, Mark Allen, changing their cue, and you wonder, why are they doing that? They're just putting themselves at risk, I think. I think they're searching for something and look in the wrong direction sometimes when they do that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Back at the 2018 Masters over at the Alexandra Palace, as they were to check in that tournament, and the great Belgian player Luca Bissell actually came to his match with 2 cues in hand. Very odd. Usually you see a player come down with one. So
was he using one for? I think I recall he was using one for power shots or something. It was something about that. It wasn't just which cue I used today. I think there was some method to it.
And I think at this year's World Championships, actually, Stephen Maguire switched cues at tournament. So. But hey, if it's working for you, that's what you can tell anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, your cue is bent like a archer's bow. Hey, It works for me.
Yeah. So Donald can haggle them down to 2 quid like a good old Irishman, huh?
Ken, he's a good purveyor of good socks.
He is. He's actually a great lad. I don't think anybody doesn't like Ken.
Donald, thanks for that fun little story about Ken, about the acquisition of his cue. Wasn't aware of that.
I think I do remember reading that now that I see it. I think he pocketed the difference. Didn't tell his mother.
He might have got that back when he won the 1997 World Championship.
Yeah. For perspective, it was a $5 well spent.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that double kiss has not worked out for him.
It's looking like we're going to be high probability of 1-1 here. Well, it was 5 quid from the perspective of his mom or his mum. Overhit that a lot. Let's just roll that in for the blue. It's tension.
Maybe it's the glove.
Chance of an easy snooker here, though. These are the type of snookers that you have to be careful of, because if you miss, you're into free ball territory, and cut that close. That could have went in and he'd been putting himself in trouble. No, Trump did that as a one-off. Captain, what is that, Tubasa? He did it as a one-off. I actually chatted to him. He came to Seattle shortly after doing that last year, and I was chatting to him about it. And he sort of just did that for fun. And he was only asked a week before he did it. He didn't practice it at all. Borrowed a cue to play, so had low expectations of him doing well. And he said that, you know, if he was ever going to do it again, he would want to practice for 6 months before entering a competition. But right now he's more focused on snooker, as he should be.
Good hit there by Joseph.
Well, Mark Allen complained that there's not enough snooker tournaments on right now. So maybe using the time to generate a bit of extra cash.
It was just unfortunate, obviously, that the pandemic has hurt a few events that were supposed to be staged in Asia. And they just haven't been going. So, you know, some of these players rely on their cue abilities to make a living. So they've got to find other ways of making an income. So if a pool tournament opens up, they should check it out. But hopefully soon enough we can get back into Asia on the pro circuit. And hopefully maybe someday they can jump over here to North America and have a U.S. Open, or even bring back the Canadian Open that was on the tour many, many years ago. Looks like just a question here. I think the result of the foul is going to be a 28-point difference, so cannot put him back. Jacob can have Joseph shoot if he wants to, but with the difference 28 and 27 on the table, snooker is required. Just kind of surprised here he's not putting them back. Yes, Allison Fisher, also another great player that was here in Ox.
That's right.
Yeah, I think she found, like, you know, she did start playing snooker, and I guess just the money wasn't there, and there was a lot more money in the pool game in North America. So she came over here. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to meet her when she was at Ox, but Dave did.
No, I didn't actually.
No?
No, I was out of town that weekend.
this is a good opportunity for Joseph. Can't put him in a great snooker, but let's see the caliber of the players, kind of amateurs. I think any snooker sometimes is a good snooker in this event. But they do say when you're needing snooker, sometimes it's good. If you need one, you need 4 or 5. Might have got it there. There might be a little bit of gap there just to hit that yellow, or he might come cushion first.
Cross double. Not sure he meant that, but he snookered himself.
Sure. So, Dave, as a player, what are you feeling? Are you feeling you're coming off the side cushions, or just trying to maybe go by the black with a little bit of siding?
It's hard. Yeah, I mean, there's almost. It does look like he could clip it off the back cushion. And from that angle, from the TV angle we have, it looked like it was doable. Of course, now they may not put it back. In fact, they have not put it back. Oh, maybe they have.
I don't know if he can put it back.
Oh.
No, he shouldn't have been putting him back.
No, he should not be put it back. One sec.
They're already into it. So just a little bit of a debate here. Just Dave wanted to come out and correct them. The snookers are required. They can't go back. But we can't really go back in time after the fact. If they've played on, they've got to continue on. He's just informing them for future reference. Sure, I agree, Woogie Man. Like, it's just about learning and stuff like that. Just trying to get a solid explanation from it. It all really goes back because we don't have a referee nor a roving referee. If both players can agree on the outcome and fair play, then carry on. But hopefully when Dave comes back into the booth, we can get a good explanation of what happened.
All right.
Actually, I have to do a little bit of scorekeeping here, as commentating and scorekeeping is a tricky task doing together. It's actually just looking at the updated score on the website, which is the true score. Yeah, I apologize, Carl. This is just a little confusing here. I'm trying to commentate and scorekeep at the same time. A lot of things going on, so that's why we need lots of people behind the scenes to help us out. So just taking a look at the...
David Burney's been doing 15-hour days, so trying to commentate and scorekeep. Thankfully, Mr. Burney is just commentating for the TV. Scoring for the TV. The scoring at the table is done differently, so if a mistake is made here, we can rectify it by recalibrating to the table.
My thing is, I just don't know how to get rid of
It's correct now.
that yellow right now. Unfortunately, on our computer software, it's putting the yellow there. You know, Christian has done his match. He's somewhere in the room. Our tech producer here. Hopefully he can give us a hand. But that is the accurate score on the table right now on your screens. It is 47-23 for Jacob. The only just hiccup we have with our scoring software is somehow it's defaulted onto the yellow. And as we can see on our screen, the yellow is safely in the bottom of a pocket. Five-point foul there. That was Jacob's shot. Bear with us, everybody. We're trying to get it sorted out here. Scorekeeping has got scrappy just like this match has. So hopefully we'll just see the result of this exchange here, and hopefully we can update the scoring correctly. We're going to take a note from cloudsnooker.com. That's where you can find the updated scoring, because the players that are keeping score at the table, that software links directly. Okay, so it looks like we're tied at 47. All right. There we are. That is an accurate scoring on your screen there. It is 47-47, and we're on the green ball. Dave, I think we earned our paycheck today.
I think we did. Or maybe we didn't earn our paycheck today, one or the other. This scoring software, when something goes wrong, it's very limiting and allowing you to get yourself out of the hole you dug for yourself.
And you know, they have to, as a player, you have to concentrate.
Yes.
Same in the commentary booth. We
That's
need
true.
to concentrate on the focus at hand. So sometimes it's nice when Mike and Christian have popped in and able to keep the score, but I believe they're in matches right now. So you've got the double D, Dave Daly and Dave Burney in here, doing the best they can.
Muddling through.
And I don't think this is a Microsoft program, right?
You were doing fine until I arrived. Maybe I should just leave.
On the contrary, no, Dave, you're doing a fantastic job. It's just, we get into regaling stories about this great game. Sometimes they're inspired by the chat. People have some 2 cents that they want to pop in, or they're asking us a question that we need to justify, and sometimes that can take your attention away, and the players are continuing on taking their shots, and then all of a sudden we're like, wait, what just happened there?
Yeah. Jacobone, it looks like a pink to me, so it might be the color on your screen.
Yeah, these are fantastic lights, actually. Lippmann lights. You really don't even think they're on when you're looking at the table. But when you're at the table, they light it up greatly. There's no real shadows or anything like that.
Jacob was fortunate there. Very close to winning off. Great shot. Jacob should be able to put an end to it here. This frame at least.
Yeah, doesn't need to do anything fancy. So with that little piece of business there by Jacob, he ties this match 1 frame apiece. So we'll just step aside for a few moments while these players rack up frame 3. It'll be an exciting one, a decider. Go grab a cool drink, and we'll be right back. And we've broken off in frame 3, deciding in this exciting match. We've had ups and downs and all-arounds on the table, even in the commentary booth. The little hiccups we had with the scoring software would appreciate with all your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Really, we thank you. As we alluded to, we're wearing many hats behind the scenes, so we're doing our best just to give you some great snooker action. David Burney's in the booth with Dave Daly. The Killer Daves are here. It's interesting, Dave. I've kind of flirted with the idea, watching a lot of the, the amateur game. We're trying to emulate the pros and stuff like that. But you know how tough these tables are to pot. You ever thought about just breaking open the reds and putting that pressure on your opponent to make a high run?
I have not. No. No, never occurred to me. I think it would depend on who I was playing. I mean, there has been a few times when, maybe we're a few balls in, and it's a slow game where I've looked at my opponent and I thought, I don't think they're capable of a high break. Then I might break open the pack a bit just to free up the game. It's happened a few times, but really it depends on who you're playing.
True. I think if you're playing Ali Al-Assaid, last year's champion, you probably don't want to have that theory of breaking up the balls.
I would not. No. In fact, with him, you do the opposite. Tie up the black as much as you can. So Jacob Owen, I don't know if Jacob Blackie is a Man City fan. He's from... where is he from again?
I think he's from Minnesota.
Minnesota. One of those that begins with an M. Mississippi, Minnesota. I don't know. But... so I'm not sure if he is or not. But I wouldn't hold it against him either way.
He's probably he's coming from Minnesota, a Golden Gopher fan. So that's the university mascot over there in Minnesota. State filled with 10,000 lakes. But we're having some good fun here in the Evergreen State of Washington. In Seattle, Ox Billiards. It's the 2022 U.S. National Snooker Championships. Feel free to come on down. We'll be here all weekend long, even on the holiday Monday.
I don't think he's from Tennessee. But he could be. Originally, maybe.
True. Some people might I'm not from there. I was born there. Like, Dave, are you from Ireland? What would you say to people? Are you from the U.S.?
I would definitely say I'm from Ireland. I got a U.S. passport, but I will never claim to be American, other than for the purposes of immigration. Ooh, that one hurt. That was an unforced error.
Yeah, actually, a few players yesterday were asking me if there's a hardware store nearby. They're looking to get a jackhammer to pry open those side pockets.
They're very tight. They really are. I use I put the cue ball on at the circular part of the D and practice potting the yellow ball into the center, because it's a real test of how straight your cue action is and your sighting. Joseph seems to be coming out all guns blazing now.
Boogeyman 007 said he gave his friend a 70 head start and won. Smashed the balls all around because he know how he plays. The opponent was very fluky.
Yeah. That was a good shot.
Well, speaking of Ken, his trademark phrase, it wiped its feet before it went inside.
Yep, yeah, yeah. Or Alan McManus calls it, it went in the tradesman's entrance.
Yes, Mr. McManus has some great terminology.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when he says he's potted it black and just bursted open all those cherries, ready for a picking. We are in the home of some great cherry pie. Not sure, Dave, if you were a fan of the great TV show Twin Peaks.
Yes, indeed. In
Yeah,
fact,
you-
filmed locally here.
Yes. Did you go out there?
I did, yeah.
Did you go out there when they were filming, or just?
No,
you been out?
I didn't live here at the time.
Okay. Well, they did the reboot or the return, the continuation a few years back.
Did they? Oh, I didn't
So,
know
yeah.
that. It lost its appeal after a couple of seasons.
It only went for 2. Yes, I think they really came out of the gun running, and then I think Mr. Lynch and Mr. Frost had some other side projects that they wanted to do and left it in the hands, and then some of the plot lines got a little silly.
They did.
I think reading a little bit about it, unfortunately, the network thought that it would be more profitable on a Saturday night where they felt their fans were kind of a bit more party people, shall we say, and it was more of a water cooler show. You know, put it on a Thursday night, and then everyone Friday morning gathers around the water cooler and talks about what happened last night.
Yeah. Back before Netflix binge watching.
That's true. But we're really appreciative of all you fans out there binge watching the snooker this weekend. There's a lot of great action here.
Such a pro. Segueing us back to snooker, as it should have. Yeah, Boogeyman. I think that was during the league, Champions League, where neither of them could qualify, so it didn't matter, and they just had some fun with it.
Yeah, I think Stephen Maguire's probably, got a great record, but his claim to fame was one of the strangest shots I've ever seen on a snooker table a few years back in the Masters. Take a look at that, fans out there. If you don't know what I'm talking about, YouTube it up. Stephen Maguire, he's playing Neil Robertson, and it's even just so tough to explain. I think I have to go in great detail about it. But the picture says 1,000 words, so check out Weird Shots Stephen Maguire, I guess, would be a good search.
Yeah. I watched it several times.
Tried to mimic it a few times too,
No,
Dave?
I think that's impossible.
I haven't seen a lot of Joseph, but he's got great cue action. He can make that ball dance around the table.
He's quite quick with his feathers.
A great miss there by Jacob. It's given a door open here for Joseph.
As you can tell from that camera angle change, we have our technical director back in the booth with us. Thank God. I actually thought he was going for the other red there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
It was a strange shot.
Mm-hmm. See if Jacob can punish him here.
It's all right.
Yeah, I almost thought he might take the yellow. Might have had the better angle on the yellow.
No, I think
Come down.
I think Brown was good. It was a good
Yeah.
choice. The angle. You always want to sort of have an angle where the cue ball is going to go into the line of your next shot. And
Mhm.
Brown was a good choice for that.
Ooh. Smacks the table down with frustration. Tight pockets. I think our friend Daryl might have put that link up for that clip that we were talking about, Stephen Maguire with that wild shot. Yes, Boogeyman, American Hustlers. That was a great little piece of programming when Ronnie came over and tried to hustle a lot of people in America.
I hate to burst all your bubble though, but it was rigged. He wasn't hustling anybody. They all knew.
So he actually beat Earl Strickland.
Did he? I don't know. but yeah, the magic of TV. None of what you saw was real.
Suspension of disbelief.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they did know Boogeyman. It came out since, but
It's been a sluggish little match here. Approaching about 2 hours and 15 minutes of match time. See, we had a little delay in frame 2, obviously, just to get that rule straightened out. Were the players aware of that? I know you were down on the floor, Dave, talking with the players when that whole foul miss not being put back and stuff like that.
they're both aware of the rule. They just lost track of the score and didn't realize.
Well, one thing that would help out if we had referees, so hopefully we can get a good program here in America that snooker fanatics can sign up.
Yeah.
Give you a break. I know you did triple duty pretty much at the U.S. Open last weekend.
I did, yeah. I mean, even if some players who are knocked out can help, it's a community sport, and if we could just get some scorers and some refs, the deeper into the tournament we get, we'll definitely have the semi-final and the final refereed, and possibly the quarterfinals too.
Great word you said there, Dave. Community. Let's all work together.
Yeah.
I know some people players can get disheveled by a defeat, but some of them have traveled a far way, and most of them are sticking around, so why not just give a little hand behind the scenes?
Yep.
Because then maybe they can take that knowledge back to their club wherever they are and build up a scene there.
Absolutely. Ooh, that was what you call a fluke. He did not intend that to go in off the pink. So it's pretty fortunate there.
I don't know. There's no emotion there on the cue father over there.
Yeah, he didn't hold his hand up, but maybe he didn't notice that cannoned. He was probably going for the pot, but not the way he achieved it.
He made it an offer the pocket couldn't refuse.
Yeah. You and your one-liners, Bernie.
Yeah, I just wonder, I haven't actually had a chance to look at the group stage for this group, and I wonder if both of these guys are just on the bubble, fighting for their lives.
I haven't studied it, but I want to say neither of them. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they are in a group with CC.
I think Cece and John
John Poon.
are the two that have it in that group.
We also have Raymond McCarthy, who we saw last night, who was very effective over Jacob Lackey here. I think Raymond, does he own the club down in California?
I don't know.
Okay.
Raymond is from Ireland as well, from Cork.
Yeah, it looks like back to that Group D that CC and John
CC and
Poon
John.
are the leaders of this one. So this is kind of just battling out for pride.
Yep.
Maybe they can achieve the bronze medal in their group. But unfortunately, 3 players don't advance. It's the top 2 in each group here at the U.S. National Championship.
Which is a change this year. Last year it was the top 3. There's a lot of people who, if this was last year's format, would qualify, me included, but unfortunately not to be this year. With the larger field, they've limited it to just 2 per group.
I think Boogeyman 007 asks the $6 million question. Why the pockets are so tight when they're on a pot, but it seems like they're buckets when a flute goes in.
It's exactly. Exactly. Especially when it helps your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely such thing as a run of the balls, though.
Mm-hmm.
Over longer formats, the rub of the green evens out between the 2 players. But in a short form match, sometimes one player can get a better rub, and it can impact, the score.
And your psyche.
It can really disrupt your psyche for sure. I've been on both ends of that happening.
Really? I thought there's always the luck of the Irish. Is it good luck or is there so bad
that
luck?
rule does not appear to apply to snooker.
Our friends at the USSA just posted theirs. It looks like Group A has played all their matches. So there's the results there, as you can also find the results on cloudsnooker.com. But Jackie Wee and Ahmad Ali Al-Sayed are going to be moving on to the round of 16. Jackie definitely looked very impressive. So Charles Crouch and Amit Kake and Christian Youngers, unfortunately, they had a good run, but they'll be going home. But actually, Christian will be sticking around because he's our technical director, providing you guys with all these great images, making us sound proper, making the visuals look stunning. So he's doing a great job behind the scenes, and we really appreciate him back here rather than on the table.
Scoreboard right. Let's not forget that.
I was just looking at Group B, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Ahmad doesn't win his match, that looks like you could move on.
No, it's going to be Raymond and Dharma.
Oh, my fault. I didn't see Dharma. Sorry.
They're not in they don't show up in descending order, unfortunately. So I came 3rd.
Okay. I got fooled. Yes, now I see it with Dharma. Be nice if maybe our friends at Cloud Snooker could have that kind of ascending order as it updates.
Yes, yeah. We try and add it to their backlog.
where we're in the deciding frame of this. It's been quite an epic match here. There's 18 in it, and we've got 35 on the table.
Woogie Man, her name is Frances, and she has played one match so far, I believe. She may have played a second match while we're talking here, but no. Christian's saying no. She's played one match so far. Which she lost 2-0.
But they're going to come fierce and quick. It looks like the lower groups haven't played a lot of their matches. So stay tuned, Woogieman 007. You might be able to see young Francis Chow on the TV table.
Now there is a fluker. Brown hit the jaws of the cushion on the middle pocket.
Yeah, because what if you call it, if your intent is to do evil things by laying a snooker, and you don't get the exact snooker you wanted, but the result of your shot is a snooker?
It's still a fluker.
Yeah.
The same way that if you went for pocket A in a pot, and you didn't get it, but it went into pocket B, you can't say you meant it.
I think coming off that jaw is a bit more of a fluker there, because that's just... So it's getting interesting. We'll see if Jacob can nip this frame.
Being a left-hander, that blue ball is getting in his way, I think.
Yeah, he's got a good angle to get down to the blue. What's that old saying again, Dave? Soft, simple,
Slow.
slow.
Simple, short, and slow, sorry.
Thank you.
This is your captain speaking. We're cruising at 37,000 feet. It's the doorbell, for those that are wondering what that sound is.
Well played, Mr. Daly. Or Captain Daly, as we would call him. Appreciate all the great feedback there. If you're liking the stream, definitely share it with all your friends. Anyone that's a snooker fanatic, or anyone that's just looking for some fun cue action to watch.
That was a nice shot. Oh, he snookered himself. So 12 in it with 18 on the table. Should be a relatively easy snooker to get out of. Oh, wow.
They're
very fortunate.
tight middle pockets.
Yes. That's one example of where you're happy to see them being tight.
Yes, Snooker Shed, it has been a bit of a mission this
Yeah.
match. Haven't had it all. Wanted to push that a bit more to the bulk cushion there.
As a... not sure that was the right shot choice.
Yeah, both of them tried that blind cut on the blue.
That was always that risk. It changes the equation quite a bit.
Yeah, Joseph now needs blue and pink. Not sure. Jacobs. He's calling CCU.
I think he's probably asking how far is he allowed to go before it's a foul.
I think actually it's one thing you can ask the referee. I had to look back at the rules. That like if you ask, well, if I take the shot, will there be a foul? I think it's one of those freak occurrences.
I'm not sure. I would have thought no, but I'm surprised every now and then. But given that he's a pool player transitioning, I think allowing him the question is a fair. That was a good shot. Almost went in off.
I'm pretty sure there's probably a lot of great websites out there that there's certain things you can and cannot ask the ref. Definitely know that you can ask a ref, hey, will that colored ball go back on its spot if I pot it? And the referee should answer, well, pot it and then I'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Andy from the Snooker Shed. No, he wasn't the way down to the door because, believe it or not, as commentators, that's also our job is to answer the door. There's nothing we won't do. Now, where is this going to stop?
Not in a good spot. Lower your fingernails, everybody. It is tense on this table. That's right, Snooker Shed. I think I'm going to have nightmares of that doorbell or something like that.
Every time I'm on an airplane now, all I think about is ox billiards when I hear that sound.
Well, you are the captain, Dave.
Now, Jacob is not used to the rest. So how can he hold his nerve with this one?
He's going to go get his moose antler one.
His Batman one.
Batman's a moose? So,
This is a pressure ball for him.
yeah, what a frame to steal. And the match.
And the match, yeah. Oh no! Wow,
He wanted that bad.
he did. I mean, he didn't leave an easy shot, though. I will say, based on what we've seen so far, this is a tricky pot.
Yeah. I think a player on an adjacent table helped him. Was happy with that slam on the table. It knocked a red ball into the pocket on the adjacent table.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he missed it too. He left it safe though.
It's been nice. We've seen a few black ball finals.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, it's there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What a shot there by Jacob. Gets a good round of applause. This mammoth of a match has come to a conclusion. We're going to step aside for a few moments, set up the next stream. Thanks again, Dave. Hopefully you come back. I'm not sure what our schedule is for commentating, but I've appreciated your company in the booth.
Thank you very much. I'll be hanging around. I'm going to get some lunch, and then I'll be back.
All right. Thank you very much, Dave. And we'll just step aside and get the stream set up for our next featured match on the streaming table. Stay tuned, everybody. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 United States National Snooker Championship. We've got a great matchup coming up here with Ahmad Nawabi against Dharma Himanian. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing, but I'm
Hemnani.
Hemani?
Hemnani, yeah.
Hemani, thank you for that. That's a mysterious voice, but you know his great work on the table. It's the champion last year, Ali Al-Said.
Al-Sayed, yes,
Al-Sayed?
that's my name.
Welcome to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Dave. And we're looking forward for this game. And we have a nice match between Dharma and Ahmad Nawabi. And I would say, California against New York.
So a nice
let's see.
coast-to-coast battle here.
Absolutely, east to west.
Now we know you both know each other from New York, but remember, there's no bias in the booth here.
Yeah, no, I know Dharma. I played him actually last year, I would say, in the quarterfinal. It was a nice game. Obviously, he has all-around game. His potting is very good, and expecting him to score heavy in this game.
How are you finding the conditions here at Ox?
It's awesome. I'm very glad to be here, and it's an amazing table, Mike and Chris doing a fantastic job by having star tables, and they all run in perfect condition.
So how are you feeling about your performance so far? We did see you, you were our first match to kick off the tournament yesterday morning. I know you probably want to erase that from the memory box, but...
Trying, it was, I played actually against Jackie, he played very well, but I was, tired, I believe, and it's an early game, usually I'm a night person.
Well, it was interesting watching the match. Jackie was potting quite ferociously.
Absolutely.
But we thought that you might have found his weakness, snookers and getting out of snookers.
True.
And it looked like
he need to work in this aspect. Once I snooker him, I expect to get 8 to 12. Point from him. But as we see, Dharma, he made a really nice long red following with blue. And as we see, we have another red coming to the middle.
So I think we're expecting fireworks here. This might be a swift-moving match. Our last match was over almost 2.5 hours for 3 frames.
Yeah, I wanted to join you guys, but I expect, it will be long. So stayed out, as you see. Here is the red to the middle. You need a little more angle for the blue so he can come back for the red. We'll see after blue, like the end of the break.
So as long as Dharma doesn't lose 2-0, moving forward, he'll win Group B and punch his card into the knockout phase.
He played a fantastic game against Raymond Fang, and I don't know what was this shot, but he should be fine.
Well, both these guys have not been on the TV table yet, so maybe just a little nerves in the system.
Honestly, TV table, definitely a little nerve, and it play a little bit, different speeds than the other 3 table, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, this is, I've been playing, the match, my second game in the 4 corner table, I logged a couple of big breaks, 60 plus and 50 plus, so I was more comfortable, in the other table. So we'll see if we make it back to the TV table, we'll find out.
True. But it's always tough in these, best of 3. Obviously, you don't want to lose a frame, then your back's up against it, so...
True. You play tight, and you try to, protect always the lead, and...
Yeah, I think a longer match, it could be free-flowing in the beginning. You might see those centuries a bit more.
Absolutely.
But best of 3.
I'm looking for even best of 5. It's short race. Race to 3. It's definitely you have to be alert in every shot. So your brain maybe doesn't think for the break building as much. You just wanna go into lead and to protect it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wow. We see now Abigat try a nice long shot, and he missed it, and he got a little lucky with a nice safety. Wow.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Shot of the tournament, one of the shot actually, though, but amazing
Definitely.
shot. Yeah, he should be able to make blue and go around the 3 cushion back to the red. Here is 1, 2. It's always about colors, like stop the cue ball from coming back. So definitely he should see it. They change the height in the cue ball so he can avoid it. Lovely part. Excellent. Excellent. And he got a little angle for yellow to the middle. What do you think, Dave? Should he go for it, or?
If you've got the confidence,
I feel
it's early.
excellent. Amazing part.
And right side on this red ball uses right side on the blue, but
As I said, we're supposed to see an amazing game here from Hermione.
it's amazing how many times those have not got into those side pockets, but he was right on accurate. Fantastic shot.
Obviously, he feel very confident after he beat one of the top seed, Raymond Fong. So he should be super confident with most of his shots now. Shinsen.
The commentator curse.
Sorry, Darm. Yes, it's always.
And Ali, you have the great distinction of being the first American ever to play in the famed Crucible Theater. How did that feel?
It felt great, amazing. Dream actually came true, for me. Really wanted all my life to play over there and to show my, ability to play the game. Just, sadly, last year it didn't go the way I expected. I played against a good player, definitely. His name is Wayne Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost had him, but just I started with tough red to the middle. I shouldn't. I would say, always play safe, till you get settled down, and then you can go to show your skills, but maybe I rushed a little bit with the crowd. I always play for the crowd. So sometimes it works, sometimes, getting close. So, because once you start missing, definitely
it's got to be tough to settle those nerves. You're in the holy grail of snooker. Anyone that picks up a cue and plays this game has that dream of playing at the Crucible.
I would say, honestly, the legend, Cliff Thorburn, told me, Ahmed, you will be shaking, relax. So the first shot I had, honestly, my arm was going right and left. I was, come on, Cliff, in my mind, actually. I wish he told me, just calm down. But he said it before it happened, and then I was like, wow, that's why he's Cliff Thorburn, definitely is a legend. And my coach, actually, he gave me a couple of pointers, I know Cliff for, say, 15 years easily, or 17 years through my club, New York Athletic Club. And we have a great facility in New York Athletic Club for snooker table, and most of the top professional snooker players been to the club, Ronnie, Henry, Ken Doherty, and
Great.
Cliff definitely come often, and they are definitely my sponsor and my family.
I think you're definitely a trailblazer here in America. I think a lot of boys and girls are going to be looking up to you, and one day I could be like Ali.
I hope so, thank God. I'm holding the record, and just to switch my cue, I'm playing with Q-Tech at the moment, and I feel it amazing. Carbon fiber shaft,
Yeah, you don't see that a lot. Yeah.
Honestly, I brought it with me, to England, and a couple of professionals actually try it and they love it. So down the road, I feel like will be the thing to play with.
And I noticed you wear a glove with it. Have you tried playing bare hand with it, or is it?
I did in the beginning, but sometimes the heat, from the lights, so your hands start maybe sweating. So it's better to play with the gloves to have the consistent,
Mhm.
smooth feeling, so it doesn't, grab in your bridge. So, but I recommend everyone to try it out. It's really, really good cue.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about in the booth. It's a personal game. It's what you feel comfortable with.
Absolutely.
Your cue might have a severe bend in it, but you can make it work.
Once you adapt, honestly, you should know your equipment and how to play with it, and that's why come to practice, to find out, your stance and the basics and how's your cue, with certain shots, with power shot, draw back, and, top spin.
I think he just feathered and hit the cue ball there.
I believe he did touch it. Maybe someone was moving.
No, Nawabi was just feathering, and he just little touch. Well, that's great about our sport is the etiquette there, where the players know to call the fouls on themselves. I don't know if you know Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
Charlie, I remember he was in a tournament once, and he was down on the shot and popped up and went back to his seat. And we're all sitting there dumbfounded. But a little piece of his shirt touched the ball.
Wow.
And it's a 4-point foul. So
We always encourage, obviously, all the players to do the same, it's an etiquette and gentleman game, and so we're trying always. Here's a nice pink coming, maybe. It's gone for yellow. On to the red. Nice shot. Little hard. So as we see, now I be, need to focus more with his replacement, a cue ball in the right position. Okay. Gonna play safety here.
to do it again. That's twice that he's done that.
Wow. It's a little tense, I believe he lost a couple of matches, he's lost previous matches, so it affects his mental game at the moment.
We'll take a look at that Woogie man.
Wow.
Just making...
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of this shot, Dave?
That last pot?
Yeah.
Oh, impressive. Very, very impressive.
He should make a pink now in the yellow pocket. Little screw back, and he should be in a perfect shape. Can he pull it? No. He just play it to pot a pink, and he will take another long red. Woogie man. I think it's my voice or Dave. You can help us here.
Yeah, it's really important. We want to give you the best sound and picture on the stream, so it's good to chime in if anything is a little amiss. We've got a great technical director here, Kristen Youngers, and he's jumping on it. He's giving me the thumbs up. He's looking into it, so hopefully it's sounding a little bit better.
Okay, let's see here. Dharma in a perfect position. Dumite will see a good break here. Okay, here is a break of 9, and he might will take blue and go around the table, coming back for the red. Come on, Dharma. He should definitely go around. He played tight just to pot the blue, so as we see, it's not a positive shot here, so he missed the blue.
Yeah, those blind cuts are always so tough. You're going to lose a little control of the cue ball as well. So, but hasn't sold out completely. You're always going from one side of the table to the other. It's a long pot.
Wow, great shot now, Abby. Just again, like controlling the cue ball. He needed to bounce, so he might will try a safety, or can he cut the yellow? I guess safety it is.
Yeah, kind of tough that he had his cue ball tight to that ball cushion there, so couldn't really do a lot of work with the cue ball. Because that's the name of the game, control that cue ball.
Absolutely. That's why we spend lots of hours just to figure. Oh, another firework from Dharma. Like he's always good to see some good shots.
True. I think you'll have to call him Mr. Longpots when you get back to New York.
Whoa, another firework. It didn't work. He tried to open definitely the two red, as we see, but the angle wasn't, like helping him. So
Yeah, he just gave a little smile to the booth to us after that shot.
watch Brown. Now he's too close to the ball, as you see with his vest, and he should see it and hit it harder a little bit so he doesn't leave the red in the pocket. This is like it comes with experience, and this is what I was trying to say. Players should think where is the object ball will go, or cue ball as well. Like
it's interesting, so many things to think about, but when you're down the shot, you don't want to think about too much.
you just want to make the shot, definitely. But again, like honestly, it's the way I try to teach and give my lesson. Always think 2 shots, and when you're down, you keep your eyes at your line of aim, and just the shot you think about while you're up, not while you're down. Definitely. Here's a nice cut, obviously, from Dharma, and he set himself for another red-pink coming.
Looks like he's got a good yellow off this pink to get up to the yellow.
And hopefully we'll see a clearance after that. Just he got like a top blue and brown, I would say. Lost the cue ball with this shot touch. He wanted to be higher a little bit, few inches. Should be good. Lovely shot. Come back for green. Still see it. Expected him to make this green, but where is the black going? Where is the black going? Oh.
I don't think that's trademark, so.
No, this is a trademark for Fergal, right?
John, as long as Dharma,
I believe
doesn't
Dharma
lose.
Himnani, yes. I would say to John, yes, he won his group, definitely. After he beat Raymond, he should be through as first in his group.
but you can definitely check out all the results and all the standings in the group on cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com. That will have everything up to date.
Okay, for everyone to know, there is 25 point, Hermione in the lead, Dharma, and wow, again, another firework from Dharma.
True, we got to get a thesaurus in this booth. All these impressive shots.
I love it. So now he would now be, like require snooker. He need like 1 or 2 snooker to come back. I would say 2 snooker.
Yep, 2 to win. We can roll up behind the pink here.
Need a little nice touch. Lovely shot. Lovely shot. Oh, it's perfect. As you see, he puts a brown right by the cushion, so it's a small ball. And amazing. Amazing. I would say Dharma been practicing this shot back in New York. What do you think, Dave?
I think so. A few times. It's also nice to see in the tournament with the experienced players. They're just showing how the game is played. You know, you see a lot of, little tap on the table, applauding your opponent on a good shot. So I think all the more newer players will adapt that into their game, because there's that little bit of etiquette that we pride ourselves in the game.
Absolutely, like it's that's why I fall in love with the snooker. The etiquette and the manners, and we always try to teach the newcomers. It's a fantastic game, and you definitely show your personality and who you are while you are on the table. What?
Well, when you're at the table, it looks like you have nerves of steel. Just very focused. Nothing rattles you.
I try to keep definitely one of the nice shot again, long shot for Dharma.
Mr. Longpot strikes again.
I believe so. He liked this table, so I will write some notes maybe if I will see him down. Okay, as you see, a smile from Dharma, and definitely he won the frame.
Yeah, 32 in with 18 on.
Okay, I believe now I be, say, okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
I had enough long shots from. Let's start a new game.
Definitely, that concludes for anyone. Dharma takes that one over Hamid Nawabi. Joined with Ali Al-Said. Trying to pronounce it correctly.
El Sayed, yes.
Al-Said.
Actually, you're doing great.
Okay,
You can call
thank
me
you.
Ali, it's fine. I have like all my friends, I have which tons of them. So everyone call me different name, but usually definitely my name is Ahmad Ali El Sayed.
Al-Said. Okay.
Yep.
I'll do my best. I know I've met you.
No, you just add another A. El Sayed. Yeah, just to
Al-Said.
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. It was the first time, I hear it from Dave. The correct way, guys. I know Dave for quite some years now.
True. Yeah, we met, I think, for the first time way back in Burlington, Ontario at the 2017 Richler Cup.
It was my first. I believe I reached a quarter in this. I played. It was my first, and I missed my flight. I came back. I played to clear the color, and I believe I won it. I will. I cleared the color in a really good time, and I don't know. We'll see. I didn't cash out. I believe someone beat me with half a second or so.
I think so, yeah. The stats are up there somewhere on the internet. But,
yeah. No, it was fun. Great tournament, actually, though. And I'm always happy to go back to play in Canada, between, like Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal. Most of the Canadians, they play snooker quite often, and they have the knowledge, and I definitely learn a lot, and always have fun. I got lucky last year to win the Pan America in Toronto. I compete against lots of Canadian, and it was great experience for me. Hopefully I do it again.
Oh,
the Pan America, actually, you know, like it's in
Great.
Toronto again,
yes, it
in
is.
bank shot.
Well, we've got a little BC Open that's going to happen in February,
Wow.
17th to 19th. So
Excellent.
you're more than welcome to pay us a visit, that's for sure.
Thanks. I definitely will.
You might get a few players shaking in their boots.
I would say to one guard, you know, like definitely you need to practice, but the most important is foundation. I have a background in civil engineering, and I believe it helped me a little bit. But I would say always, you know, like to start, you know, like with any, you know, like to build with any, you know, like it's all about the foundation, which, you know, like the basics, which is the grip, the stance, and how to see your line of aim. The rest, you know, controlling the cue ball for one guard, yes, it comes with practice. You know, so you have the feel about the equipment and the cloth, and obviously, you know, like we're playing amateur here, so, you know, like between clubs, you know, like the tables are not consistent like in England, you know, like they play always, you know, like in the same standard, and
True.
they are lucky to have the same standard, definitely. Yeah.
Although when I was in Sheffield, I just missed you over there. We played at this club called Spot On Snooker Club.
Yeah.
And it's a nice club, but the cloth was like a shag carpet.
Wow.
It was wild. And then I got to see actually Ding's Academy, and that's just a beautiful place. 20 of these star tables.
Wow.
So
Actually I did some practice and in Victoria Academy.
okay.
And they have, I would say, also like 10 star table and quite good players. Actually, who's a Chinese lefty, you know, like players. He just won the UK championship. You know, I had the pleasure to play one for him,
Okay.
and I
Remember
knocked
his name.
95 on him. And
Fanchi?
no,
Was that-
I
no,
know one
what?
second. You know, like I know him very well. Zhao Xingtang.
There we go.
You know, you can't miss the name. You know, like he's upcoming, definitely star in the game, and Zhao will be very soon the world champion. If I didn't make it quicker to England to beat him again. He tried to go for another firework and long part, you know, he just again lost the cue ball in the middle pocket.
Yeah, I come from a filmmaking background, more artistic, creative world. So if you were watching my game, you'd be like, what kind of shot has he got going on there?
Let's see, you know, Abby, you know, like if he will come with this long shot, I would say, you know, like again, he's behind. He should play it safe, I would say. You know, like he's going for this long part. And where is the cue ball? Okay. That's interesting way to play safety here, but you know, I'm sure Dharma will go for to cut the red right next to the black, as you see. Yep. And as we see the experience, you know, like now I need to play more often to replace the cue ball better.
Yeah, when you go mention about practice, if you could let viewers know, how much time do you spend on practice a day?
Like honestly, I give lessons, and I always, you know, like when I go and I give lesson, you know, like I go through my technique, and it always I found it helped me a lot. So once I give lesson, the session right away, if I practice, I'm playing like really good.
Okay.
Yeah, like because again, you know, I go through the technique and how to approach and the steps, you know, and how you should be looking between the cue ball and the object ball. So all this stuff I see it, you know, like once I speak about it and I'm back to the table, you know, like I shoot very well. I would say, you know, like definitely professionals, they play 8 hours and stuff. No, you don't. I don't see it like that, honestly. Like nowadays, like I change my technique a little bit, and you know, I see like 1 hour it should be enough, you know, just to keep the arm going, you know, because the shot is the shot, and we all know it, you know, for like good players. You know, just you need your eye to be working correctly and, you know, have the feel of the table. Nice shot here from Dharma. Okay, he's in a prime position, guys. And hopefully we see a big break coming. Okay, perfect. Little short. He needed like an inch again. This game is all about, like millimeter right there. Like he just needs a cue ball to go higher a little bit. So it's a natural position for black. But again, top spin cannon, and he should be good. As you see, he stopped it early. Like he made the red in the near side of the pocket. So. Excellent shot.
Oh, that little Mark Williams under looping shot there.
It's a standard for Mark. Actually, I get the pleasure to play him at my club, New York Athletic Club. Like
Great.
in 2018, and hopefully he's coming in December. I'm looking forward, Mark, and I tweaked my game, so I'm ready for you.
Is he just coming to New York, or is he going to do a North American tour?
I'm not sure, like we've been in touch since he came, and hopefully he's, he will stop end of the year for the.
We'd love to see him in Vancouver.
I will. I don't know.
And you?
It depends of his schedule, definitely.
Mm.
Because nice shot. Okay, he's back to the red. As we see, he get lots of power in his cue action. He overhit it by quite a bit. So let's see what's in his sleeve here. It's a tough shot, as you see. Wow. Wait, come on. End of the break, but it was a nice 27 point or 26 point from Dharma. Wish that he kept going.
Just shows how tight those middle pockets are.
I missed one yesterday, cost me the match, obviously, against Jackie, but yes, the table play is a little tight, but amazing. Okay, Dharma back, and as you see, it's like a practice match for him, which is
always dangerous when it's
Like
free
against a
flowing
strong,
when
yes.
you're going against someone like that. He's punched his way in the knockout round, so he's just kind of.
he's super fluent, as you see, and he's been playing. He knows the game, and he's definitely one to watch out, for the tournament. Dharma, a good friend, actually. I know him for years and years.
A little prediction here. Good friends off the table.
Yeah.
Battling in the finals, maybe.
I am looking forward if I can make it. Best tomorrow. I usually, start to slow and put different gear, as I go. But, and this is a problem I was trying to do, at the Crucible, but usually didn't help me at all. I should start from the beginning, full concentration, and, but had a bad start, but I came back and I secure my second place in the group, and hopefully we go to defend the title. Actually, it will be a record, so far, I won it last 3 times,
Okay.
pre-COVID, and so it's 3 years in a row, and that's my actually record to beat.
Okay.
I won it 3 years in a row before consecutive, so it would be a nice gift for my baby, Mr. Omar.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have a newborn baby.
Great. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, just to make it 7, and maybe I turn a professional and you guys get rid of me here in the States. No, I have lots of support actually in New York, and my family, my wife, actually great support for me. I call her my coach if she's listening.
Yeah, talking to the famous coach Nick Barrow. You aware of Nick Barrow?
Absolutely.
The snooker gym.
Good friend. Actually, he's coming to New York soon.
True. He's coming to Vancouver. He's also coming here to Seattle.
Wow. Yeah. He's doing around, and actually, he will be actually at New York Athletic Club.
Great.
Yeah.
He gave some, just great piece. He was playing, but he just felt, I've just jumped down to 99%. And to be a professional, you have to be 100% committed, just fully into it.
Yeah, definitely. It requires a lot. And actually, there was a question: what is the difference between professional and amateur?
And it sounds like you have a great support system. Your wife is, fully backing you, knows you have a passion for the game, so that's great to see.
Absolutely, just to keep your mind in the game, and with the support that I'm getting from the two families that I have obviously my family, and I have the other family, New York Athletic Club, and now with another family coming on, UTEC. So thank God I have lots of support, and I'm happy and lucky to have this kind of friends around, and the support.
So you've done so much. How did you find this game of snooker? How did you get into the game?
I started, I would say, 20 plus, back in Egypt, actually, where, I born. And I used to play pool, and, I just went with my dad. He had a meeting in a private club, and all of a sudden there is two amazing snooker table belong to King Farouk.
Okay.
Yeah. And just, the game inspired me right away. I took 2 shots, and I made it, and wow, I saw how difficult and the challenge is the pockets, and I just wanted to be, play more, and, find more about the game. And all of a sudden, I won the national under 21, and I played my first World Championship representing Egypt back then. And I believe I made it to the quarterfinal. I lost to Graham Dot, which is professional. He ended up by winning the tournament, and I was leading 3-0. I have this
world champion as well. So
absolutely. So I found myself. I'm there. Just I was studying civil engineering, and I had actually 2 sponsors wanted to take me to England and work on my game a little bit, and they threw me in the tour back then. But my father actually said, no, finish your college. And it was a private civil engineering college, and thank God I ended up by having my bachelor, and but here I am, I love snooker, and this is what I do for a living at the moment, and
great.
Lucky to start actually, and to find about snooker, and hopefully more people in the States involved more with the game, and it's a really interesting game. I would say, any pool player, if they play snooker a few times, they will fall in love, and they will see more and more in the States playing.
It's interesting. I back up in Vancouver, I was playing. All of a sudden in the club, this man from Kenya came in, and he was telling me that they have a lot of clubs in Kenya, and it's the whole package that they play different clubs. They'd be valued on how the tournament was run, who won the tournament, how the food was in the club, and they have these little battles. I don't know, is that the same in Egypt, or?
I would say, there is lots of private club between, the 2 major cities, Alexandria and Cairo. And yes, we do have leagues, we used to play leagues. So every Friday, during the weekend, we go and compete between them. And it seemed like in England, so it was really different class. And I found, snooker in the Middle East is growing, and it's very strong, all this Emirates, Bahrain, and they really invest a lot in snooker by bringing coaches from England. And actually, first time I met Nick Barrow, it was back in the 90s, and I met him in Dubai. I ended up by winning his student, but it was amazing, just to see how they are serious, to know and they get all the knowledge about the game. They bringing, like Nick, like from England, and he moved to Emirates, and yeah. Here is nice cut blue, amazing Dharm.
True, he definitely knows his way around the table.
Absolutely.
He's looking tough.
Yes, like he gave me a really solid game, like last year in my club, and actually he almost, like pulled the win. It's just this. It's always tough to play at your home, like, and all the support, and you play tight. You really want to win it, to beat the record as well. Like I was matching record with a legend, Tom Collins, and this tournament definitely an honor, for his name, and we have a lovely trophy. I just actually joined the board for USSA, and we have amazing vision to how, like, improve the game and increase it in the States, and hopefully, like Aija, between me and Aija and Raymond, and we have Alan. Actually, Morris would like to say hi to Alan. Will come up, like keep posting, like lots of good news coming.
Yep.
So everyone, watch out, USA coming very soon.
Good to see.
The game is still in the table for whoever. There is like 51 points left on the table, and you always count it by each red by 8 and the 27. So we have 24 plus 27, it's 51 point. And any snooker player always think how many points left, and like what, so you think about it's a winning. Chug, that's me, Ahmad Ali, and the defending champ.
True, he's going for the hat trick this year. 3 in a row.
Actually 4.
Yeah, 4
I
in a
made
row.
3 before, so like that will be 4 in a row.
Jeez, the Stephen Hendry of America, right here.
We'll find out. Finger crossed. There is always, like tension in the arm, and like pressure. Like I really, obviously, it means a lot to me, and like to win the first Tom Collins trophy. Like it's. I don't want to think too much about it. I just want to be loose and just to go and play my game, and definitely if I come in the top, I win. Great. If not, all the support for whoever like beat me.
Yeah, just like when you're having a game on the table, you can't get too far ahead. You got to focus on the matter at hand, that ball right in front of you.
Absolutely. Twice we see Nawabi, he really needs this red, like, and if he succeed to make it, he get like 3 different color. Come on, over. Again, like the basics, I would say, Okay, so that's another 4 for Dharma, and from here I would say he should end up the frame. We had a quick match here, as you see, Dave, right?
True. What happened? I blinked and missed something almost.
The match done. Okay. Obviously, it's the right position for pink and blue, so it will be easier to go to the other red right next to the pink. So, like, again, thinking 2 shots ahead, it's very important, and or 3 shots ahead to begin with. Like it's always red color to red. Thanks, Chuck. I will do my very best.
Oh, Ahmad might have a case here. Looks like Dharma's rolling up his sleeve. Both of his sleeves. Is that an infringement on the dress code?
I would say, like dress code is very strict, but we are in the groups, so usually you should keep your sleeve down, I would say. What do you think?
I think you should keep it down. And I think,
More classy,
but,
I believe.
with snooker not being, we're just growing it in America. So I think there's some leeway, as we've seen throughout the tournaments. You just don't want to punish a lot of players because unfortunately, they might not come back. That's the problem. So give some lenience to the players. Say, just remember, this is a no-no, but we're not going to penalize you too much.
I will try to speak to him, about it. And since I'm the director for USSA, I believe it's one of my role to talk, and hopefully the players didn't take it back from me. That's okay. I would say, he will shake hand here, or not. He missed you badly here, right?
True. As Chuck says, just make sure fly is up. It's always important.
That's another way to say it. I love it. Okay.
So 43 in it, but 35. So 2 snookers to tie for Ahmad.
I would say, Darman. Lovely try. It would be tough to take 2 snooker from Darman.
Mm-hmm.
But you never know.
Yeah, there's not a real great color ball to get behind, not one that's just off the cushion. So
Honestly, he should go. He should go behind yellow and green. This is the toughest area at the moment. You see, But
and with that final red, there's always the chance of the free ball as well.
Yeah.
So
I would say he will roll it soft here to the pocket and just. Excellent shot. As we see, he, I was talking actually to Dharma yesterday, and he changed the tip to,
wow.
and I feel like this tip is working great for him.
it's a gutsy move. You don't see many players mid-tournament change their tip.
He did actually, though. He didn't find, the ones that he has, it grip in the cue ball, and he ended up by changing the tip, and I see him, playing good with the new one. That was weird, Mace, but it did he snooker him? Almost.
But there's handshakes right there. So
Here we go. He had enough, as we see.
It's quite a quick match there. Lots of fireworks there. Ali, thank you very much for joining us in the booth. Maybe we can do this again.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. That was great, and looking forward, and good luck to all the players, and to me. Hopefully I make it to the final this year.
Well smoked. Well, get out there and give them your best, and thanks again, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Thank you.
So thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. We're just going to step aside and set up our next match, and we'll be back momentarily.
Test. And looks like we're back. Tommy Collins here versus Raj Bansal. So let us know if you still feel like we were having some audio issues earlier, but it looks like our camera's back. Camera microphone is back, so we should be good to go. Woogieman 007, hopefully it sounds a little better. We got some room audio going now, so. Wow, nice shot there. Managed to screw it back. Don't know. What are they doing about the miss rule if there is no ref? As of right now, it's a little bit of a player honor system, but players are kind of reffing themselves basically through the group stage, and if there is a dispute, we have some people in the room that we can maybe help to resolve that, but for the most part, players are keeping track of their own foul placements and all those things, etc. Meanwhile, Tommy Collins showing us more of what he left off with late last night. I think he was our last match of the night yesterday, so we didn't have too many viewers watching, so we figured we'd get him back on the table. I know he's had a few friends that asked for him on the stream. So here he is. I believe the trophy is named after his father, Tommy Collins Sr. Sweet. Thanks, Boogeyman. Yeah, if we notice the audio go down, we can always just go and replace the batteries again. Shouldn't be an issue. Thanks for looking out. Hey, Donal in the chat, by the way, we got a shout out apparently in the Talking Snooker podcast for our coverage over the women's event. Canadian Mike, commentator, and a few others. Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. We'll have to check that out. If you can give us a link or something, we'll see what this is all about. You know anything about Talking Snooker podcast?
Canadian Mike, commentator, and a few others. What is this? Oh, I didn't know on the Talking Snooker podcast. I did know we did get a shout out on the Snooker Scene podcast with Dave Hendon. I know that was involved, but yeah, I haven't tuned into the Talking Snooker with Sean Murphy, but thanks for the heads up, Donal. We'll definitely take take a look at that, listen to that, and that's always great to hear.
Yeah, Wookie Man is Francis So game on 6:30 our time in about 30 minutes ish. Yeah, I believe she's in the room, and it's a matter of matches finishing and tables becoming available. I don't know what order it is right now. Let me check. I believe her match should be coming up soon. Yeah, update on the upcoming matches. So it looks like we've got 4 matches to go before Francis plays against Arif. So it's still going to be a little while. Believe sure match is supposedly scheduled to start in the next 5 minutes, but I believe we're a little behind. So I'd assume probably within the next hour or so we can see Francis getting on the table. Hey, Dan Peterson in the chat, well deserved. Yeah, you were here to help us get this all started, Dan. So much appreciated. Big shout outs to Dan. Recently moved over to Arizona, but we'll see you soon for the Nick Barrow coaching session coming up. That should be a lot of fun. We're gonna have Nick Barrow in town. He's doing a little bit of a USA tour. Hey, how's it going, Archit in the Twitch chat? Check out ArcSign Gaming. He plays a little lowly known game is called Wormmate. Go check him out on Twitch, Facebook. ArcSign Gaming. Another supporter of Ox. Yeah, so it looks like we got Tommy Collins and Raj going back and forth. Don't think I've missed too much of the score. Looks like we're up to date. We got William Crouch sending a shout out to Charles Crouch on Facebook. Hey Archit, I think I signed up for Saturday. I don't think I signed up for Sunday because I think we had league maybe. I'm not sure. I think I did Saturday. Either way, I'll be here probably. Yeah, William Crouch, Richard, looks like relative of Charles Crouch. I actually played him in a match earlier today. He was able to take me down 2-0. Strong player is Charles Crouch. Fun playing him, good guy. Just got to meet him and talk to him a bit.
Hello, everyone there. I apologize. I just needed to take a little food break. I actually got my lunch a little earlier today. So, glad to be back in the booth. It's David Burney here at the 2022 United States National Snooker Championship. Got a great match here with Tom Collins. His father, actually, the trophy is named after doing so many wonderful things for the game of snooker in the US of A. And he's doing battle with Rajneesh Bansal.
He also goes by Raj, I believe.
Raj,
Yeah,
okay.
so if you prefer that, whichever works. Wait, are these goodies for us?
Oh, yes, I did see that, Francis. I think she's trying to woo us and cheering her on, maybe.
I see, okay.
But, she tells me that they're wife cakes.
Yes,
And
very
that's-
tasty.
It's a sweet thing, and then there's husband cakes that are savory.
Yeah, exactly. Tried some yesterday, actually. They're like a puff pastry, and the filling is made of winter melon and sesame seeds. Pretty tasty
Winter
stuff.
melon.
Yeah, winter melon. It's very common, I think, in a lot of Asian food, especially desserts. You ever had a bubble tea, even? I think there's some winter melon bubble tea flavors out there as well. They're pretty popular.
Do you remember? I've only had one experience with bubble tea. I was working on a film called American Pie: Book of Love. So American Pie 7 actually worked out into the series. And a fellow coworker, we had a little downtime. She's like, "Do you want a bubble tea?" And I'm like, "Well, I've never had one." So she ran off and brought me back a coffee bubble tea.
There you go.
And when it was finished, I was just jumping around the room, that's for sure. Made quick work of a 12-hour day, that's for sure.
Nice. Yeah, bubble tea, also known as boba. Pretty good. Tasty stuff.
Yeah, here on the Pacific Rim, on the North American side, we do get a lot of Asian-influenced cuisines and treats and drinks and all that good stuff, so we appreciate that. So thank you, Francis, for bringing us the treats, giving us the energy to carry on and hopefully commentate on your match soon, because there's been a lot of interest in the chat for young Francis to get on the TV table. She was there last night, but hopefully she can get on again today.
Yep, we'll have to see. I think our match is coming up in, I think 2 or 3 matches away from being ready. So, yeah, if timing works out, we'll see.
Yeah, just with the philosophy of the roll on, roll off kind of idea, just in these early stages, the round robin of the tournament, it's always a fight against time to get all the matches in. We've got a lot of great people working behind the scenes. Well, we could use a lot more, that's for sure. You've probably, some of you have tuned in, sometimes scorekeeping, commentating, you hear the doorbell that we have to attend to. Sometimes we have some player concerns as well as they come to the desk, and when you're looking sharp, they think you know all the answers. But, so it's always a battle against time. You don't want to be keeping a lot of your volunteers around for too long. It takes a real passion for the game for all these people behind the scenes to stick around, because it definitely is long days. I think yesterday went from about 9 a.m. to midnight. So, but yeah, we're live here at Ox. We're glad you're tuning in, whether it be on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch TV. Definitely search out Ox Billiards, and you'll follow all the great snooker action of this U.S. National Snooker Championship. And feel free on the chat to let us know where you're tuning in from, or if you have any comments or questions. Christian is with me, so if you have any technical questions kind of about putting a stream together, what that all takes, he is beside me and he's willing to answer any questions.
Yeah, for sure. Anything you got. We also have Arcsign Gaming in the chat, who's a avid online gaming streamer, so a little bit of a different world, but a lot of similar concepts still involved.
Yeah, I think with the Oh, thank you, Woogie Man. Yeah, we had a little hiccup with our mics. We had yesterday, I think, the stream actually froze a little bit. So there are little things that we're ironing out, but we appreciate your patience with the stream. But yeah, coming with these days now, some of this equipment isn't as expensive or exclusive as it used to be in the past. So
Definitely.
I think you can really set up a good system at your local club.
Yeah.
And then,
Especially in a post-COVID world. I mean, it's been very popular to start streaming and live video calling everywhere. It's seems to be the way of the future.
yeah, so definitely, reach out to Christian. I'm not sure where they can find you, Christian. You want to let them know? And maybe they can fly you down to Sao Paulo in Brazil,
Yeah,
and
go
you can
for it.
set up a stream for them.
You can just email me at christian@oxbilliards.com. That should be no problem.
Because you are doing a great job here. Just looking at the chats throughout the weekend, Christian, a lot of people have been really appreciative of the high, great picture quality, the great sounds. Created a lot more bass in my voice, which I think people like to hear.
Like to hear the bass, huh? Okay.
Yeah, normally actually I'm a high-pitched talker. You know that, right?
Oh, Dave, oh, Dave.
That was really nice. In our last match, we had the defending champ Ali in the booth, and it was great to hear some good insight of him from a player's perspective. And the first American player ever to play at the famed Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, England. It's a nice cut there by Tom. Yeah. Ali was representing the US of A at the World Seniors World Championship back in May. Unfortunately, it didn't come out successful, but this game is, you got to lose first, and that teaches you a lot of how to win.
Yeah, the multiple camera angles, Dan. We got a little bit of a different setup too. We're constantly adding new angles, new things, and we got this nifty angle over here on the side. We get to get some close-up shots of the balls and get in amongst the pack and see what's going on. And only more angles to come. It should be slowly but surely continue to get better.
Yeah, you guys are always stepping up your game here at Ox. Probably the next time I come down, there'll be pocket cams.
Hey, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, good idea. I think those are pretty popular in the Pro Tour from what I've seen.
They are, and you know what? One thing is interesting on the Pro Tour, and maybe we can start a little chat in the community out there. But the Hawkeye viewer, did you ever know about this?
The Hawkeye viewer. I think somebody talked about it yesterday, where something about like seeing the path of the ball post action or whatever. It's kind of like an augmented or 3D.
Yeah, when obviously there's a little stand and the player's trying to look at the shot, it would create a 3D rendering of the table, and you could look around and see if the cue ball passes and stuff like that. But it was quite prevalent on the Pro Tour for a number of years, and then all of a sudden it just kind of went by the wayside. I'm not sure if it just not sure why that fell off. So
cool. So it's like it allows you to see even before they take the shot whether or not the ball actually passes or not.
And it's mostly just for the viewers.
Yeah,
it's not for the players, that's for sure.
Yeah, I just find it interesting. It's cool to see that. I guess it kind of shows you what's the farthest most point you can hit maybe on the rail or something like that.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure if you YouTubed and
Yeah.
just Hawkeye Snooker Camera, you'll see the demonstration as a picture says 1,000 words.
Yeah, we'll have to check it out for sure. Meanwhile, Tommy's played a pretty good snooker down. He's a little bit behind in this frame. But the one cushion escape being that close is pretty difficult, I find, sometimes. Just to judge the actual angle. So, a little bit of a chance of getting some points back in this frame. He's not out of it yet, though, right? It's only 19 behind with one red. And where's the cue ball gone? I think you got to put him back, right? Oh, yeah, Woogie Man says, yeah, we're replacing the balls in snooker. Yeah, we have a plan for that, too. I'm thinking about doing some kind of transparent overlays to kind of, take a snapshot of the table before the snooker starts and then do an overlay, and then you can kind of go back and see what the comparison looks like and just match the ball to the ghost spot, you could say. Ooh, nice touch there. Almost fouled.
Yeah, and it always, excuse me, takes a team to put it together, because obviously when you look at the pro side, they have the referee at the table, and then they also have a marker, a scorekeeper just off table, and they have the ability to look at the monitors and get that kind of philosophy of that snapshot before the snooker to get all the balls back in the right spot.
I think it would be really cool, actually, if we could maybe provide the referee a tablet at the table. Then it's kind of a one-man show. You can just, walk around. When you see the snooker possibility starting, you take a snapshot, and then the ref at the table just, sees a live camera feed alongside the other one and can kind of adjust that at their own will instead of having another referee telling them take a step towards the pink spot, step towards the blue spot. I always found that a little bit strange at times.
But as you've probably seen, it's tough to do multiple things at once. So sometimes those referees have to fully concentrate on the match at hand.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then there's that learning curve of learning it all. But hey, as we've always said, baby steps.
Yep. Just continue to improve. That's all you can do.
Mm-hmm.
And over time, it's just going to get better and better. Looks like a brown natural safety here. Long snooker, but you fancy him to make this contact one cushion.
That's interesting. The game of snooker, I think it's the only game I've seen where a referee has got a round of applause from a packed audience. I'm trying to remember the referee's name, but a player was in a snooker, and sure enough, they went in and disturbed a lot of reds after they hit the colored ball, forcing them a foul. So there was a respot to go on, but reds were everywhere, colors were everywhere. I think it took about a good 20 minutes for the referee and the marker just to get everything right.
Yeah, wow.
And the applause was well-deserved for the referee. It might have been Miss Marcel Eckhart. I'm not too sure, the German referee.
Okay.
But feel free, if anyone in the chat room remembers that event, you can correct me if I'm wrong on the referee.
I find there's been a few instances, actually, probably where we've had referees being applauded for their hard work, but I don't know that it always comes from simply spotting multiple balls, but sometimes just dealing with a specific player who maybe doesn't care for the referee all the time, or maybe he's giving them a hard time different times. And not to name names, but I think we know some players that tend to give referees harder times than others and stir up some conflict.
Yeah, I wouldn't mention Alex Higgins' name. Oh, did I just mention Alex Higgins'
Oh,
name?
Ronnie O'Sullivan, right? Oh, what was that?
True. Ronnie has his run-ins, but he just wants to get it right. But I think Alex was tough, and that fame incident with Alex and Cliff, the Q extension fiasco. There's a great little clip on YouTube about all of that, so I won't spoil it for anybody, but search out the Q extension, Cliff Thorburn and Alex Higgins. Interesting sight to see. I think Snooker 155 could have been Olivier Martil. Great referee over there on the pro circuit, and a great humanitarian, that's for sure. When this pandemic struck, he was quickly over there in his native country on the front lines as a nurse, making sure everyone was doing well. So I got a chance to meet him over in Sheffield this past spring. It was great just to chat with him about snooker. But before we got into the chat, I just wanted to applaud his great work that he did. And that's a
Look at this shot, though.
wonderful
So
shot there. By
Raj had the free ball, actually, I think, and turned down the free ball. Looking at the brown, and maybe the black was a little bit too difficult to pot or something. And he turned down the free ball and now put back Tommy. And now look who's missing the snookers this time. Quite the turn of events all of a sudden. I was surprised when he turned down the free ball. I thought the black was a pretty natural free ball to get to the yellow next. I guess he figured that Tommy wasn't going to hit the ball again. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's an individual sport, so as much as we might have our opinions on what a player should have and shouldn't have done, they have their reasons.
Looks like a second foul and a miss. And he's going to put him back for a third attempt.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do that if I was Tommy. That's not a bad yellow to take on. He's got the angle to come off the cushion, and I guess just the green is blocked by the blue.
The players are discussing something, I believe.
So, room owner Mike Dominguez coming over, cool as a cucumber, listening to the debate here.
Players discussing, so I wonder if it's a respot rule. So 54 ahead. Looks like Tommy respotted once. So Tommy was at 34 to 54. So that would have been a 20-point difference. But there's 27 available. So I'm not sure what the dispute is about, because he definitely has the ability to make him shoot again twice. So I'm not sure what the problem is.
Likewise, yeah.
Boogeyman sees this waving in the background. Yep, that's us in the commentary booth.
I don't know about that. I think we're more of scratching our heads because we're not too sure what's going on here.
Yeah, so at least from what I remember, Tommy was in a snooker. He kicked at it once, missed. Kicked at it a second time, left a free ball. And I believe Raj decided to put him back in at the new spot. After that, Tommy had made a kick shot, made contact with the yellow, and snookered Raj back. So now that Raj is in the snooker, he's shot once and missed. He's been put back, shot again and missed. And he's trying to put him in for a third attempt, which I think is totally valid. So I'm wondering what's being brought up at this point. It seems like either something that's like too far in the past for it to matter, or what? Because
there is that instance, yes. If shots have elapsed, then you're talking about things that happened 3 shots ago.
Yeah, you should have brought it up then. I feel like at that point,
you got to bring it back in the moment.
Yeah.
When it's actually happening.
But if I recall that stuff, then it doesn't seem like anything was necessarily wrong to me. In terms of any rules broken or anything, I don't think anything went incorrectly.
Well, Raj is a little bit upset, it looks like, by what the result of this has happened.
Yep, it looks like this is the third and final respot attempt.
Maybe in the interval we can...
third attempt, second respot attempt.
Of this frame, just to find out what the issue was there. Actually, Mike Dominguez, who was at the table hearing that whole interaction, has come in to the booth and is giving the lowdown to Christian. So Christian will be back to report to us what happened between Raj and Tom there.
Got it. So I don't think it was anything to do with actually what was occurring. I think both players, realized what's happening. But think it was a miscommunication amongst the players. You know, they're kind of refereeing themselves in a bit in this group stage. And I believe the question was how many fouls versus how many putbacks. I believe the question was asked how many putbacks was understood as how many fouls required to come back. And I believe there were no fouls required, from what I understood. So I don't know exactly what it was, but it seems to be like a miscommunication amongst the two players in terms of how many times they're allowed to be put back or whatnot. But I think we're going to have Mike Dominguez on the job. He's going to referee this next frame just to make sure there's no incidents amongst the players. So we don't want to have to worry about any of those issues.
Yeah, hopefully cooler heads have survived, and the peace is going to be kept, and Police Chief Dominguez coming to the table just to make sure everything's on the up and up. Yeah, I know there has been some incidents on the pro scene where actually I think the great Dave Hendon actually spotted a foul and nobody else had seen it, but they continue to play on. And it's a bit interesting, obviously, because the markers are also, scorekeepers are listening to the broadcast so they can hear, you know, what we're saying or what the commentators are saying over there in England. So it's all about working together to get it right. I would hope that, you know, as much as these players, you know, they want to get it right, they've got to realize that we're stretched a bit thin here behind the scenes. We don't have referees on each table. We don't have scorekeepers at each table.
Where's this cue ball going to end up? Oh, man. Almost lost it. But yeah, I know what you mean exactly. It's even with this stream, we got two people running the whole show, so then we got some guest commentators here and there. These are long days, a lot of matches going on. We got 36 players in this field, 37 I think. Maybe one dropped out. Yeah, a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that people may not be aware of, but we're making it work. Hopefully delivering something positive, beneficial to the audience, and let's keep improving.
Yeah, at the end of the day, with the stream and with our commentary and all that stuff, what we're wanting to do is give you people great entertainment, give you a little breath of fresh air, you know, get you to see some great snooker action, maybe hear some great tales, maybe a few jokes here and there, great insight from players that we have in the booth. Just, you know, life can be a crazy thing sometimes, so we're here to just give you a break from the everyday and jump into something, well, to the usual person, it might look a little abnormal, but I've never met a snooker player that is normal.
That's true.
So we're all glad that you're tuning in wherever you find us, whether it be on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch TV. But it has been a really great tournament so far. Jamie Miller, tournament director, has really dug in. I think this is one of her more bigger tournaments that she's done, and she's handling it like a pro. She has good support with, you know, us giving her a hand and stuff like that. And
she's a grade school teacher as well, so I think that experience, you know, boasts itself in this environment. Because I won't say any names, but I know snooker players and pool players can tend to act around the grade school age sometimes, but you know, we got it all under control.
That would explain the meter stick right beside her. Oh, I'm sorry, I mean the 3-foot stick. I should check my measurements and what country am I in.
I think one side has meter measurement, the other side has feet here in America, so you'll find both sometimes. Looks like what Tommy needs snookers now.
Yeah, it's with 18 on.
19 difference.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
only one.
Yeah.
Problem is still this pink. It's not ideal for Tommy, I'd say. I think Raj likes where it's at because A, it's not a good ball to hide behind, and then B, even if Tommy gets the one snooker, clearing up this table is going to be pretty tough afterwards. So
True, yeah, you want that pink ball, I think, just a little off the cushion
well, now
for snookers.
what about this, where he pots this and actually busts it open in the next shot, and then he plays snooker with just the black? I mean, he's practically playing snooker with just the black anyway. He's just doing it with the blue instead of the pink. But if you were to have potted that blue and opened up the pink and then started playing snookers with that, I mean, might not be the most advantageous because it gives him one less ball or one less chance to play it with. But
Exactly, yeah, like it's, a flip of a coin there. I think sometimes it comes down to comfort, what you're seeing there. Yeah, because sometimes, there's that extra ball that your opponent could cannon into. But then the less table, you actually had to hit that ball, so swirling around. So a lot of factors come into play. And as we see with the wide variety of players, different skill sets, it just always comes down to comfort.
Yeah, exactly. I guess it's my engineer brain talking, just trying to be as efficient as possible with every single possible shot. Definitely not easy to do per se. So a little bit of a battle, going to go back and forth here. Watching Tommy's match from last night, I could tell he's quite the more conservative type player. So he definitely knows what types of shots to take to kind of keep his opponent at bay. So you'd expect him to make kind of, quote, the right decisions on a lot of these snookers or snooker attempts. But we'll see what he's got.
Thanks for tuning in, Wayne Wakeman, and glad that you're enjoying the broadcast. Much appreciated. Feel free to share it with all your friends that are snooker fanatics, or maybe they're not at all. Maybe you just need to open up the door to those friends and show them this wonderful game. It's a great long pot there by Raj. That should probably seal the deal on this first frame. Tom just taking a look at the score.
Yep.
But, the etiquette is just let the
player finish.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, is this sinking in? Is he making this ball? It looks
It is.
close. Nicely done there. Oh.
Ooh, a little
And
miscue there.
A little bit of frustration there, but
He won the frame, but yeah, that's. We'll look at it though. So, a little break here. Mike Dominguez is talking to the two players just to make sure the communication is correct, and we'll just step aside for a quick little break. But we'll be back as cooler heads settle for frame 2. And we're back here with frame 2 action between Tom Collins and Raj Bansal. So Mike, referee Dominguez, just kind of now just monitoring this match. It seems like it was getting a little escalated.
Yeah, just a little nerves. I think a miscommunication, along with the frustration of missing a few snookers, can tend to rattle the nerves. But on to frame 2. I like having a referee on anyway. Oh, he missed it on the way in, and he's a straight keyword because he missed it on the way out as well.
Yes, that's true. Tom's been around the game. He can definitely cue the center of the cue ball. That's definitely something that I struggle with.
Yeah, Ark signed in the chat. Archit saying, perfect cueing indeed. He came just on the slight close edge of that ball, and it came back the same exact way.
I think isn't it to the left? I don't know if he was.
Yeah,
fully-
he had a free look at it. I'm pretty sure
He could have gone straight through. So yeah.
he went straight through. So he definitely had a view at both the balls. I would say it's probably a shot that was not expected that he would foul and miss, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Mike just didn't necessarily.
But Tom's just
think
been
he
around the
needs to
game.
see
He
it.
just wants that thin cut on that red.
Yeah, I think it's about in the same spot. It's just a little bit farther back in my video feed. I don't think it was actually a full ball snooker either, right? So if he had fouled a second time, it would have been a warning from the ref.
That is correct. That is correct ruling. You know, if there is a red ball on and you miss twice, you'll be warned by the referee. If you miss again, you concede the frame. As well, when we don't have a referee in the room, the players are doing a good job of that, of warning their opponents of it.
Ooh, nice pot there. Raj throwing some strong putting in a
Yep.
few of these.
It is, it's dry reading, but anyone that wants to get in this game of snooker, I always say, pick up that rules book and just get informed.
Yeah. And get it from the source, too, because a lot of people get this kind of he said, she said scenario of like, oh, well, I always play with these rules. I thought that was the rule the whole time. But when you only get your information from people who tell you a certain set of rules, you're not always necessarily going to be right all the time, or you might end up in these situations where you thought something was a certain way your whole life and find out the rules say otherwise officially. Oh no, he potted that black. That's unfortunate. Don't know if it actually passed. I was a little surprised that he took it on. I guess it must have had an edge where he could go in off the black, maybe go cushion in off. Not sure though.
So I'm just going to cut off this red ever so gently. Give it some pace and get back into ball because he's going to get by that blue. He does.
Now both these players have only played one match so far, so still seems like the group is pretty wide open. Believe we've got Group E: Stephen Wong, Shakib Karim, Kevin Quay, Raj here, and Tommy. Looks like
Yeah,
Stephen
definitely.
Wong on top of the group. Is that right?
It does look like it. And looking, at the standings where you can find on cloudsnooker.com, just taking a look at it on our other monitor. This is actually big importance here between Raj and Tom, because the winner of this puts 2 matches to the good, and that would tie with Stephen Wong atop in Group E.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I think Stephen Wong has yet to drop a frame in this group, but I don't think he's played either of these two players yet. So that could also mix things up a little bit. So still a lot of snooker to be played in this group, and the rest of the bottom half of the groups that are left.
yeah, most of the higher groups, I think, have moved on. They've some are going home and some are sticking around for the knockout round. So we got a little business to do on the bottom half of those groups.
Now Raj's in a tricky spot. So he potted the red, right? He's only on the black as a color, but he's just really, really high on the black. So what's he gonna do here? We got Snooker 155 in the chat. Yeah, I think the Cloud Snooker scoring for some reason got out of sync. I know exactly the two matches you're talking about. Actually, I know for sure the Yusuf Aldalo and Jacob Lackey. This match for some reason didn't have a frame that was logged correctly. So Cloud Snooker, I think, is not showing the correct results there. We do have the correct results in our tournament director score sheets. But yeah, I'll have to reach out to Ajay and try to get that fixed on the website so it reflects the accurate score for everyone out there. I don't know about the second match, John Poon versus Raymond McCarthy, but I'm sure it's something that we're aware of, and it's a slight mismatch, but believe we have the correct results from what I understand on the score sheets the players have. So
Like we say, it takes a community to put all these tournaments together, so we appreciate for your 2 cents out there. Snooker 155, all the way in Deutschland.
ooh, we took on that red. I guess it's relatively safe up table. There is a red up there, but not super exposed.
Just wondering, Snooker 155, are you familiar? Do you know the great female player, Diana Schuler, hails from Germany?
Oh, yeah. She was here for the World Women's event, right?
That is correct. And she also worked as a tournament director with Matt Hewitt from WWS.
Oh, look at this shot. Oh, I think he's left the potting angle still. Good attempt, though, because it's a nice little wall the yellow and the brown provide for basically the whole table. It's kind of in a big V shape coming from the bulkhead. I think he's going to take on this pot. Oh, we went from the corner. Okay, so you can see a lot more of that. I thought he could only go on the side.
Oh, look at that. We do have Diana tuning into the stream. It must be late back there in Germany. It's 3:30.
Diana Schuler in the chat. Thanks for the shout out over on Facebook. How's it going, Diana? I didn't get to meet you, unfortunately. I was on some vacation stuff, but next time I'll get to hang out with you and all the lady snooker players. I know you guys y'all had a blast when you were here. Sad I missed it, but a lot of good snooker from what I could tell remotely watching the stream. Boogeyman says, was the lady brushing the tables a player at the club? Not sure.
I believe that might have actually been Jamie Miller, our tournament director.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Jamie. She was on the stream, I think, brushing a few of the tables in between matches. Doing a great job out there.
Yeah, good little crowd that we've got here at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. Here in the neighborhood, feel free to stop by. I don't think it's the greatest day outside, actually. It looks like a typical autumn day here in Seattle. A little overcast, a little bit of rain. So why not come indoors and join us for some great snooker action. Got cold drinks, a few little snacks, and some top-notch players doing what they need to do on the table to try and hoist the Tom Collins Trophy come this Monday.
Yeah, Diana's looks like it's midnight 30 over there. Yeah, midnight over there, so a little bit of jet lag. Yeah, next time for sure. I'm glad you guys had a blast. And we look forward to next year's event. I'm sure we'll be doing it again.
Actually, yeah, I think Jamie made her snooker debut in last week's U.S. Open. So I just can't remember if she popped up on the stream. She must have, as we did try to get all the players in the tournament. That's one thing that we do strive for with these matches, with these events, is to get all players in the early stages onto the TV table. Sometimes things just don't work out, that we can't make it happen because there's a lot of matches to get through. And the availability sometimes goes against us. So we hope to get your favorite players on, but we do apologize if they don't. But hey, snooker is growing in the US of A, so and so is our streaming. So I think you'll eventually at some point see these players.
Well, nice little pot there from
It was to Tom Collins.
Tom Collins with a K, from what I understand, right?
Yeah, I guess his actual surname is Konolowski.
Yeah, Kalinowski.
So,
But he's the one or his trophy commemoration is, we named the trophy after, which we gotta get that trophy out at some point, maybe post it out there so everybody can see and know what they're playing for at some point. Maybe just on the bracket stages, maybe. Get it on the live stream. We can get a good little close-up shot of it, maybe. It's one of our...
Sure, we can't give all our secrets away at the beginning. We got to attempt and bait these viewers.
That's true. Yeah, the trophy looks mighty special from what I could see. I saw some pictures of it. I haven't seen it in person yet, but it looks pretty sweet from the sneak peeks that I got.
Don't worry, audience. I'm there with you. I haven't had a chance to see it. All I see is a big cardboard box, and it's definitely a big box. So I don't know. Is this trophy mimicking the Turkish Masters?
Right? Don't know. It's pretty wild. It's got to be good in that case. Ooh, watch out for the corner. Pots that. Mike Dominguez on the job. Officially trained as a Snooker Canada referee, I believe. So.
Yeah, Mike came up back in 2018 when we had the great Scottish referee Michaela Tabb come over. She took on 15 students in Vancouver, I believe 16 in Toronto, showed them the ins and outs, shared some tales of all of her experiences over on the pro circuit. Yeah, and hopefully more and more people can come out and referee. You know, it's got to be a little bit of a labor of love at the beginning right now. You know,
oh, yeah.
We don't have all the sponsorship in the world, you know, to pay people their actual rate. But it's always good to get experience.
We're doing our best, trying to build it up. Eventually, hopefully, we'll get some training sessions here at Ox and get some trained referees for events like this. Yeah,
someone in the stream yesterday was reaching out to maybe get Desalava over to do some refereeing. I think she might be a bit out of our budget, but maybe in our budget to come over and do some referee clinics.
Yeah, definitely.
But sometimes it's just getting a bit tougher because the circuit and snooker on the pro scene is almost getting close to being year-round. They do have a little bit of a break after the World Championship.
Yeah, in the summertime. That's when we were able to snag Judd and Ricky in the past, I think, because they had a little window.
Yeah, it's come a long way, that's for sure. I think way back in the early 2000s, the pro game was in a tough place. As they, I think, only had maybe about 6 tournaments. So thanks to the great help of Barry Hearn, he's really done well to promote the game and really expand it.
Yeah, Woogie Man, I hear you out there. Yeah, adding a super chat in the YouTube stream would be cool. Just got to set it up in the process of doing some other stuff as well. But if people want a tip, for sure, you can always, I think, Venmo us, even at Ox Billiards Venmo. You can go look for the link. I'm not sure if it's in our Facebook, YouTube descriptions or not.
So what is a super chat? I'm more of an analog kind of guy.
Super chat. I think it's a way of actually sending donations to the person streaming. And then when you send a donation, you get a little bit of an alert show up on the screen, or the streamer can set up whatever they want for whenever somebody donates X amount. Oftentimes people will say, $100 donation or higher or something. You'll get this massive takeover of the screen and everything freezes and stops, and everybody in the streams kind of recognizes whoever's donating a large amount. But it also will just show random small donations if people want to donate a few dollars at a time, etc. Helps keep things running. So definitely need to set up those things on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch. Just part of the big to-do list to do. That's all.
Good to know, Dr. Snooker. He says you need 1,000 subscriptions.
1,000 subs. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of these actually have requirements for subscription counts and also follower counts, right? I think if you can gain so much in each category, then you sort of become affiliated with the platform. But yeah, just trying to build it at this point, trying to build the following and the popularity around it. It's the main thing.
Yeah, I was getting a little worried there. 1,000 subs. Sorry, I've already had lunch, so I'm all right.
And it looks like the players have a slightly incorrect score. I'm going to go see if I can try to fix it really quick. I'll be right back.
Sure. So best of 3 match right here between Tom and Raj. Quite important here. Both these players are sitting at match one, and Stephen Wong is in their group with 2 matches won. So the winner of this match will catapult themselves into a tie for first in the group. And the top 2 players in each group will be moving on to the knockout round tomorrow. Top 16 matches will begin at 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time over here on the West Coast. So calibrate your clocks and watches accordingly. 9 a.m. But still a lot of great snooker action here on day 2, moving day.
All right, looks like we got the score set up. Yeah, we got a few different scoring devices going on. We've got a little bit of a sync issue because we've got a really sweet overlay here on the stream, but we got to make sure that's in sync with the Cloud Snooker scoring system that Cloud Snooker set up by USSA and Ajaya. That's how he's using to kind of manage all the matches and see where all the scores are live online. And it looks like their score got a little bit out of date or incorrect, so just helping them out and make sure the score is correct, but Mike's got it figured out. I think we're good to go.
Yeah, I think Raj is just a little unlucky. That was a great shot coming off the pink and bursting open those reds.
He made the pink, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the pink was on its blue spot, so coming down and opening up the reds.
Yeah, some solid potting here from Raj. I think it might be between, this group seems to be the most competitive from what I can tell. I know a couple of the players. I saw Stephen Wong shooting, and obviously he seems to be the strong one out of the group. But after that, Shakib, Kevin, Raj, and Tommy all seem to be pretty close to each other in terms of from potting ability and what I've seen of these players in terms of their potential. Kevin actually was part of our Washington State Snooker League. We started up recently here at Ox in Empire. He plays at Empire, I think, CC's club over on the east side of Seattle, across the water in Bellevue, Redmond area.
Feel to correct me if I'm wrong, but if we do have any tiebreakers, I believe it goes to a head-to-head, how the players went against each other.
Tiebreaker, I think, is a frame differential and then high break.
Okay.
And then I think if after all that's tied, then there's probably a playoff at that point. But not actually sure.
nice little break by Raj. Short little compact shots. Really helped with that pink off the blue spot. He really opened things up. But he's got a tricky black here to continue things. Nice pot there.
Yeah, looks like he's on a 37 break as of right now. Or no, 36.
I think our good friend that came in the booth, Ali Alaseda, has the high run of the tournament so far.
El
with
Said?
93.
Yeah. No, 93 is actually incorrect from what I heard. I think he's around 66 or 68. I think that's the high break of the tournament.
We'll have to check out cloudsnooker.com, as that has all the stats, live scoring, the standings in the group stage. So we know a lot of you out there watching on the stream have access to all the computer tabs, so feel free to chime in. We always depend on the kindness of our fellow journalists out there.
Yeah, looks like Snooker 155 clearing up for us. Matches one, then frame difference, then frames one total, then head to head. Okay. Yeah, I know it still says 93. I'm not sure there's a way to change that or not, but I think the I'm not sure if the 80 also for Jackie was that a legitimate high break? I think it was. The 93 I know is not. I think
Yeah.
I think Ali had a 66 is what he said.
Okay.
I think they actually recorded both, like, two breaks back to back accidentally. And then that was what looked like a 93, and I think he just logged it by accident in the software. I'm not sure if it's possible for us to edit it or not, but from my understanding, it's either Jackie's 80 is the current high break, or a 66, I think, from either Jackie or Ahmed. I think both players have been high breakers regardless in terms of the tournament so far. I'm not sure what the next highest breaks have been. I don't think people have gotten past 50 from what I understand. I'm not sure though.
Sure. Maybe we'll just, when this match comes to a close, we'll check in with our tournament director, as she has written everything down the old-fashioned way.
Dr. Snooker's giving us the goodies. Looks like a 61 for Raymond Fung, 66 for Ahmed. Yeah, I think the 66 is his actual high break in this tournament.
So Tom just stepping aside so our referee, Mike Dominguez, can just take a look and see where the white ball will be respotted if a miss occurs here.
Looks like contact to me. Nice.
Not a bad shot there. It's always a tricky part of the game when you're snookered. It's one thing to get out of the snooker and hit an object ball. The other thing is to at least make it safe, not to give your opponent an easy pot to start a high run.
Raj playing pretty well in this match so far. Not sure if he's just letting out his frustration and letting his game speak for itself, which I think is honestly always the right call whenever things get kind of heated.
Yeah, you see a lot sometimes with players be quite chatty when they're winning, but they're quick to be quiet when things aren't going their way.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Nitin Mehta with a 58. Oh, actually, I might have seen. Actually, I don't know if that was 58. Actually, I think he might have scored it twice because I was watching his match with Francis, and that's the only one that he's played so far. And I think he might have done the same thing where he accidentally entered, like a 20 and a 38 together, and then made it look like 58. So I'm not sure about Nitin Mehta's high break. John Poon, I can't speak to that, but yeah, some decent high breaks, but tight tables, so not sure. My money is on that not many people are going to be breaking a century in these tables anytime soon. But we'll see. Could always be surprised.
Yeah, it might open up a little bit, when we get into the knockout stage. As much as there is a lot more to play for, but these tight best of three, no one's going to really open up and free form and kind of go for things. But I think if we're going to see a century, it's going to be early on in the frames of either the round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, or finals.
Yeah, kind of like a little bit of a lower skill player, leaving stuff really wide open for one of the top seeds, maybe.
True, and also these top seeder players, they have a way of once they get a red and a color, then they'll get another red and color, and they really start to know how to develop more reds to increase their break. That's one big difference from the beginner to the more seasoned player.
Yep, makes sense. Meanwhile, Raj is trying to close out this frame. He's got a solid lead, 44. And definitely still have more than 44 on the table, but it's getting close. If you make a couple more of these reds, these two reds that are kind of in the open in the middle of the table, should be looking good to take this frame. It's got nice position here, nice angle for it.
Yeah, 50 in it and 59 on the table. He's got a nice little spread on the bottom. I think he can run through to be on the black. This isn't looking good for the Tom Collins fan club. Having one frame of loss over him. He's not out of it, but
uncharacteristic miss. Looked like he was going to take this frame out, but
he does have a saving grace with that red on the cushion to the left side, as Tom needs to take these three reds, all with blacks and the colors, to force a black ball respot.
Just a tie, huh?
Just a tie.
Tall order. Second, he's already framed down, too. I think he tries to break something out here. It looks like he may be trying to manipulate the cue ball a bit. It's a little risky if you ask me. I don't know. Kind of has to, though. Or you could just take the pink, knowing that you have to kind of go into it with one snooker required.
It's important pink here. He needs to sink it.
Oh, no. Now he's definitely in snooker required territory.
Yeah, trailing by 50 with 43 on the table. Like if he was going to miss Tom, it would be better to miss on a red than a color.
Yep. That's kind of always one of the funny things I find about snooker is like, I made a ball, but if I don't make this ball, or it's a specific ball, it could actually hurt you because that's the only time it's available. It's kind of a strange conundrum.
So the room's getting a little bit more active as the club is actually open. It opens up at 3 p.m. So we've got a few pool fanatics in the room just playing on the pool table, so you might hear a little bit of extra noise, a few clangs and bangs of balls, and shouldn't be too nerve-wracking for all you guys out there.
We've told them they're not allowed to do any breaking practice. That's all. So as long as people aren't breaking constantly, I think we should be good. I think about half the pool tables should be open for today if you're planning to come by to play pool, so just be aware of that. Oh, interesting shot there. Whenever that happens, I'm not sure if it's ever planned or not. Do you think people actually plan that kind of intentional double kiss?
The old parachute shot? Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Mm-hmm. So it's an interesting shot to have just to remember about it.
Oh, look at this. Look at this cue ball, though. Oh, the line was pretty good, but just ran a little bit too fast.
Yeah, I think a lot of these players are not used to the quick pace of these tables.
Yeah.
I think that gives an advantage to the Ox players, that's for sure. All you guys up here in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, a lot of folks overrunning position just a little bit, right? Like we saw, oh, nice shot there. Opened up the colors, too. All the big colors. And we saw, who was it? Jacob. I think he was overrunning a few positions from what I saw. I think some other players I saw yesterday were overrunning a lot of stuff.
Thanks for tuning in. Go for a walk twice, all the way from Wellington, New Zealand. We like to hear when our fellow friends, those Kiwis, are turning in. 2023 is just around the corner. Let's see if those All Blacks can take the Heb Cup. But right now, we're glad you're watching some wonderful snooker action.
So now Tom's in multiple snookers required territory. I think if this red sinks, he'll need 4 snookers at least, and then at that point, I think it's an automatic end of frame, especially in the group stage.
Yeah, we've seen it a little bit. There's been a few matches where that ruling of when you're on the colors and it's, 4 or more snookers are required. But I've seen a few matches where they have been complete runaways, and obviously the etiquette thing is to concede. But it's a growing process here in America. Not everyone is fully aware, and it is a tournament you want to battle to the end. So I think that's why they did institute that rule on the colors, but maybe there might be something about the reds as well.
I think I found that a couple of times that people were actually choosing to kind of need 4 or 5, 6 snookers, etc., but they're on the red still. And I think it became more about just it was the first frame in the match, or down already. You want to get the arm loose and start making some pots. And I didn't find players were necessarily playing for snookers, but they were actually just potting some balls just to get the next frame ready to go, or be ready for the next frame in a sense. I'm not sure if you consider that unsportsmanlike. I know some of the pros actually do that sometimes. It does technically speed up the frame because you're no longer just playing for snookers.
Yeah, there's a time usually, if you're in that you're so far behind and the frame is out of reach, a player will come to the table and just want to get the arm going, just pot a few balls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But if you're not potting balls, it's, just the proper thing to just be like, all right, let's carry on. I'll take my medicine. Let's get to frame 2.
Yep.
Or 3, whichever it is.
Now, Tommy potted that ball, and I wonder if he's also in that zone right now. Because right now, he's got to make this blue. And would that put him in within 3 snookers? Let's see, difference of...
Before...
If he pots this blue, that gives him 6. Then he'd be at 21. 42 minus 27.
Okay,
15.
The red, correct?
So I marked the red already.
So the blue would be 20.
20. Okay, yeah, so 23.
And that's 43.
43.
27. So that's 16.
16 is
4
4 snookers required to tie. Oh, he's actually playing snooker right now? Now, I don't know if he notices, but I think this is actually technically end of frame. Oh? As of now, he needed the blue.
Mm-hmm.
So now the difference is actually 21, right? It should be end of frame, from what I understand the rules to be.
Yeah, 6 snookers are required. A monumental...
6 snookers required, and we're on the colors.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like the players are playing on, and Mike hasn't said anything about it, so we'll let it go. But yeah, he didn't even actually get the snooker, it seems. I don't think it's supposed to continue on, actually.
I think our tournament director is just coming over and possibly confirming it, and referee Dominguez is coming over to speak with Tom and letting him know of the ruling.
Oh, I actually have the wrong... Oh, it's actually. I think my score is wrong. 20. No, Tommy made that ball. They're okay. 1 sec. I'll be right back. My score shows 64-14. It's actually 15-63, but it's still 6 snookers.
I think anyway, Slice said a lot of snookers are needed here for Tom. So handshakes all around there. Hopefully these guys can bear the hatchet of a little upsetness that happened in frame one, that is. But Raj, that's a good victory there for the Raj and all his supporters. So that concludes this match. We're happy that you're joining us here at the 2022 United States National Snooker Championship at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. We will step aside for a brief moment, set up the next match, and come back with you with great snooker action. Stay tuned and keep the stream on wherever you find us, whether it be Facebook, YouTube, Twitch TV. Search out Ox Billiards. See you momentarily, everybody. everybody. Welcome back. I guess this frame got started a bit quicker than it took me to have my comfort break, but glad to be back in the booth. It's David Burney live here in Seattle, Washington at Ox Billiards, where that's the home of the U.S. National Snooker Championship. Glad that you're all tuning in on the stream wherever you're finding us, whether it be Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch TV. We've got a great match here with Amit Beeth, Seth, and Reneen Singh. So definitely if you want to it is John. For all the results, feel free to check out Cloud Snooker. That's got all the results from all the group stage, as we're still in the group stage. And there's live scoring there as well. Lots of great snooker action here on moving day. 22 players, unfortunately, are going to have to pack their bags. And 16 will be moving on to the knockout stage. But if we do have any players that unfortunately weren't able to punch their way into the knockout round, well, hey, we'd love to have you in the booth, whether you want to do some commentating, some refereeing, some scorekeeping. It's all very easy. We've got to create a good community around here. We have some great help here at Ox. Mike Dominguez running a great club here. Damien is in the room and he's really helping us a lot. Just keeping us well into the beverages, that's for sure. As talking a lot can definitely make you a little bit thirsty. So much appreciated, Damien. Yeah, do let us know where you're tuning in from on the stream. I know we've got our usual friends out there, Chuck and John, really tuning in. We thank you. But it looks like we had a friend from New Zealand tuning in our last match. That's always great to see. A global game this game of snooker is. And really, if you got a youngster that wants to get into some sports, not a bad sport to be in. As cues relatively aren't too expensive, and usually most of the time when you buy a snooker cue, you have it for life. I guess sometimes it can be a little bit of table time that could be costly, but it's not too bad compared to maybe a golf course. So this is a great sport for the youngsters. It teaches them geometry, obviously addition, great sportsmanship as well, and etiquette. You know, if you have a match, scheduled a match, you got to be there on time. So It's good to see Ashley, our Wallaby friend, is tuned in all the way down under there, home of the great Neil Robertson. I don't know, Ashley, are you in Melbourne as well, where Neil hails from? Are you a man in the middle in Alice Springs or that fun island called Tasmania? Wow, great long pot there. Let's see if he can... I might just tap up to this brown here. You made that look easy. Oh, good to hear. Sydney, great city, home of the famed Opera House. So there's a lot of red still on the table for Amitbith. Sorry, it's a little tongue twister. Just got to actually meet him a couple of days, Mr. Seth. So it's always the challenge sometimes I have. I think it's my challenge. A lot of the players have a challenge on the table, but meeting these players right at pretty much the beginning of the tournament, and some of them are just focused on their game. You don't want to come in and be like, hey, how's it going? Actually, how do you pronounce your name? But I think Jamie, our tournament director, had a great idea of when players are brought into the tournament. Didn't hit anything there, so it was dangerously close to the black. But when players sign up for the tournament, they maybe want to, when you've signed up, get a little bio together, or maybe just a little pronunciation phonetically. As a global sport here, we have many different names throughout the spectrum. We can't all be John Smiths. Yes, actually, I believe there, but from October 1st to 4th, there will be a female Australian snooker event. So look forward for that. I think you can get a lot more details on WWS's website, womenssnooker.com. So running up the table. Unfortunately, that red has just sat over the top right corner pocket. That was a great shot, but sometimes it's tough going that distance across the table to get shape on your next colored ball. So you might just come off the right side of the green, push over towards the yellow.
All right, we're back.
Well, you're back.
I'm
You've
back,
always been
sorry.
back. The Royal
We've
Week?
always been up. Oh, actually, we need to do a reboot of the stream pretty soon, don't we?
That's your bread and butter, Mr.
Well,
Christian.
Yep. No worries. I think the streams cap out at 8 hours based on what we have set up. I think it's maybe a Facebook specification or something along those lines. I'm not sure, but might have to do a reboot of the stream partway through this match. So just be aware of that, folks. All you'll have to do is revisit our pages, and you should see another instance of the stream, or just refresh. If you're on Twitch, you can just refresh the page. But I think Facebook and YouTube will actually post new videos for these. So you just have to go back to our main page and find the live video stream once it goes back up. But we'll wait for the end of this frame at least to reboot it.
You know what I've heard?
What's up?
Someone was telling me that they're following us religiously,
Oh, yeah?
and they subscribe to the page on Facebook and YouTube.
Oh, yeah?
And so anytime we go down on the stream, and when it comes back, bing, bing, like this doorbell behind us all weekend long.
Hey, there you go.
They get notified. So subscribe, everybody.
Yeah, follow, like, subscribe, and you'll get notified of when we go live again. And then I guess you just press the link, right? And then or click on the notification, and then you'll get right back into the stream.
Yeah, something just says, hey, John Smith. They're going live again at Ox Billiards for the U.S. National Championships. So
Nice. Well, I'll have to keep that in mind then.
yeah, maybe some of our viewers, I know John has been an avid watcher all weekend. I'm not sure if you're subscribing, John, but or Ashley that's just tuned in from Australia. Feel free to test out that idea for us. Or if you do already subscribe, please let us know if you do get notifications when we go back live. Saves me a lot of wording when the wrap-up happens, you know. I have to tell them to hold on for a couple of minutes, but they take the words out of my mouth when they hit that subscribe button.
Exactly. There you go. Busted open these reds. I think my score is a little bit off.
Okay, John, you subscribe. Ashley does, and he gets notifications, so that's great to hear.
Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Follow and subscribe, I guess. That's the way.
Yeah, maybe this technology stuff is great. Maybe I should switch from shooting 35 millimeter pictures. Nah, I don't think so. Not going to happen anytime soon. So just going to be ever delicate with this red into the middle.
This has been a death shot for a lot of people. A lot of people have been missing this into the middle pocket, but it sinks it. No problem.
Yeah, not sure if anyone was turning into the match with Dharma, but he made that
man.
Middle pocket look like the size of a bucket.
God. And even some of the corners, right? He was sinking some long pots like nobody's business. Nice.
Yeah, good call, John. I've advanced from the VHS, but I still got a few 8mm and 16mm projectors.
From my perspective, I saw his hand kind of do a little bit of a roll, like he kind of like rolled his wrist as he came through with that. It kind of tells me that he knew he was kind of not quite lined up, and his body was adjusting for him at the last minute, telling him he was going to miss the shot, but didn't listen to it and decided to take the shot on anyway and missed it just by a bit.
Yeah, always tricky when you're up against the cushions like that. As our good friend Bex Kenna was showing us when she was down for the women's event, you just want the short feathering, just small little feathers, just a delicate shot when you're on the cushion. If you're feathering quite long, there's a chance for failure.
So not peacock feathers, but more like chicken feathers? Are you talking about like hummingbird feathers?
Hummingbird feathers would be very quick. That's almost like in the style of the great Canadian player Phil Snake.
Pretty small though, right?
But pretty small, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty small, but not as hyperactive.
What about penguin feathers? Wait a second.
I don't know if they flutter.
Not sure if they actually have feathers, I guess.
True.
Okay. I see
So
what you
yeah,
mean,
the
though.
small feathers.
The small
I like
feathers.
the analogy with the birds. Oh.
Analogy? What? Oh, okay.
Or
Sorry.
parallel.
Yeah.
Metaphor, I guess you're saying.
Metaphor, or just straight literal interpretation of your words, I guess. I think it's my way of trying to be funny, but not necessarily achieving it. We'll see. Chat can be determiner of that. Meanwhile, got a frame. Ronan making a little comeback.
Those always are tricky, those blind shots to the corner, but it's also tricky when you're amongst the balls. If you've got a good break going, those blind cuts are going to throw your cue ball up the table like that last shot did. So not a bad idea for Rainin. Just kind of a little shot to nothing.
Yeah, good coverage with his green. Nice shot there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, where's this cue ball gone? Wow, I thought Shirley was going to hit that green on the way up.
Actually, not really a shot on there. No, everything's a long pot. He might just, where he puts it, he could come onto the left side of the brown, going in between the brown and the pink to be on that red, the left red in the middle of the table, kind of have a shot to nothing. He might have it as well with that same left red just coming beside the brown here.
Ooh, nice pot. Guess he was thinking about it, but
It's actually really nice, you know, he's come up to the table. If he had missed it, no harm, no foul, because there's creating a lot of distance, but I think he's got a great angle on this pink.
pink or blue, I guess. Actually, I don't know if the blue is there. It's tough to see.
Looks like he can get by. But
He's taking the blue on. Looks like it goes.
actually, I like that blue looking. And now hindsight 2020
Yeah.
rolled down nicely for this red. As if he did take on the pink, I don't think that red would have been on that he had. He'd have to come further down the table, maybe towards these reds that are around the black.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier of a shot. It just, those middle pockets can be deceiving, whether or not it goes.
Sure, we just get a little nervous here in the commentary booth just because we've seen just so many shots to those middle pockets that just have not found the
Ooh.
bottom.
Ooh, the rest play. Tough miss there. That would have put him up to 39 versus 15 with on this red. It could have closed out the frame on that break if he had made a few more pots, I think. Nice shot there. Yep, Arun in the chat. You cannot miss that. Unforgivable, some might say. But, hey, it happens.
Yeah, nice red, good roll to be on this black. Got to give it care because it's going into those side pockets.
Nice.
Didn't need to do much because he does. It's a thin cut on this red, but from that angle, definitely makeable. Rest adds a little bit of an element, but all these players know with these 6x12 tables, the rest is your best friend, not your worst enemy. As I think a lot of pool players would think, oh, the rest. What are you using that for? Maybe that's the ego of a pool player. I don't know.
I don't know.
I know you're a pool
I think it's
player,
a little,
Christian.
little bit of ego for a lot of people. I mean, I personally am fine with the rest. I prefer it in some cases. But yeah, I think a lot of it has a little bit has to do with ego. Some folk, I think some colloquial names for it are the cheat stick or the I don't know, short person stick, some people call it. I'm not sure, but I think it's also just an emphasis on the fact that you don't necessarily on a bar table ever have to learn how to use a rest. kind of get away with not using the rest for most shots, so people don't really prioritize it. But in snooker, I don't know. I feel like what would you say? Maybe like 20% of shots, 10% of shots are with the rest.
Yeah, definitely. There's a fair amount
5%.
more on a snooker table, and obviously it depends on the stature of the player. So we had, what was it, Charles Crouch, who was just a giant of a man, and
Lengthy, yeah.
Dave Daly, if you're listening to Dave, no slouch. He's no slouch at the table, but not one of our taller players. But he was mentioning when he was in the booth, he learned to play with both hands, so that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
So that helped him not use the rest as much. And apologize again. Sorry, go ahead.
You said a little over 5'5". Is that right?
I think something like that. I hope I'm not boring a lot of the viewers with some Canadian stories. I know we're in the U.S. Nationals here, but just coming from Canada here, a lot of the different tales. And there was a player up in Canada, the gentleman by the name of Gary Spence. He was playing when he was young, and lo and behold, not little, but big Bill Werbenek noticed Gary was playing and came up to him after the match or the frame and said, "Gary, you are terrible with the rest. Come with me."
Oh.
So Bill and Gary went to the practice table, and they had to play the frame just using the rest for every shot.
Nice.
No matter how close. And now I think Gary's pretty good with that rest.
Yeah, that's what I would say. If you wanna learn how to shoot with your opposite hand, I think somebody was telling me about it. Tom Aiken, who's a member here, he's saying every time you play pool, when you show up, just start with 10 minutes of playing with your offhand. And as long as you put in 10 minutes or so of offhand play, then you're gonna slowly develop and actually kind of surprise yourself and see the results later on when you're like, maybe I should shoot this with my offhand. It just feels right, and then take the shot on, and it just seems to go. Yeah, it's a weird thing when you sort of hyper focus on immersing yourself in the thing that you lack the most of. It sort of forces you to learn it as quickly as possible.
It's also a good practice routine as well. Set up a frame of snooker, get ready to play, and play against yourself, but play right hand against left hand.
There you go. Okay.
Now I'm very right-handed dominant, so I'll look quite sloppy with the left hand.
Yeah. Do you beat your right-handed self a lot, is what you're saying? Or you beat your left-handed self a lot, I guess?
Oh, I beat my left hand like it shouldn't even come to the table. But I should put more of the time in, as you say, because then, you'll start to surprise yourself. As much as at the beginning you just feel like you're completely out of it. You're like, what am I doing?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're in a more of a public place, with some people that just don't know what you're doing,
yeah,
they'll be like, "Oh, what's going on here? You look like you've never hit a ball," because it can look quite awkward when you're using your wrong hand if you're so used to playing with your proper hand.
So our second TV table over here looks like Francis So just put down a pretty solid break. I guess we're switching now, but Francis So, somebody was asking about her earlier. She's playing on this table against Arif Mahmoud. I think she just had a 16 break, it looks like. So 23-1 is that frame. Francis is up in the first frame. We'll keep an eye and check that one out later. Oh, wow. Foul and a miss into the middle pocket. So I think simply based on how far away it was, he's going to put him back, I guess. I feel like you might want to take this out of the D just because of how close that red is to the corner pocket.
Sure, it's going to be a thin cut, but you might be able to come off that cushion, have the pink into the side. So
I think he also may have noticed just how far away his opponent was off on the line, that maybe he wants him to try again because he's not confident that he'll make this on a second chance. back and forth. Safety after safety after safety. Amit seems to have a little bit more experience based on his shot selection, but what do I know? I was taking some weird shots earlier.
Amit actually traveled all the way over to the UK, to England, and took the WPBSA coaching class over there. So,
Oh, really?
Wanting to spread his knowledge of this great game of snooker under the guidance of some top-notch people over there.
Oh, this is a nice shot here. I think he got the full snooker on both balls. Wow.
And the nice thing about coaching, taking that class, it can really analyze your own game. So I think it's a win-win situation, and you can see with Omit's ability here, it is paying off.
Good contact. I think he's left the shot, though.
Yeah, that's so often the case. It's nice to get out of a snooker and just getting the ball cleaned here. Surprised we don't have any markers around. But so often than not, you can get out of that snooker and hit your object ball, but I think 9 times out of 10, you're leaving your opponent on, so it's always tricky when you're tied up behind a ball blocking that path to the object ball.
That's a new one. I haven't seen anybody ever do that where they're using their hand as a marker. Kind of like the webbing of your index finger and thumb. Oh, nice. He busted those balls right open. Perfect cannon there. Just screw back for this last red, and you might be able to put this frame away soon.
He's going to reach for his case to get the mini butt extension, because this looks pretty straight on, and he wants to zip it back to have a shot onto the red into the yellow pocket. So after this frame concludes, the match will still be on, but we're just going to shut down the stream to reboot it so we don't kick out right in the middle of a important moment. So that's a hint to all of you out there in Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Hit that subscribe button, because as soon as we go back live, ding ding, like the doorbell behind us all day, will go off on your computer, tablet, phone, wherever you're finding us, to let you know that we've gone back live again.
Yep, down the rail. Kind of a tough shot. Didn't quite leave it, though. A little fortunate. It's got a super thin cut to make, but don't think he's going to go for it.
Yeah, if it held up a little softer, Omit would have been in a bit of trouble there. So we'll test your snooker knowledge, Christian. Omit wears those interesting inverted glasses.
Yeah.
Who was the player
The player.
that brought that into the world of snooker?
I don't know if that's the one who brought it in, but I know of a player back in the day, who was very popular, who was wearing them. I think I'm not gonna pull the audience on this one. I think I can do it without phoning a friend. I'm gonna guess Dennis Taylor.
Yes, you are correct.
Is he the one? Nice. I got it right.
See, you're turning into a snooker player.
Slowly but surely.
You don't need those 13, 18, 2 balls. I actually do understand that You actually made a game of it against the defending champion, Ali.
Just a little bit. It was a tight one. I've lost both frames, but we were tied going into the brown ball in the colors, so
That's
pretty
not too bad.
respectable, I guess, showing at least. Put some pressure on him. Made him pull out his towel and wipe his hands off a few times. I think he was getting a little nervous, but yeah, great class from Ali Ahmed El Said. Great player. I mean, granted, I was probably shooting the best snooker I ever shot in that match, I would say. Making some insane shots, I would say. But nonetheless, came a little short.
Oh, dreaded double kiss strikes again.
Wow, looks like this table got a snooker situation. I think Arif has put himself in the snooker situation because potted a red. He's on a color next, but he glued himself to the bottom of the pack. So I think he was able to escape by hitting the black there. But now it looks like Francis is up to the table. Those of you who don't know Francis, she's a local member here at Ox. Quite involved in a lot of leagues that we're running, the snooker league that we're having. She played in the World Women's Snooker event last week. Oof, Francis, tough miss there. Didn't leave much though, so not too bad. We'll go back in and check in on this match. Like we said, we're going to be refreshing the stream pretty soon after this frame. As these colors go down. All you got to do is refresh your browser if you're on Twitch, or just look out for the subscription notification when we go live. It should be pretty instantaneously. But yeah, Woogie Man in the chat shouting out Francis. I think she is definitely off to a better start in this frame. She's up 35-3 in the first frame against Arif. So definitely off to a good start.
Yes, Mr. Singh here is in a snooker here, but
Oh, nice hit.
yes, a nice little tap on the table from his opponent just to acknowledge a good shot there. Needs to run a bit. Well, he's left the pot on into these very tricky middle pockets. Good chance here for Singh to nip the frame. It would be a crushing blow to Amit if he was to take it.
Just hit it a little bit thick. This is potable. Still not easy. I guess retracted myself from ever calling any shots easy on a snooker table. Now I call them less difficult shots. Less difficult. Wow. Meanwhile, look at
Lots of balls running on that shot. He might have
on this
left it
table.
on.
Francis has left quite the snooker on Arif. She's up 35-3 in this frame, and pretty strong snooker there. Not to say that he won't be able to escape, but most likely he's going to leave something on. Tough situation to be in this one, I think. Let's see what Arif Mahmoud has. His toolbox. I think Francis 33 up. A lot of reds remaining. Looks like a 2-cushion escape. And does he get it? Oh, he misses. So he's kind of left this red into the left middle. I think Francis is going to take it on. Most likely she doesn't leave anything. And this black is over the top, or the bulk yellow pocket, or green pocket, I mean. Yeah, I like her chances on this one. Oof. Tough miss there. Oh, let's go back. These two are playing chicken with this yellow ball now.
Yeah, they were both leaving each other distance between yellow ball and cue ball. It's a bit tricky, maybe the two cushion or cross bank right here. It's a tricky cut to definitely go into the top right corner. If you cut it in the cross double, could take his cue ball back into bulk. The yellow goes in, success. If not, his cue ball is deep in bulk. But it looks like he's going to take this on. Getting out the big redwoods here. So notice all these players, a lot of them mostly have all the gadgets in their case, whether it's a mini butt or a telescopic extension. It's always better to use your own tip.
Yeah, I actually find that funny. Sometimes you pull out the redwoods because they're so far away from you. Oftentimes forget to chalk the tip. So sometimes I'll go to my opponent and just chalk the tip for them, just because who knows how long it's been for that.
Yeah, that was a tough cut. Tough cut. But he's got a decent cue ball, and actually the black might have come to help him out, and there might be a snooker here. Good contact, but he's left a cut onto the side. With tricky sides here. Maybe he takes the double. Could go through the pink and blue. I'm just going to play safe. Run down the table, give a lot of distance for Singh to cover.
This frame's taking a little longer than I expected to. I think we have a countdown timer. We've got about 7 minutes until the stream will auto boot us off of Facebook. So maybe we just leave it up and running, see what happens. I think Facebook might be the only one that has this restriction. So worst case, you'll just see a notification on Facebook pop up, and maybe the stream will keep going live on YouTube and Twitch. Oh, as I say that, watch that long yellow, and does it get on this green? I think so.
Yes, good opportunity. Mr. Seth.
Trying to clear up. He's 26 up. 25 on the table. We can make this green.
And Brown should really...
Gets a frame ball
his
there.
opponent won't come back to the table.
$21. Okay, maybe he doesn't need snookers yet, but after this ball, he'll need snookers. Oh, no. Frame ball. Rattles it. You have to think he probably knew that was his frame ball.
Mm-hmm. That's just a little bit of pressure.
Yeah. Ooh, does he shoot this gap? Oh, it rubbed off that black. I think there's a window now. He almost...
Yeah.
I feel like he would have gotten it behind the blue, maybe. still.
Bit of a gap between those pink and blue.
Yeah, Rune, I think I have the same question. What is it? What did Dave Daly say? Soft, short, smooth, or something? I don't know.
3 S's, yes.
Something like that. Yeah, it tends to be funny sometimes when you're on your frame ball and you see them rifle it in at higher speed than they shoot their normal shots. That seems a little funny at times.
Yeah, Dave Daly's turning in. Hey, Dave, let us know that magical advice of the 3 S's. I think simple.
Simple. Soft. Short. Short for sure.
Yeah, simple was
short.
there. Short.
What was the last one?
I think it was soft.
Was it soft?
Yeah, because it wasn't smooth.
It wasn't smooth, okay. Ah, that's right. Dave Daly's not that smooth. That's a good point.
Well, I don't know. He's a pretty smooth operator.
Smooth
He's,
operator. Oh, wow. Does that end a frame? Or it's going to be snookers required now, right?
Yes, as a result of the shot. We'll put
No,
up
no foul and a miss
by
rule in this case, right?
25, and there's 22 on the table. Really trying to punch the card there. But it might have got second place.
Yeah, did he hide him? He did.
Become cushion first. Oh,
Oh. Pink to the rescue, not quite. It is down like it's pretty straightforward, so. And there goes the brown. Again, hit it a little bit hard, but, you know, maybe he's trying to just stun out for the blue. I'm more than certain we'll seal the frame.
yeah, he needs 3 snookers. So
Oh, how's the speed here? I think it's going to roll up a little bit. If anything, I might just leave an easier escape. Looks close.
he could come off the cushion. Come first and come into that blue.
Yeah, based on this angle, he could go, yeah, one cushion escape. Maybe just stick him behind that. Oh, we went around it. Oh, no.
Well, do we have another twist in this frame? I guess Singh knew something we didn't know. Elected to play on there. I thought he might have conceded, but this has kind of popped out. Maybe saving grace that it's close to the cushion, but
So no foul and a miss, right? Snookers are still required. He needs
correct.
2 more? 1 more? 24 difference, 18 on table. So 2 more snookers. Still in pretty good shape. I think he just needs to make sure he closes this out. I think for that blue, for example, wouldn't you want to just push that blue just right up against the pocket, maybe? Feels like he wants to close this out with authority, but I don't know that he necessarily needs to. He's been hitting him pretty hard, and then stuff like this might happen, you know? I think that's another full ball snooker. Does he extract the foul? That's the question. Yep, a little wide.
So he does need one more. So now there's 19 points in it and 18 on the table.
Now, do you think he's going to try to pot this, or is he playing another? Yep, he's trying to play another snooker. Just goes to show you, I think in the previous one, if you had just rolled that blue up against the pocket.
So the triple.
Oh, he didn't miss the blue the first time. Interesting. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I think you're right. My score is off here. The players have 29.53 as well. So I think, yeah, I think Snooker won by 155. You're right. Let me just fix that. Yeah, it must have been a small feather contact that he hit. I just didn't notice it on our perspective, but no biggie. So it looks like it's then, yeah, 2 snookers then required in this case, right? Still. And like that shot, don't you just roll the blue up to the pocket? Or am I getting this wrong?
Yeah. You know, sometimes some play the more aggressive way. Some people don't like to go into that book of just rolling it over the pocket, but you know, looking where these pink and black have kind of. Oh, that should do it though.
Now let's see. I expect 8 out of 10 velocity on this one, or what do you think?
Just tap it in. There's no need for pace.
He's gonna screw it back one cushion. Yep, there we go.
You know, he didn't really need
He
to.
didn't
do
need
that.
to.
That really was a risky shot there. You know, he made good on it, but why put that much risk? He must be maybe looking at a different score sheet than we are.
No, I think
There,
these
the
are the
balls.
scores.
And Renan has conceded the frame, so Omid takes the first frame of this best of 3. We're going to just step aside to reboot the stream.
Actually, no, we're good. We don't have to reboot the stream. Looks like Facebook is the only one that had the issue. So Facebook stream has been rebooted.
Okay.
But yeah, we're going to continue live. So no need to refresh your browsers or anything. We're just going to keep on rolling ahead.
Okay, but definitely subscribe. That's a good way to get the notification when we start tomorrow morning and on Championship Monday. But we'll just step aside for a quick little break. So if you need a cool drink or a snack of pretzels, now is your time to do that, as frame 2 will be coming up shortly. And we're back here with frame 3, or frame 2, my apologies. I was looking, it's a best of 3. So, yeah, Omid with Seth took really that last frame, taking that blue, wanted to draw it back. I'm not sure why. Blue was easily his frame ball, like he was ahead. Snookers were required. Blue really kind of just would have sealed the deal, wouldn't have brought Singh back to the table. But Seth gave it pace, kind of gave us a little bit of a heart attack here in the booth. Where's that yellow going? Close, close. Woogie Man, it looks like Francis is up 45-36 to Arif Mahmoud. You can check out cloudsnooker.com for all the live scoring, as these scoreboards they have at the table link right to the website. So as soon as a player makes any kind of score, they punch it in and it pops up there on the website. It's true, TL. These Americans do need a lot of work to compete on the world stage, but it might not be this generation. It might be a future generation that will see a snooker player come from the red, white, and blue. Because when you see the pro scenes, they're just a high step above. But there are some great players in here. Ali Alasei. He was the first American player to play at the Framed Crucible Theater this past spring at the World Seniors World Championship. So I think that at least will open the doors when people start to get aware. Then that really opens the door, and when you get a player on the pro circuit, that can help tremendously. I was back in my native country of Canada, way back in the mid to late 70s. Cliff Thorburn headed over on a whim to the UK to play on the Pro Tour and did quite well. And then all of a sudden, Kirk Stevens, Bill Werbenick, Jim Weich, Brady Golden, Alain Robidoux, Bob Chaperone, the floodgates started pouring through. So it takes one to kick open the door, and then the whole party joins in. So we'll see if we can get that happening in America. I think we're just doing the right thing here, as people are now able to see this great game of snooker. As if any of the American viewers here there, I don't know if they were well versed in the game of snooker before Mike did all his great work here at Ox and the short-lived Bays. Bays was a beautiful club down in the Pioneer Square area, but unfortunately that nasty little piece of business called the pandemic forced him to close up shop. But Mike, with a never say die attitude and a real great passion for the sport of snooker. That's a wonderful long pot. Wow. And he might have a good angle on this yellow to come back down table. You might have, overheard some applause on the stream there, Francis. The Ox player getting a lot of support here in the room. Took her first frame. She actually was on the TV table last night, so if you're looking at a little bit of the archives, hopefully actually at the end of this tournament, Christian, our technical director, has let me know that the plan of attack is going to be going back to these matches and just cutting them up, as individual matches and then posting them up online so people can tune in if you wanted to revisit the finals, shall we say, or a great round robin match that went down to the final black. All of it will be there on Ox's page on YouTube. He could have done with a bit more poise, but I think he's a bit fortunate, but I think that red is pretty straight in line. It's a thin cut to the middle pocket. Only problem is this pesky yellow and brown are just making it for just awkward bridging. Yeah, not electing for it, just getting a good cue ball there against the side cushion. That's not the greatest shot he's ever played. He was trying to do safe there. Not sure what. Thought maybe that red closer to him, just the one below the punch, might have gone into the middle pocket, but these players know their percentages better than I do. So you got to play the shot that you're comfortable with. What might look good to us on the TV table as we're viewing from the monitors might not look good to the player when they're down on the shot. He's left this open, a long pot here for Seth. Just a little overcut. Kind of fluke to say shot with the raise of the hand. Omit this. Apologizes. That's a nice shot there. Gonna get a great cue ball, real tight to the bulk cushion. Well played, Renine. Just hit that a little bit. He's left a red on. These are tricky though. Especially when there's no color pulp. It looks like he has a bit of an angle. He could come off the cushion. Oh, yeah, he's coming off the cushion for that black. But you gotta make sure the pot is in first. Well, we'll ask our technical director when he gets back in the booth, Woogie Man, if they can upload the full match between Rebecca and Jamie Hunter from last weekend. Varun won his first match, or his first frame in a best of three over Nitin Mathai. But you can definitely check out cloudsnooker.com for all the results. There's a live scoring tab that's directly connected to the scoreboards in the room, and there's brackets up there to see where your favorite players are in the group stage. You can see who's moved on, as some players have punched their card into the knockout phase. I'm just not sure how these two gentlemen are standing in their group.
What are you looking for?
Oh, we're looking just for everybody, kind of these two
This
teams.
last group right here.
Looks
Maroon.
like Amit actually has a match one, so
No, Nitin and Arif won their first match.
okay, I'm just looking at Group G here for this. The guys on the TV table
Group
right
G.
here.
Yeah.
And
Ahmed, yeah, okay.
Ranin definitely needs to put this one to the good, but he's down a frame, so this, I believe, is the last match for both these gentlemen. So Omid Seth can take this one. He's looking good to punch his card into the knockout phase. But we did have a question from Woogieman 007, Christian, if it's possible to upload the Rebecca Kenna and Jamie Hunter match from last weekend, the final.
Oh, the final. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into that. Is there something wrong with the streamer? Something missing? If possible, I can only play one frame. Huh. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that. Worst case, we'll just have to re-upload a video. But I think that should be fine. Might take a few days. We got a lot going on, but try to check it out during the week.
Yeah, it's been definitely quite busy here at Ox in the Pacific Northwest of the United States of America. We had the first ever ranking snooker event over here last weekend when the World Women's Snooker U.S. Open Championship took place. And then we quickly turned around, and now we're here knee-deep in the U.S. Nationals. .38 strong in this tournament. That's a good sign to see that a lot of people in America are enjoying the snooker. Obviously, you know, the caliber is not up there of a pro standard. There's some well-versed amateurs, definitely, that's for sure, that we've seen. Arma and Ali, they definitely know their way around the table. CCU as well. The president of the USSA, Ajaya, he's no slouch, that's for sure. But it's a good eye opener, you know, and everyone's here to, you know, help and instruct and stuff like that. And I hope some of our newer players don't take too offense by it. It's just here to help out each other's hands, you know. And, you know, hopefully the seasoned player doesn't lose the cool when they see one of their opponent jumping around in the shot or just swaying, you know. Jumping may be a bit overzealous there, but if you have a player just swaying in the line of your shot, it can be a little bit distracting, and hopefully our seasoned players can just let the newer players know, hey, you know, when your player's down in the shot and if you are in their sight line, it's time to act as a statue. Just pretend that you've locked eyes with Medusa and you've turned to stone. But also another thing, actually, if you're in your club sometime, turning to stone quickly can be a bad thing sometimes. I think sometimes, you know, more often than not, people are walking around and then they all of a sudden notice that someone's down on the table and they stop. More proper thing would be just keep on your business, because if you're walking. Just walking, you just walk by, you don't stop. It's that sudden movement that kind of just jars the player, because the player can kind of focus beyond the shot and just see someone walking by. They're not even really thinking about it. It's when that just change of movement happens.
Oh man, you followed us right in. Yeah, it's kind of depends, I guess, how far away. If you're not an eye shot yet, then you're probably better off stopping. If you're already in line of sight, you might as well just keep on moving. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as bad. That usually happens more often than not right around the restrooms in places. But how Ox has set it up, there is an entrance that comes right down the stairs, and as soon as you enter the room, you're right by a snooker table. So I think the key is just, if you come down the stairs, just keep walking. And
or peek around the corner once you get to the bottom of the stairs. Check down the hallway. You don't see anybody. And just kind of make your way nice and easy. Slow but constant, or whatever it is, just be constant, I guess.
I'm pretty sure if it was a big money game or a big championship, I'm pretty sure there would be a barricade by that entrance anyway.
Oh, yeah.
As I think there is for this tournament. I think players are getting directed into door number 2 here at Ox.
Yep. Oh, wow. Interesting way to get up table.
Yeah, I kind of flirted with disaster there. And that
Yeah.
middle pocket hit the right side of the horn and propelled him into bulk.
Our second TV table match has Francis So versus Arif Mahmoud. Francis with an impressive clearance in the last frame. I think she went from green all the way down to black. Cleared up and took the frame by force. Oh no, another foul. So she's up one frame to nil, but is down in the second frame 24-1. So Arif trying to make a comeback in that match. But 2 fouls in a row from Amit. The first one, he kind of followed it in. This one, a little bit more random, I would say. And he's putting them back in.
Yeah, can you do that in pool? I don't know the rules that well in pool, but obviously in snooker, if you committed a foul, you can take the shot, or you actually can put your opponent back in.
Well, if you scratch or if you go in off like that, normally in pool you get a ball in hand, which I don't think anybody will ever take a ball in hand or not take a ball in hand situation. So I believe you never get the situation where that happens. But I will say there are some games, such as 10 ball, where if you pot the unintended ball by accident, fluke a ball that you didn't call or elect, I guess in that case, you can choose to put your opponent back in if it's a less favorable position. I think that's the only case that I know of in pool where you can put your opponent back on a foul. Kind of an intricate and unique part of snooker, actually. Oh,
Yeah.
flirting with that side again.
Yeah, Oogie Man, Ronnie kind of plays by his own rules, but you kind of have to. Like, within the legitimacy of the rules, you want to play your game. You don't want to play your opponent's game or the ref's game. This looks really nice. Great safety.
Tap on the table.
And maybe just glancing off the right of that red that's near the pink.
William Crouch says, "Let's go, Varun."
Yeah.
He is playing currently. And table Alex, it looks like. It's early in that frame, 7-9. Varun's up by 2 points. Won the first frame, so
Yeah, we got a few players in the Lone Star State all the way from Houston. Made the trek up. Great to see. I think a few years ago they had I think it was maybe the Houston Open. William, feel free to correct me. There was a snooker tournament down in Houston. I do know of a few Canadian players that went down. I can't remember exactly what the name of that tournament was. I think this was pre-pandemic, so it seems like, our minds were working great, and then the pandemic kind of blurred them all. So
everybody thought that things that were a year ago became 5 years ago, and yeah.
Well, that's going to be on all of our epitaphs. We're going to have an asterisk, two years lost to pandemic.
Yeah, basically,
so
yeah.
We're not actually 86 when we die. We're 88 or
Yeah.
84.
I see. Another snooker. Oh, is this going to go in? Where's the red going? Oh, wow.
I think, I don't know if, when Dave was in the booth, I can't remember who made the astute comment, is when the ball's on for these pots, the pockets are really tight. But any flukes, the pockets just open up and become buckets.
Yeah, it seems to be that way, huh? Some shots are just meant to go in, apparently.
But I think with the amateur scene, you're going to see a few more flukes than you would on the pro side, as some of them are not well versed in the game, and sometimes they're hitting and hoping. And thank you to our German friend, Snooker 155. That was the Pan American Championships were played in Houston in 2019. Thanks for jogging the memory.
Oh, wow. 1:30 a.m. in the UK, huh?
Tell me about it. I thought I was just moments ago drinking my morning coffee, and look at it. It's 5:30 here on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's almost dinner time. I guess lunchtime for you in that case.
Mm-hmm. Well, you men, you're absolutely correct. Time can fly when you're having fun. We appreciate everybody tuning in, enjoying the great snooker action of this 2022 United States National Snooker Championship, live from Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. The Evergreen State, that's where we are. Lots of beautiful Douglas firs line this great state.
The the Emerald State, I think. Is that right? I think
you
that's the
live here,
nickname.
but I think
Yeah.
the license plates say Evergreen State, and this is the
Really?
Emerald City.
Oh, it was the Emerald City. That's right. That's right.
Well, Christian is true and true a UCLA Bruin, so he's a Cali boy.
The Sunshine State. Sorry, not that's just Florida. Sorry, the Golden State would be California.
What country are you from, Christian?
The Evergreen State. You're right. That is the nickname.
Well, where was your geography course? I know
Yeah.
you played a mean saxophone. So.
The Golden State is California. I got it right. Don't worry. Just had to take a little while to get there. I haven't lived here in about 6 years. All right, so
Yeah, like great Golden State Warriors, good basketball team out of Oakland.
Golden Gate Bridge. A lot of golden stuff, I guess.
The side pocket wreaks havoc again. This game is, tough enough with 6 pockets. Now they've taken a pocket away, so with that pink. And all the red balls are kind of leaning to that left side of the table, except for one by the blue.
Ooh, where's his red going? He's going to fluke another one, huh? Puts his hand up there. Second fluke ball, each one leading to a pink and a black. So some high value flukes coming here. If you can pot this pink full table. This less difficult shot, you could say. Nice shot there.
Definitely opens up that pocket now, as there's been a few reds trying to make their home around there. Our good friend Ashley has been to your home state. He's been to La La Land.
La La Land, nice. I'm originally from San Diego, actually, so a little nearby. And problem solved. You're right, John. Now we got 6 pockets again.
Yes, we should just give a great shout out. We did, not in the snooker community, but in the broadcasting community. We lost one of the greats, the late great Vin Scully. Unfortunately passed away a few weeks ago. The voice of the Los Angeles Dodgers for 60 years.
Wow.
If you can believe, or 68 years. He started in 1950 and wrapped up his career in 2018. Always famous for chiming in, "It's time for Dodger baseball."
Yep, I remember that.
So, Vin, I hope you're looking down on us, and hopefully we're doing a good job for you in the booth. Don't know if you're ever a avid fan of snooker, but you did a great job all those years in the booth, and from one broadcaster to another, I salute you with all the best and with your commitment to the sport. Top-notch, gentlemen.
So our second table over here has got Francis, who's tied up the match 25-25 and has a good starting red there, but a lot of the big value colors are off their spots. So it looks like she's going to have to take a shot with the rest here.
should have just rolled it in for that red. Fortunately, it didn't go. So leaving Arif with that red into that green pocket.
It's a close match over there. Looks like 26-25. Francis versus Arif. And meanwhile, we're back here. Amit. He's got a black ball.
Yeah, I haven't really seen a lot of runaways. There's been a few, obviously, but a lot of the matches here in the round robin have been quite tight. A lot of them going to a decider. A lot of them going deep, obviously, onto the colors.
You got to think anything can happen in just a best of three. It's only 3 frames. I mean, someone can get pretty fortunate in their first frame and win it, and then put a lot of pressure on the better player, maybe, and
tie them up, and then all you know, the former champ could be out.
Exactly.
Not the case here, but
hey, almost. That was close. I think I would have had to take him out if anybody would in the group, though. But yeah, it's can be a little streaky, this format with the round robin. Obviously, you'd want to get as many people and as many matches in as possible, but snooker does take a while. Oh, did he miss it?
Yes.
Oh no.
These tight pockets strike again. Yeah, I think that's why we're not seeing, the big century breaks and stuff like that. I know there's a few players that definitely are capable of doing it. But if you ask any player, sometimes they're not really concerned about the century. They're more concerned about winning the frame when they're in a tournament.
Oh, definitely. It's totally understandable.
I think Stephen Hendry actually said it once, I think in his first retirement. He's back on the tour. He's got an exemption card. But when he was going to step away and retire, people were like, well, you got a 147, you got a maximum. And he's like, yeah, but I didn't win the frame or the match.
Yeah. That happened in the previous one. Neil Robertson's the most recent 147. Weren't you there? Did you get a glimpse of the Neil Robertson 147 in these press?
I did. I was able to watch it just down the road. Unfortunately, I wasn't in the Crucible Theater when it happened.
I think Mike and Dave were in the audience, I believe.
Yeah, they were.
Oh no. But yeah, that's another example of him getting a 147, but then still losing the match against Jack Lazowski, I believe it was.
That is correct. Yeah, Jack dug in. Great ranking player there, Jack Lazowski. Unfortunately, hasn't got a ranking title under his belt, but I'm going to make a prediction. I feel this is Jack's year. He's going to at least put one on there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And hopefully he can go a little bit further into the World Championship. But I think he earned a lot of stripes last year. Definitely battling that, as you say, match with Neil Robertson. And then even going down to a decider with the great John Higgins.
Oh, yeah, that was epic, too. I forgot about that. That was in the quarterfinals, right?
Yes, that's correct, because John and Ronnie played in the semis, and Judd and
Judd and Mark.
And Mark Williams.
Yeah, that was also an epic one. Judd with the back-to-back doubled reds off the long rail. Those were insane to close out the match, because Mark Williams was on a comeback in that one, and you felt it, like he was going to do it.
But sometimes, that's just I gripe a little bit, but you never know with the game of snooker what's going to happen. Sure, Dave and Mike saw a 147, and that's great to see. But equally enough, I saw Judd Trump win 8 frames in a row over Stuart Bigham. So that's just some phenomenal snooker there. So. And you also see the tension sometimes. John Higgins slam down his cue in frustration. When do you ever see that with John Higgins?
Pretty wild stuff.
So I think, Michael Douglas, the actor, said it best. He's more of a sports fan than a movie buff. He's like, I know how all these movies end, but sports, the script is always undecided and blank.
Looks like he actually was snookered on this cushion, and I think snookered on this leftmost red. So I believe he's full ball snookered everywhere. Otherwise, it could be a scenario where if he could see a red, he would possibly get a warning after the second. But I believe he's Knuckle snooker. Is that what you call it? What do you call it?
Angled.
Angled. That's right. Angled.
Yes.
Oh man, I forgot about that one. It's actually a popular way to snooker someone if you ever watch either banks, pool banking tournaments, or sometimes one pocket tournaments, where it's really difficult when there's only one ball left on the table. On a pool table, it's kind of hard to hide anywhere, because even if you leave it on the top cushion, any rails, you can kind of make the ball from anywhere because it's a lot closer, and the pockets are cut at a much more favorable angle. And so some people, where if you make the ball in the wrong cushion, or if you don't bank it in, it'll spot on its spot. And so what you do is you give an object ball in the pocket, and you'll just try to pocket it and glue the cue ball to the cushion and angle someone, actually intentionally. Actually, that reminds me that there is an angled shot that who did it? Trying to think. Oh, Scotsman, our 5-time world champion. What's his name?
5-time world champion.
Maybe not 5-time. Is it more? 6, 7? Stephen Hendry.
Stephen Hendry.
Seven.
Yes.
Sorry. Didn't he angle someone on the middle pocket one time as a safety? There's like a famous shot, I think, where he does it. I think I saw it from Break from Life, I believe. Was able to reproduce it.
He might have done that. I think I do remember, actually, in the chat room. Will have to help me out. It could be Crafty Mark Williams, or even Ronnie. There was a shot where they just glanced off the blue a little bit and rolled their cue ball just into the jaws of the middle pocket.
Yeah, and then snookered them,
it was
right?
quite a clever snooker, yeah.
Yeah, I think that is the shot that I'm talking about. Looks like the player is discussing a bit more how close the ball was to the cushion. I think Amit is claiming that the left edge of these balls was visible, according to him. Looking at the topmost red on our screen and the one just above the blue, I think both of those appear to be visible, is what he was claiming. That's what it seemed.
Are we all set now? I just finished, actually, War and Peace. Everything's coming back now, I guess. That took
Let's check our
a little
other,
bit of time there.
Let's check our other match, see
Sure.
what's going on this side.
There's some discussion still going on there. I think, actually, a player in the room is pulling up the stream and just freezing it back on there. So
Nice.
While they're getting that going, we'll just step aside to table number 2, where Arif Mahmoud is at the table.
Yep.
And he is trailing Francis Cho by 1 point and trailing her in the match 1 frame to nothing.
Oh, he went for the middle. Such a tough shot this tournament.
It seems like everything has been settled back on table 1. They've got the correct positioning. It does come down to millimeters in this game. Sometimes, this is an amateur game, but they do want to try and get it right as much as possible.
Oh, looks like he missed that. He's going to run to the pink. Oof. Tough foul there.
Well, now, gents, let's not go into another mammoth discussion here. You're placed at once. Second put back, third attempt, so it's not going to go back.
It's not going back after this one, yeah.
Should have got it right on the first put back, so both players will look at each other and acknowledge, thumbs up all around. Play on, gents.
So he's going to do maybe a little swerve this time. Yep, makes contact. Nicely done. And we're off once again.
think a little cross double at the right edge. Come with the
Ooh, hit it too thick. Double kissed it.
Yeah.
Got away with it though. I think
First glance, it looks like, yeah.
he only has a double on, right?
True, and that after the double's not going to leave too much on, so fancy him to take it.
Oh, he went for the safety. Okay.
Uh-oh. Ooh. But hit the horn there, so that's not...
They play tight.
He's giving a... Omitith Seth. Apologize.
Amitabh?
Amitabh?
Yeah, Amitabh.
Amitabh? Okay. Thank you.
I think he just said go by Amit.
True,
So,
yeah.
He said that was easiest.
Yeah, they can be real tongue twisters sometimes when
Oh, yeah.
you're just thrown in the mix and not had a good time. Maybe we should, in future events, maybe have a little mixer the night before or something like that. Just a little social get-together.
Yeah, get to know all the players. Yeah.
Yeah, a few stories there.
Sounds like fun. I mean, that kind of was that kind of was the case before. We had a lot of people just in here practicing a ton. People checking out tables, and maybe just organize it a little bit better, where players get some practice time and they get their own time slot maybe if they want, and then we'll have some drinks, some food, and introduce yourself to the commentator so we know how to pronounce your names correctly. Tell us something about yourself.
Sure, I do like Jamie's Miller's, the tournament director's idea of when you apply or send in all your entry form material, if you could just put a little bio together, let us know what your name is, and then maybe even spell out the name phonetically.
Yeah.
Just so it gives us a little breather, because we respect all these players and don't want to butcher their name, and I'm probably the worst person in the world that does that. So I'd like to get the names correct.
Now, wouldn't you probably be the best person at butchering names? Is that the case?
Possibly, yeah. I think I might have got tongue-tied. But it's interesting, the women's event, actually, I heard from my father, who was turning into the stream, that it was closed captioned. I don't know if that was just his... he ticked that function on the YouTube or Facebook stream, but it was closed captioned, and they actually spelled Bernie wrong. So
Oh, no.
I know the feeling, but we shake it off. B-U-R-N-E-Y, ladies and gentlemen, not B-E-R-N-I-E.
And IE, oh my goodness. Oh, another long pot. Wow. Both players back-to-back long reds, but not a lot of colors on, so
True.
not
yeah.
able to take advantage, I think. Safety time. We're getting down to the last couple reds. Force follow there.
Yeah, it's an important match for both.
Aha. You have a Bernie, B-I-R-N-E-Y.
That's another spelling there.
Just one letter off, though, right? So it's not that bad.
Yep, Vanna, I'd like a different vowel, please. Or Pat, I should say. Vanna turns the letters. You buy the vowels off of Pat. Wheel of Fortune reference. Not sure if our friends around the world, but I think that's quite a global game, just like Snooker.
Oh, yeah.
They have variations on the Wheel of Fortune.
I think Wheel of Fortune's pretty popular. Trend setting, you might say. Now some safeties going back and forth.
I am quite actually surprised that our good friend Ashley from Australia is talking to me. So I don't know how your history is, Christian, of Australian history. But back in the 70s and 80s, a husband and wife duo did some dastardly things.
Oh,
Were
really?
convicted of some serial murders.
Is that
And the
so?
gentleman's name was David Burney. Burney spelled with an I, John.
With an
That's
I.
where you got the Burney.
Ah, I see. I see. Ashley spelled Ashley.
That green
Hi.
might have come to his rescue.
Oh.
Just for the potting angle. But
Kind of a good position for a safety, though, right? We can.
yeah, a little stun draw, and that's getting near that green.
Try to bury him.
Interesting how he's using.
Oh, a little too far.
I wonder how many players are familiar with the crosses. I know, obviously, the
Oh,
crown rests are more popular in North America, but the crown
yeah.
has two different heights.
It does. It does. Yep.
So,
I always use the flat one. I feel like I don't know. I feel like the taller one doesn't seem to be, unless you're putting like a follow on the ball. I don't know.
a little bit of that in center ball, probably.
Yeah.
Whereas the bottom one will help you get a
Your
little
screw shot.
draw.
Yeah, a little draw.
That red and white look like Paris figure skating there, floating along the table in tandem. But he's left it on. It's a long red to the yellow pocket. He's not taking it on, though.
A little bit of a score update on our other matches. Looks like Praveen versus Sridhar. Praveen is up 1 frame to 0 and has a little bit of a lead, 30-23 in the second frame. Ranan and Amit on this one. As you can see the score. Nitin, Mehta, and Varun. Looks like Varun is up won the first frame and is up somewhat comfortably in the second, 28-41. And I think he's at the table. And our last table, Francis So, 29-25 up against Arif and took the first frame as well. So might see some quick matches ending here if these folks who are 1 away can win the second frame and close it out 2-0. William Crouch asking if we can see the 4 table view. Yeah, we have this. This is our biggest wide view of all the 4 tables, you can see. Kind of just shows you the whole room. You can see the closest bottom left table is the one that we're showing here with the stream and the scoreboard. I think you were asking about Varun earlier. Looks like he's at the table on the top middle table, shooting right now. Unfortunately, that pillar is in the way a little bit.
Yeah, they're just on the colors over there. So unfortunately, we only have 2 tables that have individual cameras. But William, if you'd like to make a financial contribution
Hey,
to the Christian Youngers Technical Director Video Wonderland
Ox
Super
Billiards
Fun
campaign. Yeah, fun. Yeah, definitely. We can get. I mean, our goal is eventually to get 1 camera per table, so we can just quad view it. Picture in picture, split screen it. We can do all those things. I think it'd be really fun. But yeah, right now we just got our second camera set up, so at least we can see this wide angle. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure where actually Varun is doing in the standings. You can check out that great information on cloudsnooker.com.
See, might be able to actually get a little bit of an angle on his
He's in a group of 4, so the top 2 move along. So hopefully Varun can punch his card into the next round. So great snooker there by Singh. He's going to take 2 cushions.
Got a view here of Varun's table in the top part of the screen. Looks like he's on the brown up against the cushion. They're on the colors. And I think that frame is 44-43. Varun is down by 1 point. So anybody's frame, definitely on that one. I think he's at the table about to strike the cue ball. You just can't see him. Oh, misses. Fouls with the pink, giving his opponent 6 points. I think he's going to get put back. It's a little bit of an update on Varun's match for you, William. And meanwhile, we got a good snooker laid down here. Excellent hit, excellent contact in that shot.
Yeah, the second attempt, that first one is just usually kind of a feeler out. You get, if you can get it on the first one, obviously that's always what you're wanting to get, but you make those subtle adjustments, and usually these guys and gals can hit on their second attempt. Nice snooker there by Singh.
Ooh, missed it long. Tables are playing long.
And he's going to put him back in. It's a second attempt. Just waiting for the adjacent table to take their shots. It's good to see the good sportsmanship. Tables do have pretty good spacing around them all, but there's just those few times, and the correct form obviously is to get up and walk into the shot.
Yep, played it long again. I think you might almost have to. You might have to actually go above the side pocket, I think, to hit this red. I'm not sure.
It's interesting, going back to the probably week-long, year-long eternity debate about the foul and a miss. That was a good snooker laid there by Singh, and he's getting the benefits of it. He's able to accumulate some penalty points, and it's able to get him back into the frame.
Yeah.
So remember, this game is called snooker, not pot balls.
Oh, he's got to go 2 cushions. He went even shorter and still missed it. But now, no third replace, no fourth attempt unless he forces him to play from here, right?
True, he could play from there. And then if he misses, that's where the whole foul and miss starts again. However, there is a red ball on, so he's not snookered. That might pop out for the yellow pocket.
So, yeah, running back in this match, 46-44.
Not too bad. Got a good run with that red ball to find the top cushion, or bulk cushion, shall I say.
Oh, we went for that pot, but kind of knowing that his cue ball was going to come back up table and not leave much.
A little scrappy second frame here. It definitely wants to take it 2-0, but Reneen's struggling and trying to fight and take this and force us to a decider.
Ooh, does he get behind the pink? Does he leave a window?
Was there a little gap there between
it's a
the
gap.
yellow and pink?
Yep. Oh, almost got the double kiss. Where's this gonna end up? Oh man, he's gonna fluke it. Nope. Pretty close. It would have been his third fluke of the match at an impactful point.
Yeah, forget the Cloud Snooker. Enough of these high breaks. Let's see how many how many flukes they've had throughout the tournament.
Yeah, log the flukes. Better yet, log the flukers.
Ah, I set you up for that, didn't I? I set the table and you ate the dinner.
No, you teed the ball up and I swung it out of the park.
I think we both were talking the same
Yeah, America's
metaphor there.
pastime. Yeah, same thing.
Ah, I see what you did. America's pastime. I thought America's pastime was eating. That's why I went with the dinner.
That's America's present. What do you mean? TV eaters, I guess you could say. That's a pastime. Well, it's all tied up in this one now. Actually, no. Sorry. Who made the red?
Amit made the red.
Okay,
Took the yellow, and now he's got his yellow again.
So he's up by 1. Okay. Interesting shot choice.
Yeah, a bit pacey there. He would have done well with just getting that yellow onto the cushion. Now it's possible for Singh to just come up a little bit left side of the yellow, maybe come up for the pink, like behind the pink. Oh, a few more rotations and that would have been a fantastic shot by Amit.
All right, Woogieman 007. Turning it in for the night. Get some good rest. We'll see you tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're definitely going to have the brackets starting, I believe, at least. Mostly bracket play, so top players out of each group will be back tomorrow. And I'm not sure what exactly happened on Monday, but it might be just the final. It might be semis and the final. I'm not exactly sure, but either way, we'll be streaming all of it, and we'll put some work in and try to edit the videos and upload them to YouTube as individual matches, so you can always go back and search for folks that you know of.
Yeah, Woogie Man, remember to hit that subscribe button on YouTube or Facebook, just because then you'll get a notification when we go back live. Hopefully, I don't know if we're going to have to reboot the stream tonight. Hopefully everything will be okay, so you won't get a late night bing going off. But we definitely will be back tomorrow. And yes, as you say, Christian, the brackets will be set for the knockout phase, so we'll be into that. I kind of would believe that I think they would be probably pushing for semifinals and finals on the Monday. As with the 4 tables, there's going to be with 16. That's going to be 8 matches.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean,
And
it might make sense just to put the finals in the last day, just so the players are most fresh. Because it might be a race. Is it a best of like 7, best of 9?
best of 9 for the finals and best of 7 for the semis.
So squeezing the
And
semis and the finals
quarters.
all in one day. Oh, and quarters.
Quarters
Wow.
are 7 as well. And the
Okay.
round of 16
In
is
that
best of
case-
5.
Yeah, I think in that case it might be semis and final. Who knows? Anyway, we'll see you later. Oh, that came out of the pocket. Wow. How do you made that one?
2 greens just rattling into the pocket there. Well, I thought it could have had that one. Whereas Singh's kind of just was a bank fluke almost. decent cue balls on the bulk, but I think he's going to be a little disappointed, a little short of pace. He had a great angle to get around behind that brown and really lay a crafty snooker.
Crafty snooker.
This is going to be an opportunity for Amit. It's a cut that's going to force him to go back up table, and that brown is up there, so see what he can do with this. Very nice green. The tricky brown, I think, with the blue just on the cushion, just make sure of that brown. Great shot there, and did it with pace. I think you maybe want the cross double here. Just push the distance between object ball and cue ball. That's a different way to do it. And that blue is going to go safe. So sometimes it's one player have one way, one would have a different way. But it's all what you're comfortable with. It's a big bounce here. I think he's going to get it. He has snookered him on the blue there with the 8 of the black. I think he's going to put some side here.
Yeah. I wonder, though, if he's going to come up short on this one, because I remember seeing a blue similar to this earlier where he went around the blue. Don't think it's quite the same scenario, but I wonder if that's in his head and if that's going to affect him on this shot. Because I imagine if he misses it, he's going to miss it short, right?
And
Yeah, I think he has to swerve it a little bit or manipulate it with a little spin. But he could be thinking in his head, nah, maybe I don't want to do that because last time I missed it wide. I don't think there's a chance you could probably possibly miss this one wide.
yeah, is it the end of the world? Maybe does he want to look down table, come off the top cushion and then the side cushion? It's a potential escape there. Good shot. Very nice result there. Blue ball happily safe. But Amit needs blue and pink. Running Singh needs all 3 color balls left to force a decider. So Amit a bit into the driver's seat, and especially with this blue.
He needs blue or pink? Oh.
Blue and pink.
And pink.
Just a little rub on that black. Just wanted to sneak around it there.
Hit the wrong side, or was he playing the safe?
Playing the safe. That's a long, long pot on the blue. It's got some decent distance. It's a tricky table. Obviously, the pink is in a tough spot, and both players need it. So really, kind of this blue is inconsequential. So a lot of vowels and consonants there.
Inconsequential, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Sajak. It's a good chance to get behind the pink here.
Yeah. Don't hit it too hard that it leaks back out. It's decent enough as long as it doesn't go over the middle pocket. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Where's this going?
Oh, that's close, but no.
Yeah, as much as the blue doesn't really mean anything.
Well, it's also
You'd like
just
to get it.
black, right? If a mitt gets black, does that work?
As part, I didn't catch that little bit. What was that?
If a mitt gets black, he also wins.
True, but in the present states, he just needs blue and pink.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh. That's a good opportunity and kind of left that pink as a nice double. If Singh had made that blue. Yeah, Mitt can taste
save.
this victory like cherry pie, but he just doesn't have the fork to dig in just yet.
Yep.
Other chance for Singh to come behind that pink. Ooh. And he puts his hand down, both on the table with the cue and a little bit of a frustration. Maybe a saving grace that this is straight on.
And he flukes it.
Oh.
Wow. You feel like it had to come sooner or later. These guys were getting too close to the
Yeah.
pockets.
Yeah, the tough with that last pot, if it was straight, it was a long pot, so he's really going to have to dig in and put some bottom on that just so he doesn't follow it in. So that's maybe why. And obviously cueing on the bottom side of the ball is so tricky. If you're just off a little bit, the result, as we saw, happen. But it was a nice result there for Amit as he got the fluke of the blue, and he's got a
Ooh, does he
snooker
get the
here.
snooker? Yeah. Wow. Quite the
Intentional.
position.
It doesn't put the hand up there, so
Yeah, I think at least intentional will put it on the bulkhead, but the bulk cushion, but maybe not necessarily right behind the black. But he's kind of aiming for that position with that 2 cushion middle, I'd say.
I feel sometimes in the amateur game you see players, there's a general area, you want to maybe push
Yeah.
the distance between your object ball and the cue ball, sure. And then boom, you get a beautiful snooker like this. Well, it's like,
That's kind of like icing on the cake.
exactly. That's a little bonus.
Yeah, cherry on top. I think in that case, no hand and apology is warranted. Oh, nice hit there. And that pace, but he's going to leave it potable. Ooh, got a little funny at the end. I thought it was going to be straight in for a second, but no.
Yeah, it rolled a little bit, so. Yeah, this pot could be a little bit easier. And with the angle to that green pocket, the off is out of the question. Well, it's always in the question, but I don't think he should really.
Which pocket is the one, I guess?
True. These balls are running wild sometimes in these frames, so. That's okay. He lives to fight another day. However, there's kind of that shot to nothing here for Singh. Take this pink into the top right corner, swing around.
Now this, where's it going to end up? About the same type of shot? No, it was a lot closer, a lot more makeable. Another rest shot, though.
I think he's playing the snooker.
Interesting. Don't think I would ever take the snooker on there. I'd just go for the pot. But because you know you just make the pink, right? So go for the pot at pace. Separate the balls if you miss. I don't know if there's necessarily a point to going for the snooker.
Yeah, then you make your opponent scratch your head and get a little frustrated because forcing that 6-point foul, that's going to just increase your chances, and maybe your opponent might say, "Oh, I surrender."
How far is it going to bounce? I think this is a makeable one.
Yeah, he can.
Pretty favorable. This could be the end of the match.
A little bit easier being a right-hander. Put his hand on the table. Just has to roll it in.
Nice pot there. Closes out the match.
A little shrug of the
Frame
shoulders, but
and
here come the
match.
handshakes.
Yep, shaking the hand.
Good match. Good to see honor between two great combatants.
Yeah,
So
good match.
We're going to step aside for a little break, but we'll be back with some great snooker action here from the 2022 United States National Snooker Championship. Christian Youngers has been doing some great job helping me out with the commentary and the technical directing sides. David Burney here with you, been in the booth. It's been a pleasure. So hit that subscribe, because when we come back, it will bling, 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 and we'll be ready to go again.
Yes, indeed. And we'll put on Francis's match. She's down 20, so let the viewers watch that. But yeah,
Sounds good. All right, enjoy our little bit of bonus coverage. Sorry, William. We're going to go to the hometown girl. Maybe next time when we're in Houston. Hello and welcome back to the 2022 United States National Snooker Championship, live from Ox Billiards here in Seattle, Washington. David Burney here in the booth here, and I'm joined by Christian Youngers.
Yes,
Sorry,
indeed.
missed the beginning of that frame. We just had to take a little comfort break, but we've come back, and looks like Tom is on a good run here. Oh, and the commentator's curse. Just as we step into the booth, Tom misses a nice red. So, Tom Collins from the Detroit, Michigan area. And Kevin Cui, I think he's a local boy, correct?
Yes, he is. Local player here. Plays in Washington Snooker League that we started recently, and plays mainly out of Empire Billiards over on the east side, Bellevue, Redmond area. CC's Billiard Club. Oh, wow, he rattled that and didn't drop. It's a rare way to miss it because it stayed in the pocket.
But an excellent way to expand the opening of these pockets that are playing extremely tight.
Expanded by force, you could say. Nice.
So, happy you're all tuning in, whether you're finding us on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch TV. Search out Ox Billiards. Remember, hit that subscribe button so you'll get notifications when we go back on air. You know, sometimes we have to reboot the stream, and we don't want to lose any of your great viewership. So subscribe, and wherever you're tuning in from, let us know. And if you have any comments or questions for us, we'll do our best to answer them. But right now, we're hoping you're enjoying this great round-robin match, a best-of-3 right now. Getting down to it. It's moving day here, day 2. So 26 players will be going home at the end of today, leaving 16, because I think there was a full field of 38 competitors.
38, 36, something like that, yeah. So he dropped out between 36 and 38. Oh, he's going to come short. Oh, does he barely see it? I think he has an angle. We also have a pretty big match coming up that we're going to put on TV Table 2. Ramil versus Liwa. I believe that match is probably going to decide that group in terms of who wins the group. Both players, I think, are undefeated so far in the group. So it should be a pretty interesting matchup. Oh, he actually undercut it.
True. Well, you can find out all the information about the tournaments at cloudssnooker.com. So I'm just wondering, I'm going to take a peek over there myself just to see how Tom and Kevin are standing. And yeah, it looks like Raj and Steven have both won 2 matches in this group, so they're looking kind of in the driver's seat. Tom would really like to put a win on the board here and maybe challenge himself to get into that contention to be one of the top 2s, but unfortunately with 3 matches played, this is Kevin's last, and he hasn't had a match on his belt, so it might just be a good streaming choice there, Christian, to head over to that Ramil and Liwa, thank you, Liwa.
Yeah, we'll be able
Match.
to go watch that match. Set up a scoreboard for it really quick. But has yet to start. Currently, it's still going on with Francis and Arif, it looks like, over here. Arif took the last frame, so it's the decider, and they're both at 17 points in this frame, so might still be a little while, but should be interesting. Meanwhile, is this snooker?
I think there's a path to
There?
that red. Yeah, Tom should know better. Tom Collins Jr., his dad, Tom Collins, that's the trophy that they're playing for. Tom Collins Sr. did great things for the game of snooker here in America. So it's truly a great honor to have his name on the national trophy. should be able to see all the updated scoring on cloudsnooker.com, as the players are using tablets that are keeping the score in their match, and that directly talks to the website, so you get updated scoring as soon as the players mark their scores. You will be aware. It's fantastic what technology can do. Maybe some people should be building some robotic refs or something like that.
Robotic refs.
Selecting the green here.
Just playing the prudent safe shot.
I guess just not confident. That pink, I think it went past the yellow into the yellow pocket. I guess there is just that risk if he does miss it. There's a few reds open, but colors to be desired after those reds, so. I know you've told him Christian Kevin is a newer player. A lot of the Americans are new to the game of snooker, so I think just with experience and time,
Oh yeah.
he'll be more confident in his shots and be able to find out the right shot to take.
Yeah, we're coming for it for sure. Looks like match just ended. I'm not sure if Varun won it or not. Looks like he's walking around. Not sure if he took that match or not. It looks positive, maybe. I gotta go check the actual standings, the actual match results. Yeah, he did. Okay, William Crouch confirming that Varun closed out his match. Tough opponent he had too. It was pretty good shot from what I could see.
True. Boom, Varun.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's second victory, so that's looking very promising for him to move into the knockout phase, as we did have 8 groups, and the majority of the groups have 5 players in it, and we had 3 groups that had 4, so getting 2 victories in a group of 4 pretty much seals your spot into the knockout round that will be commencing tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So definitely tune in to us tomorrow. Those matches will be best of 5s in the top 16. And it's going to get very interesting as we get closer and closer to crowning this year's U.S. national champion.
Oh yeah. Looks like I missed a few points.
Definitely let us know if the picture isn't clear for you, or if we're sounding a little bit off. Sometimes we're knee-deep in our work here doing commentary, but Christian is a jack of all technical trades, and so if the picture is not so great, he can tweak it up for a little bit for you, and if the audio isn't clear, he can spin a dial here and there and get it back going for you. But no news is good news, so thank you very much, William. Much appreciated. Nice shot on that yellow. Oh, just needed to pull up just a little bit more, but still great cue power there by young Kevin. Ooh, but he can't get the red. Yeah, maybe He just maybe ran off just a little bit longer on that yellow.
It's not a bad result. He's covered it. That's a double. The Browns, basically what they're both going to be shooting at next, I think. Safety shot, not bad. I think he's left the cutting angle on this top red, though. Pretty sure Kevin's going to swing at it. Nice pot there. He's going to get an angle on the brown. Ooh, a little far. I think he hit the point.
Snookered on the brown, so unfortunately, Christian, your prediction of the brown
Yeah.
ball would be next.
I mean, I think they're aiming for it is what I meant, not necessarily that it would be next. I think both players are vying to get on the brown, I would say. Those are always the juicy pots. It's taking on the black, it looks like. Oh, playing the safe behind the yellow. Cushion metal possibility.
Yeah, you would know better than I would, Christian, but Kevin looks like one of our more younger players. So
I think he's actually older than I am. No, I think we're about the same age, something like that. It's got to be 20s, pretty sure. Actually, I don't know. Should ask him his age.
well, definitely, Tom has a few more years on him in this game, so
I would
it's
say
a nice
that's-
battle
That's
of
true.
old versus young.
Yeah, definitely Kevin's been playing snooker only more recently. I think last couple of years. I think since the pandemic, mostly.
So we'll see if the experienced Tom Collins can take it to young Kevin Kiwi. Kiwi?
Yeah, QE, I think. I don't remember exactly. I would have to ask him.
I think a lot more of the younger players, they'll definitely be a bit more of the aggressive, where the older players who've been around the game know that old philosophy. It's not always what you make, it's what you leave in this game of snooker. You know, it's called snooker, not called pot balls, so... Unfortunate, I almost thought that was going to be a bit too thin.
Yeah. It's like table 2, TV table 2 going on. Francis has got a good opportunity to lay down some extra points. She's up by 8. There's about 3 snookers left, and she's shooting the black, it looks like, maybe the blue, to a pretty favorable pocket. Nice cut there. So it looks like she's up 16 and has some loose reds out in the open. So, good opportunity to try to close out this frame and the match. Oh, Kevin. A little bit of extra movement there. Something going on. He kind of hit that a little thick.
Yeah, came up a little quickly. It's nice chatting to Tom before the tournament, actually being out in the Michigan area. He was showing me his room back home. And just got a wonderful table. Actually got fitted by a Ontario gentleman by the name of Patrick McCarthy. A great table mechanic up there in Canada. Got to meet Pat a few years ago, and actually got to know that he put the famous musical producer Daniel Lenoir's table together at Dan's studio. So, oh
wow. Double kissed it to make it. Unfortunate there.
So, Yeah, to undershadow Simon Barker's great work here, but hopefully as the game gets more popular in America and get a resurgence in Canada, we can get more top-level mechanics out there. 'Cause, we're crying for them, definitely, in North America.
Oh, yeah. Simon Barker basically does a tour of the U.S. every time he comes to the States. I follow him on Facebook, and I see all of his posts. Does a random snooker table in a mansion in L.A. in Beverly Hills, and then goes to us to do some stuff, and then goes up to Canada to do another club, and finds a table in the middle of the mountains in Colorado and does a table there. It's all over the place.
Unfortunately, actually, he didn't come to see us in Canada, which we're a little
Oh, no?
disappointed. So thanks for putting salt on the wounds there, Christian.
Well, I'm not in charge of the tour of Barker Billiards, so I think you're gonna have to ask Mike about that one.
True, we just tried, and Mike was telling me that Simon was spread pretty thin, and as well, you know, he is a mechanic. He's got a lot of his tools, and you just wonder when he was applying for a work visa application, it might not have included going north of the 49th parallel.
Oh yeah,
So that might have been a little hiccup there.
that's a good
But
point.
he definitely knows that he's wanted up in Canada, so hopefully we could see him sometime soon.
Wow, Kevin missed everything except for the yellow all the way around. Huh? I think Tommy's probably gonna want to just take this red on. Oh, looks like he's putting it back. Make sure you put that yellow back on the spot.
Yeah, very interesting there. You know, that was a tough decision there by Tom. He then quickly jump out of his chair to put Kevin back into the original spot for the second attempt, because that red definitely was on to the yellow pocket, as you mentioned, Christian, and it could have opened up a nice break.
This one he's definitely gonna put it back. Maybe he just feels that Kevin's not gonna get the snooker escape, so he's gonna try to maximize points.
Yeah, third and final attempt. Yeah, I think we need to do something about this doorbell. Maybe to all the players, maybe hand out
Key cards or something.
little key cards. If you're in the tournament, you can use the key
Yeah.
card to come in.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But
Ask
we-
Mike about that. Yeah, automate that away. Make it so that our scoreboard is fed by the player tablets, and then we just sit back and relax and watch the match.
True, as we don't have a high number of people behind the scenes, and commentating and scorekeeping at the same time can be very tricky.
Oh, this looks like a free ball, huh? Yeah, he took that as a free ball.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Could have done with a little less, just because it's up against the cushion.
Or a little more and get off the cushion and above it more.
It's kind of just betwixt and between, as they like to say over there in the
Yeah.
UK.
I don't think the pink or the black passes.
The black will go, or the pink will go into the
Pink will pass by. Yeah.
top right corner pocket. Just can see from our vantage point here in the booth. So just has to make sure of the red pot and just roll it gently in.
Or not.
Mm-hmm.
.24 lead, it looks like. Wow, nice spot there from Kevin. I was waiting for it. I feel like he normally makes some pretty solid long pots. Can he capitalize though?
Yeah,
Because the colors are the ones that really matter.
definitely take this black and just got to judge the weight of the stun here. Probably come off the cushion.
Oh, did he sucker himself? Just hit the
Yeah.
wrong side of the blue just so slightly. It looks close though. Yeah, you can see there he's definitely snookered.
Yeah, I think. See how the ability to do 2 cushions here. Oh, that pink might be in the way. Oh, put a
Oh,
little
there it
spin
is.
on there. Very
Yeah,
nice.
nice hit. Very well done by Kevin.
Yeah.
Excellent shot.
Splatter of applause there from our great viewing audience in the room. Some good comfy seats here at Ox. Feel free to come on down if you're in the area. Damien is serving up some cool drinks behind the bar. Partly in the room. It's a refrigerator full of delicious sodas and stuff.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I think
Wow.
a lot of the applause actually is coming from, I think, the fan favorite of the whole tournament, Frances Chow over there, who's doing battle.
Francis So, yeah.
Is it So or Chow? She told me Chow.
Chow? Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
I thought I usually pronounce it So because TSO, so? I don't know. Could be. I'll have to ask her.
That's what I was thinking when I first saw her when she was in the women's event.
Oh,
And
okay.
I'm like, to pronounce this, how do I pronounce this? She's like, Chow. I'm
Okay.
like, okay. But maybe she's just pulling my leg and trying to pull a fast one, just a friendly Canadian.
We can always confirm later. It was a pretty good escape, actually. She hit I think a 3 cushion escape to knock the last red.
Ah, Canute. Good to see you tuned in. I know you were screaming yesterday
There he is.
for some Tom Collins.
And now he's here.
Still anybody's first frame. 16 points in it and 27 on. And Tom will need up to the brown to put us in a snooker's required stage.
Ooh, this could be decent. I'm a little far with the cue ball.
Green is going to be a little pesky there for Tom. Just going to put it in his mind, but you can kind of see he's got a little awkward bridging there. Really can't put his hand down on the table. But Tom's been around the game for quite a while. I'm pretty sure there's no bridge he hasn't crossed, that's for sure. Just wondering if there's a Tom Collins III. You got the trophy for old Tom Collins Sr. and you got Tom Collins Jr. here.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
I think Kevin's going to put him back in.
Yeah, he might as well. I think it's a tough shot. At most, he can kind of get a safety maybe out of this.
Just missed the snooker, I think. It's just a bit so Kevin can get onto the top side of this yellow.
Oh, is this cue ball going to end up again? No
Oh.
way. 2 in-offs in a row. Could this be a comeback from Kevin?
Kevin went in off there.
Oh, Kevin
gets
in-off,
the
sorry.
points.
Oh, whoops, sorry. My bad. Thought it was backwards.
So yeah, 55-38.
And sinks that ball.
It's good. Needs to roll to come up to. However,
Well, our second table, too, has got Francis on the colors. Looks like she's up by...
so I'm just looking at the scoreboard there. Does need the green and brown. See if he plays the double into the left middle pocket. It's got an element of safety with it.
short. Behind the brown. Nicely done. Yeah, our second table over here has Arif. He's down by 26. He's currently shooting down 26 and 25 on, I believe. So he's got to play for snookers, and it looks like he might get one, maybe? No. And he's one snooker. It was the decider in this frame. We got a pretty good match coming up on our second TV table as well. Oh, the classic safe kick and stick, and he sinks it. Wow.
Just shakes his head a little bit, raises the hand. It was a fluke. Tom's been around the game that, you don't like to win a match on flukes. You want to win it with hard, fast, and skill.
That being said, you will take it, though. Nice pot there into the middle.
Or in snooker's required stage. Yeah, Kevin's wishing that this black just could be out just a little bit more. Too much away from the cushion, but being pretty tight. It's a small area to get around for the snooker. Give a good effort there.
Yeah, it's like I said, if it was off a little bit more, it would have been much easier. Got pretty close, even it being that wedge to the rail.
Kevin's just going to have to exercise a little bit of patience here.
Goes for the pot. Looks like he's going to play for pink snookers. Maybe that reduces his snooker count overall. Oh, does he get behind this black?
Just a
Oh.
little pacey.
And he's going to leave it over the middle. Oh, no. That was going to be so close to being a pretty epic snooker, actually.
Great shot there by Tommy. Takes the first frame of this best of 3 battle in the round robin stage. These two, I think, are fighting for their lives here. Hopefully they can hope to put a frame match win on the board to help their chances to move into the knockout phase tomorrow. I'm just going to swatch over to a little bonus coverage here on table 2 with Francis Cho and Arif Mahmoud. And he's trailing 59 to 26.
33 points. Snooker's required. We'll take a little break and we'll be right back.
Well, I might stick around with the gang here. I'll just give you some commentary between Francis and Arif. So Francis has got the one snooker here. Needs a few. Good hit there by Francis. This is a 1-1 affair right here. So maybe we'll just, as much as the scoreboard is not set to it, maybe we'll just keep on this match just to see its conclusion. Yeah, I think if the brown finds the bottom of the pocket for Francis, it probably is going to be handshakes. Cue ball there for Francis, putting it tight to the bulk cushion. She is in a group of 4. I'm not sure how she's doing in the standings, Francis. But obviously 2 victories can really help you out. This is a good chance for Francis just to roll it up to the yellow pocket and hopefully it can drop. But just put it in the jaws, make it tough for Arif to get a snooker on it. Or just pocket in with authority there. Good stun onto the blue. I think we're going to see handshakes here pretty soon. I wanted to go a little bit more, as you see with the wave of her hand. Just give that pin call that she could. There it is, clap of hands, handshakes, big round of applause as the local girls done well. And we'll move on back over to our featured table, number 1. Kevin strikes first blood with that red, but I think he's just going to... doesn't really have an angle to break into the pack down the table, so... like just rolling into the yellow would be the shot. Oh, he's trying something a little different. Great blue there, and just missed running into the bunch there. So I can clip off the side, come off 2 cushions, back up into bulk. Very pacey though. Ooh, got fortunate that he canned into the green. That's true, Andrew. And Francis does have some good cue action, but there are some other great players in here. Yeah. We had a treat. Our friend Dharma, just looking for Dharma's last name. Where did he get to? But, Dharma Hermanian. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. Sorry, Dharma, but he definitely gave us a treat for the eyes. He was in a match and he kind of knew that he was moving on, so it was just either first or second. So he kind of had some great fluency and really let the arm go. So it was a feast for our eyes. Lots of fireworks. So I was joined by Ali, the reigning champion of the U.S. Nationals, also first American player to ever play at the famed Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, England. He did that feat last spring when he played in the World Seniors Championship, because it was the Seniors World Championship. It always follows the Pro World Championship. So if you're a snooker fan, Sheffield is definitely the place to go come late April, early May. You'll be able to see some great snooker action, whether you get in or out of the Crucible. They have got a nice television set up in the courtyard. And just, everyone's a-buzzing, the city's buzzing, everyone knows the business of snooker is what's happening there, so you can make some new friends there if you don't know anybody, because everyone has that common purpose of just chatting up this great game of snooker and who their favorites are and who they're putting their money on. And obviously many, many debates, who's the best player, who's the best safety player, maybe even who's the best dressed. So always good debates in Sheffield, so I highly recommend, if you're a snooker enthusiastic, book your ticket over there. Although tickets could be tough to get by now, as the day of the finals way back in May, the tickets went on sale. But sometimes you can always grab some at the box office, as tickets can come available. Enough about the World Championships. We're enjoying some great action here at the U.S. National Snooker Championships. Ox Billiards has been the selected venue this year. Last year it was at the New York Athletic Club. That's where Ali, the champion, plays. But as much as he said it was in his home club, he did find it quite nervy, because he was doing his best just to impress the home crowd. It was nice to have him in the booth a few hours ago, sharing his insight, just kind of how a player is feeling and stuff like that. It was nice to see that he had actually had a great chat with Cliff Thorburn. They've become friends over the years. As don't worry, you're gonna be nervous when you're playing at the Crucible. Just take the shots, and the nerves will settle. Kevin Cooey has nerves of steel over here. Just so far, the old veteran here, Tom Collins, he's in his years of experience. He's took the first frame in this best of 3, but young Kevin has come out early, claiming a 15-0 advantage. But lots of reds on. The black is a bit tied up to the top right corner pocket. Pink's kind of out there. It's unfortunate the blue has gone up into the bulk. A lot of those bulk colors look a little sloppy up there, so could be in for a scrappy frame here. Make it tough for one player to get going here. Kind of knocked a red close to the pink, kind of putting that out of commission. So I wonder if Kevin's going to take this red near the black spot, a blind cut, run him up to bulk. Yeah, kind of a good shot to nothing there. Oh, and now he's pushed the blue save. Ooh, this frame just looks a little ugly. We had talk about a great matchup on table 2. I think there's 2 competitors over there that are battling for first place in their group. Neil Azmat against Lihu. Liwa. I just can't get that. Liwa Chen. So I think we might just be jumping actually over to that match. It's kind of apropos as this frame just is getting a little bit sloppy. There's probably going to be a lot of fireworks there on table 2. 2 top-notch players, and they're both battling to be the first seed in that group, and that can have a lot of importance in the knockout round. So yeah, as soon as we get the scoreboard all set up, we'll head over to that table 2 matchup. It's going to be a little tough for us because it's on the other side of the room, so we might not be able to see all the angles. We'll have to trust our television camera. Sorry, Knut, we're going to step away from Tom, but Tom actually has been on the TV table quite a bunch actually today. He was there late last night. I think that was his 3rd match. So pushing over to table 2. We'll pop into table 1 from time to time. It's just a little scrappy over there right now. Ooh, Liwa. Just rattled that blue in the pocket. Ramil, who's David Brock, our friend from the UK, has toted Ramil for the tournament to be the winner. He runs the Arizona Academy down there in the state of the rising sun. Great shot there. So I think we're going to see a lot of fireworks here. It might clench up a little bit, but they're definitely, I think with the 2 of them knowing that they're going to be moving on. They might start swinging freely.
All right, looks like we're at a 1-0 on this one, right? I guess Ramil's the first one to really get in on a break opportunity, but misses that one. Wow. Pretty straight in black.
Just putting a lot of pace on that bottom. So many variables. You got to be just that precise. It's a game of precision, artistry, technical ability, and you also have a little bit of creativity. As the great Jean-Luc Godard said, French New Wave filmmakers sometimes just seeing the invisible. Nice cue ball there. That's looking tight to the bulk cushion there. It looks like with the pink and black open, I think whoever is going to falter on this impending safety exchange, their opponent's going to have a good chance to put up a hefty break.
Now, there's one thing, we do not have a microphone on this table, so it might be a little bit of a cutout, like you heard before, where we, our sultry voices are live, and then all of a sudden the audio cuts out. Just be aware. As long as you see stuff on the screen moving, it looks like we're still live. Especially maybe in the worst case, I can pipe in the audio from the other feed. Might work.
So our master technical director, Christian, is just going to work some wonders over here. And you'd please let us know how it sounds. He's just going to try and make sure he can correct that cutting in and out. But definitely all you great fanship there on the stream, let us know if the sound sounds a little bit funny.
Okay, now I think it's back. Yeah, it might not be quite in sync, but at least we'll get some audio in the room. Yeah, excellent shot.
And yes, hopefully someday that doorbell can be muted. As Captain Daly said correctly earlier today, just remember to have your seatbelts fastened in your chair in the upright position and your table stowed in front of you.
Captain Daly. Oh, could see the edge of that black.
This is going to be nice.
Nice shot there. Excellently positioned. Going to play a roll-up safe.
Well, lots of the reds on the table, so that's not really the problem for Ramil here. More problem is just in making sure he doesn't knock out a red for an easy starter. Because Liwa has definitely got the capability of putting a high break together.
Gonna play underneath the pack. All right. Did leave a finish red. Maybe a red into the middle pocket as well. Oh, missed it.
I thought he had the pace for that.
That's the angle, man.
But he just rolled that in ever so slowly. The only problem with putting it slowly, if he does miss, which he did, he's left an easy starter here for Ramil. Here's his chance to rise like a phoenix in Arizona.
That's a nice shot. He's going to end up putting nice in this black.
Yeah, and that red by the pink spot will go into the top left corner pocket, so good opportunity here for Emil. Someone better set off the David Brock alarm clock, because I know he was pulling for Emil. Just as he's starting to go, he rattles that into the
I thought he
draw.
was. I would have taken the other red. I feel like the one on the right side of the table. I feel like it would have led more naturally to the black, but still a valid option. Just missed it. You figure if he makes it, he probably doesn't get his cue ball as close to the black. Going for it. It's a little thick. And he has sold that red out. Don't think anything else in the pack goes, so he's going to take this one on. You think go low around these balls, 2 cushions, and then back to the left part of the table to get the blue to the corner, or do you just play for the pink? I think the pink is probably simplest. You got to get below below the yellow, I guess, though, right?
Yeah, you don't want to obviously cannon into the yellow. It's done.
Perfectly did. Granted, this leaves him in a good position for a strong snooker.
Yeah, Emil, though, an aggressive player. I think he's got an angle on the blue to take it into the middle pocket and shoot him down table. And that red that's just left of the pink spot will go into the top right corner pocket. It's still the first frame, so you might see players going for a little bit more. Plays it with some pace to come down for the red by the top left corner pocket. Good angle to come off the cushion. And there's the black on its spot. But that would have been tough to hold for. Got a good angle on the blue. Yeah, there's this industrial feel. This place is great, but there's a large wooden beam. Great, my vantage point from the broadcast booth. Just, I believe he's on the right side of that blue. It's just.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Yeah. Very nice. I think he's got a little angle that he could come up and possibly disturb the reds, and he'll still have that open red. Right, the red that's to the right of the 5 there in the middle of the table. No, he looks like he's probably going to play off the cushion for that red I was discussing. Sometimes it's just good to chip away at the open reds. Because obviously when you go into a bunch of reds, you're always counting on a little bit of luck. Decent contribution. He's going to be a little disappointed. Wanted a bit more out of that break. shot there by Liwa.
I think Liwa has had the best rest play I've seen of any of the players. He's been really solid with the rest.
Yeah, it's a useful tool. It's nice to see that Mike has all the contraptions in here. Even has the Swan. The Swan really doesn't pop up a lot in your local clubs. But as Mike is... Ooh.
Wow.
That was a tough break there. Mike has said when he's been on the broadcast, he spared no expense. He wants to give his players the best of the equipment out there. Probably to get rid of all the headaches, because, you know, most players will come in and like, hey, what's wrong with this table? What's going on with the balls?
Yep.
They'll never take a look inside themselves and say, maybe it's me that's wrong. It's always somebody else or something. Brown has helped him to take away that red to the right middle pocket. Liwa's got a long red. Is he looking to take it on? Looks like it. Aggressive.
Oh, is it getting close to the middle? I think he fluked it. Wow.
Sure, maybe that's how we can get some money for more of your cameras. You know, we'll have a camera fluke jar. Every time a fluke is made, $5 goes into the kitty.
Ah, okay. So Liwa owes us 5, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I'll make sure to tell him after the match.
Don't tell him I said it.
Of course you said it. Fluke-tastic.
So yeah, you almost got behind that blue, but looks like this red just below the pink. Yep, nice shot. Nice little short little feathering right there. Short little cue action didn't bring the cue of his back. It's a great tip that Rebecca Kenna gave myself and Dave Daly when she was down for the World Women's Snooker US Open last week. Just when your ball's up against the cushion, you just want a short little backswing. That's a really nice shot. As he got the angle to come down, that might just be a little straight on, but might have an angle to go back actually up for the brown and create an angle to come back down to the business end of the table. I was able to stun it down a little bit for that pink. So it's living up to the hype this match.
Rolling pretty quick too. Both players making balls. Down to three reds.
Yeah, that can't be right, that shot time. Average shot time for Ramil is 58 seconds. Liwa is about 63.
Yeah, I think that's probably wrong. I just haven't been ticking each shot. It's a scorekeeper error.
Unfortunately, that red has blocked the path for the black to the top left little pocket, so what if he puts just a little bit of siding on this? It's going to scooch off the top cushion and off the side cushion to be on the black to the same pocket here.
Oh yeah, well done.
He had an angle just to pop up for that. I was making the shot more difficult for him.
He does have the pink almost straight in. He can play for this red up table.
Drew a couple options, definitely. Good spot there, yeah. Just stun into the pink.
No, man.
Ooh.
Maybe I cursed him with that one. I don't know.
Yeah, the commentator's curse. That's why there's a bounty out looking for us commentators, funded by the Players Association here.
It's a pretty solid break, though. 22 puts him back in the frame, tied up practically.
I don't think he needed to hit that hard. Thought the black would be on there for him.
Yeah.
But, as we've said numerous times, these players know their shots better than we do, so they want to play the comfortable shot. Maybe he just felt wanted to do it with an element of safety, knowing that his opponent is really striking the ball well.
I think I still like the pink on that. I don't know. Wow. Meanwhile, an excellent kick shot from Tommy Collins on our main TV table. Went 2 cushions and cut it red all the way down the line. Pretty wild.
Well, that's opened the door to a possible snooker here for Liwa. O'Meal has a 32-30 advantage, 35 points on it. First frame, best of 3. Winner of this will be the winner of their group. That's
Most
Group
likely.
F.
Most likely.
That's what it was got billed at, as our astute research team feeding us wrong information.
I think so. Actually, let me just double check. Yeah, Ramil has 2 wins, Liwa has 2 wins, and both other players have 0. So I think you're right. This is the last 2 matches, so I think both players are actually guaranteed to be in. It's a 4-player group. Both have 2 wins.
Nice shot there by Ramil. Good angle on the black to get up to the yellow.
So basically, we'll decide first and second spot in the group. Whoever wins this gets first in the group. Whoever loses gets second. Both players are guaranteed to advance, I believe.
I got a friend with an interesting handle on the chat there. Buck Moose. That sounds like a Canadian version of Duck Goose. Buck, don't know where you're tuning in from. And yes, it would be fun to play, but you do have to be an American citizen to play in this event. So, clever shot there by Ramil. Just this brown is just a little bit annoying as he kind of stutter steps. Minnesota, Canada's 11th province.
11th province. As he agrees, almost Canadian, huh?
Yeah, I know some great people from the great state of Minnesota, some true friends, and yeah, about 20 years ago they had quite an interesting governor kind of passed away from maybe that governor of your home state of California, but ex-Navy SEAL, ex-mayor, ex-WWF wrestler, Jesse Ventura.
Oh, wow.
True, I'm wondering when Bill Duke's going to be a governor. It seems like the entire cast of Predator has been a governor of a state here in America. So he gets this brown.
It's going to take it to the corner, it looks like.
Leha can do is tie.
Unless he makes it. Oh, that was very close.
True.
Almost left the snooker. Okay, so all the points available is a tie? No.
No, Leha
14.
can win, as there's a 14-point difference here and 22 on the table.
Oh, I see. The brown would have put him at. Okay.
Got 18 ahead for Romeo, and then 18 on can force a black ball respot. Oh, Buck Moose, did you get coached by Jesse Ventura on the wrestling team? That would be a great story.
Wow.
I'll warm up the chartered flight and get you over here, and we can have a great chat in Seattle.
It's a good attempt. Just overcut it a tiny bit. Oh, it's going to leave it pretty routine. Pretty much a less difficult shot.
True, it's pretty nice, but hey, nothing is a gimme here in the great game of snooker. It's actually nice to see we have, I think, Jacob Lackey, one of our players in the tournament, hails from the state of 10,000 Lakes. So, not sure, Buck Moose, if you know Jacob Lackey. We had some good chats about the old Golden Gophers.
Tough miscue there. I feel like Ramil was probably just trying to screw back too much. I don't know if he knew if that was his frame ball or not. Now it's time for Lewa to try to lay down some snookers.
Yeah, just wanted that to pull up just a bit more, but... So Romeo definitely in the driver's seat in this frame, but Lewa definitely not out of it. Lewa's got to know he doesn't need a snooker. There's 18 points in it and 18 on the table.
I think he underhit this one.
Nice. Safe shot.
I guess, yeah. He ended up on the rail. I don't know if he was trying to end up on the rail or not. I usually focus on my cue ball a lot more, but
I take the
good.
cross double here. Definitely put a lot of distance between object ball and cue ball.
Ooh, 3 cushions hit the pink. Where's this going to end up? Is he going to snooker with the pink, though? Oh, man.
He might have it, yeah. He like a little tapped on the table as his way of apologizing for the fluke. And Lewa is tight to the bulk cushion. But shouldn't be a difficult snooker to get out of. The only question is where is he going to leave this blue ball? Thought I made it come down and come off the top cushion. This is a nice shot from Ramil, being a right-hander. Can put his hand on the table. Not a straight-on shot. Those are always difficult.
Oh, nice putt.
Probably one of the toughest shots in this game is a straight-on shot right into the pocket.
Yeah, yesterday I was just messing around the table, and as my final shot, I went for a long end-to-end blue, corner-to-corner, on the cushion. So a little bit off center. Nailed it. Had I had it perfectly straight, probably would have missed.
Lewa needs 2 snookers. A little tricky, obviously, with just the 2 balls on the table. It's obviously, if this was a best of 7, I'm pretty sure Lewa would have conceded by now, but best of 3s, you don't want to give everything up. As Ramil is a strong player and probably can get out of a fair amount of snookers, but hopefully can just tap this in to seal the deal. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, he did drop. Wow.
I think he let out a little bit of air out of his cheeks there and kind of blew it in. But Vermeil takes the first frame of this best of three. We'll be stepping aside for a quick break, and frame 2 will be coming up momentarily. Stay tuned. Here we are back at frame 2. No rest for the wicked. Don't these people know that this great viewing audience we have sometimes needs to take a cold drink to enjoy this great snooker action? Live here at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. The Evergreen State, the beautiful state here in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. I know Mike Dominguez, the owner and operator of this great club. We have some good debates back and forth. Because I come from Vancouver, and if you look geographically in Canada, that would be considered the Pacific Southwest. So either way, we're both on the west coast, bordering the beautiful and wonderful Pacific Ocean. Ooh, double kiss there. Don't know if Vermeil's going to have a reprieve with that yellow note. Iwa has got a good angle on this red to come down for the blue. Hopefully he can get on the right side of the blue. To get a bit more, but yeah, there's that black above, or the red above the black in that line. I think that's what he's going to be trying to play for. Seeing if that red passes the black just to the left. I think that's where he's on. Yeah, it was tricky. And now he's left a good opportunity here to the Vermeil machine to start up. A good little angle here for Vermeil off this black. Buck Moose, these are Pro Cut pockets. The golf game. The dreaded golf game. I don't think that's a good game for your snooker game, but yeah, these are Pro Cut pockets done by the great Simon Barker. decent safe shot by there by Ramil. True. Golfing is made to be played outdoors, not on a billiard table. Hopefully, Bok as this stream gets shown more and more in the U.S., that we can get more tables out there to you, and this great game can continue to grow and grow. Nice long red there by Liwa. It's going to have to go in and out of the bulk after this blue. It's not too bad because the green's off the spot. Got a large area there to go off the bulk cushion. I wanted that to run a lot more. I think the helpful of the internet, obviously giving us the live streams of these amateur events, and as well, Bok, I don't know if you're aware of DAZN. That's a sports streaming service, and that offers professional grade snooker events come on there. So that's, I think, how we're going to get a lot more people into this great game, as they can see what's going on and know what the game is about, not just hearing the name, and the name kind of does sound a bit strange. It's snooker, what could that be about? But wanted a bit more kiss on that red Liwa. Battled for first here in Group F. Well, the Iwa machine is starting to churn up. Higher there. Not sure if he's got the angle on the blue to come down. He might actually. Tough to tell from our vantage point here, looking at this monitor. Yeah, he can get down to the table, but has an open red. But always tricky going from one side of the table to the other. Definitely take a look, Buck Moose, for DAZN. It's a streaming service that is open to us in North America. But that's what we're here to do, spread the good news of all great snooker action, where amateur or pro. We're glad you're tuning in, watching the stream here. wherever you're finding us, whether it be Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch TV. Tuned in at the right time because that was an excellent pot there by Ramil. Yeah, both these players kind of playing with house money, so I think you might see them take on a few more risky shots. But come tomorrow when both these players are playing in the knockout round, I think they'll clench up a little bit. Won't take these epical shots, but always good practice. But if you're making them, why not take them? Oh, is that going to go on the spot there? It's a good angle right there with our camera. That looks tight, so I guess it's going to go up onto the blue spot. Because black was covered up by the red as well. So when the color has to come back on the table, it usually takes its spot. If not, it takes the highest point value. In this case, the pink was going on the blue. Any club table, that probably would have dropped in, but these are really tight pockets. So Ramil crawled himself back a little bit. Yeah, that was a tough cut for Liwa. He's given a chance for Ramil. It's a tricky cut into the green pocket. Once again, I'm joined into the booth by owner-operator and snooker backer extraordinaire, Mike Dominguez. How you doing, Mike?
Really good, David. How are you holding up after 2 full days of commentary and excitement?
Well, the excitement is thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah, keeps you going.
It's nice to get to know a few more of these players. I came in quite blank. There's only a couple, but seeing that there is some promising talent in the amateur game. Obviously, the tough part is we all have other ways of making income. I think maybe Ali makes all his money through the world of snooker, but a lot of other people have other jobs, so putting in the focus and the hours and hours and hours of practice is always a tricky thing. But in the amateur side, there is good talent here. Some young players, too, that could show some promise if they keep at it. Needs to pull up.
Oy. I'm surprised nobody said that catchphrase.
Oh, it's been said. Funny how you say that, and just Christian left the booth. I think like we might be getting in trouble with copyright infringement.
I was talking about Hey Now, Hank Kingsley.
Yeah, interesting that we've also seen, then it's just come with time, learning the etiquette, but some players, when they've seen that cue ball slowly go into the pocket, know the pace, and it's going to go in, they've grabbed the ball.
No, yes, I know. That is, I don't understand that. It's as if they want some sort of last minute, wait a minute, control. They just want to just grab that ball and, just tell it, no, you can't go in, but I'll accept the points.
Mm-hmm.
It's a strange occurrence. Just let the ball go in.
Because I think that would be a 7-point foul, actually.
Yes, it would absolutely be a 7-point foul.
So maybe you have to learn the hard way if a player calls you on it.
in the match that I had to step in and ref, I did warn them that if they touched the balls, it would be a 7-point foul. So the only person racking would be the ref. The only person responding would be the ref. You're not shooting. You sit down. Be respectful to your opponent.
Was that what's going on? I know you had a little discussion. There seemed like a lot of chatter in between the frames.
Well, first of all, I think everything that happened was non-malicious, but there was a miscommunication on the rules. One player A was asking player B how many fouls or how many putbacks, and player B thought they were asking how many fouls. So there's a difference there. And so when the roles were reversed, player B was going to put player A back for the second time, and player A said, wait a minute, you told me there was only 2 attempts. And so there was a heated discussion, went over there, tried to figure out what was going on. I could tell that both of them were a little stressed, and that I didn't want any resentment to go on. So as a ref, we are the lightning rod, so we take the blame. It's okay for the 2 players to be upset at the ref, but it shouldn't be that the 2 players are upset with each other. So I let them know that I'll just start reffing, and I asked if player A wanted a break, because I was a bit emotional. Player A just kept going.
Well, you did the right job there. You stepped in, you intervened, had a discussion about it. Cooler heads prevailed.
Yeah, at the end they were laughing. At the end they were talking about their match. Everyone was in good spirits, and that's really, to say that ridiculous phrase that I can't stop saying. At the end of the day, I think everyone just wants to have a good time here and not feel like they've been cheated.
I heard they're pen pals now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to go to dinner. I think they're sharing rooms. They're going to go on a
Traveling
Hawaii
partners.
trip. Go to some ATV, the old Jurassic Trail. But
It'll be the male version of Mary and Emma, as it seems like those 2 were inseparable at the women's event last week.
Yeah, absolutely. They sure were.
So this is a good opportunity here for a meal.
But yeah, the ref gets overlooked, I believe. I have a lot of respect for the ref. You get pushed around.
And they don't get comfort breaks.
No.
They can't run away and do a comfort break, but we've seen players more often than not just excuse themselves when still the frame is active.
They have to concentrate on every shot, twice as many shots as either one of the players.
True, they don't get a chance to sit down as well.
But I think they happily do it. I know I have a good time out there. Get a front row seat. Feels like I'm helping out.
True, that's what he...
Oh, look at this. Way to cannon the red off the cushion. That was an inventive shot.
Yeah, I think there's just that little hand there from Ramiel tells me I think it was a fluke. So we're starting a, well, I'm not sure what kind of fund, but it sounded like more camera fund, fluke fund. So, because there's been a lot of flukes here. Chris and I were talking last match that, so players, if you get a fluke, it's $5 into the jar so we can get more cameras on every table.
Instead of a curse jar.
I think if we had that, we might be millionaires.
Yeah. I cast a lot of curses.
But that's what we've got to preach to, hopefully people that want to help out in this great game behind the scenes, referees, even scorekeepers, get the greatest seat in the house. Their view can't be obstructed or they can't do their job.
Yeah, they can even tell the player to move out of the way so they can take a better look.
That's true.
And they can even, I would imagine though it's nerve-wracking to be a professional ref because there are millions of people betting on the match, not just watching. There's no wagers involved with these.
I think the best compliment for a ref is, who was the referee last night? An invisible ref. It's a great ref. Nice pink there by Liwa.
Got to fix the score here a bit.
Yeah, trying to preach to you, Mike. Scorekeeping and commentating. You can't do both. It's a tricky venture. Oh no, Bernie, you can do it. Don't worry. Well,
Is this quite the break? If my calculations are correct.
nice pot. Look out for that cue ball. That's okay.
I think Ramil's excited.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity. It's like he had a firecracker on his seat and he just popped up like a Pop-Tart, ready to get his chance.
Oh,
Oh,
double foul.
double O's, but only 4 points. But big yellow here, this is his frame ball. We'll put him up by 26 with 25 on. Oh, nice long pot there by Ramil. This is a great chance here. He could steal this frame and take the match. He's gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. Okay. Would have loved it to run a lot more. Ooh. These tight pockets come back to haunt him again.
Yeah, he's the one that sold me these tables. He has a really nice club. So before we bought these tables, I went down and checked out his club and checked out his biometric entry system and app that allows you to reserve tables, and he has quite the setup over there.
it's definitely looking pretty close that we're going to be set up for a decider here. Wow, great pot there by Liwa. So Ramil concedes there.
Oh my God! No, I think the break's still going.
That's true. Oh, there's been many a fluke in this tournament, and we're almost halfway through. We've got a knockout round starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, but we've got a decider coming up. We're just going to step aside for a few short moments while they get the table ready, and we'll be right back. There's a beautiful view of the room here at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the deciding frame of this round-robin match at this 2022 U.S. National Championship. And we're off and running just like that. Stats are a little bit. True. We are always looking for good people. A statistician would be great. There's a lot of different facets, that can be filled behind the scenes.
Yeah, anybody in the Seattle area wanting some college credit for interning in snooker, just let us know.
Really? You can get a degree by working here?
Well, we can help you get college credit if your degree is in broadcasting or sound mixing or camera work we do. That was a nice plant. Very cool. But yeah, we'll take the help any way we can get it. I know in my previous job, I owned a dental lab, and we would have interns learn the ins and outs of dental laboratory.
It's good pace on that black for Liwa. Give him the opportunity on this open red. Now this comes an important shot. Make sure the black, and then disturb the pack. Well, actually, no, he doesn't need to disturb it. I just, on second look, did see that there's a little red poking its head out from the bunch. Now's the shot that he's going to need to go into the bunch. Gotta make sure of that black. But he's all right. Unfortunately, he's put the black safe in a lot of the balls at the bulk end, so red's on one side, color's on the other.
18.
I think these players, if there's an opportunity to get on a red, they want to probably bring that pink back to the business end of the table. Yeah, don't forget to share this lovely stream with all your friends out there, some snooker fanatics you may know, or maybe some people that you know that play pool and you want to introduce them to this lovely game, or just good friends that love to see edgy sporting drama. We're on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch TV. Just look up Ox Billiards. And if you're on Facebook or YouTube, don't forget to subscribe, because you'll get notifications all the time when we go live. So that can be important, because you're not going to miss any of the knockout phase tomorrow. And sometimes we have to get in spots where we have to reset the stream.
Any word on the start time for tomorrow?
I believe it is 9 a.m. Pacific daylight time. I think we'd have to check with our tournament director, Jamie Miller, or Ajaya, the president of USSA. Maybe one of our runners out there, if they're listening to the stream, they can just pop up with some 2 cents. And actually, I think her ears were burning a little bit. Our great tournament director, Jamie Miller, has come over to where our booth is, and hopefully we can flag her down and get her answer.
Yeah, I'm all for 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we know it's an early morning on the West Coast, lunchtime on the East. But we still, got a lot of matches to get through. There's the round of 16, so you've got 8 matches there, which are best of 5s. Then we've got the quarterfinals, which are best of 7s. The semifinals also a best of 7, leading up to a final, which is the best of 9. So I think we're just getting some final details on tomorrow, but always important, as I said, hit that subscribe button, because that ding will go on your phone. I know you've heard a lot of dings here. The doorbell is in our booth here. You're not going crazy. It's a private club here at Ox, so people have to be let in, so that's why you've heard a little bit of the doorbell. Or as Captain Dave Daly says, signal to the flight crew that we're approaching our destination. And that red did not get the proper destination for Liwa. He wanted that red to drop, but the pink or the blue might have come to his rescue there. Oh. So, interesting little fact for all our friends out there that might be new to the game of snooker. Is when you hit a red, it goes in, and also your cue ball goes in. That red's not going to come back up. The reds never come back up. But say you were on a color and it was the blue ball, and the blue went in, and then the cue ball found the bottom of a pocket, the blue ball would come back up. So we're trying to give you the all the insides.
All right, everybody. Go to the grocery store, buy some breakfast stuff that you can cook at home. Maybe rent a movie, because we're starting at 10. We'll be sleeping in late. We won't be starting at 9. We're going to have a round of 16. First set of matches will start at 10. The second set of matches will start at 1. And then the quarterfinals will start at 5.
And that will finish our day. And then semifinals and finals on Championship Monday.
Yeah. So to translate those times, the first round of 16 will start at 10. The second round of 16 will start at 2:30. And the semifinals will start at probably about 6:30.
True.
Yeah.
Yes, sometimes some matches can run a little bit long, but
Either
I
way,
think
get
with
here
a-
at 10.
with a best of 5, 3 hours is a good block.
Is that the first?
That's the
miss?
first attempt there for Liwa. Yeah, because you still could see some swift-moving matches. As we have in this round robin, some matches have moved along quite swiftly. Some, unfortunately, have dragged on a little bit longer than expected. But you're going to see a lot of good players in that knockout phase.
Yeah, I would anticipate maybe a few deciders in the mix, which kind of counteracts the quick play. These are very competitive players. I think most of them know each other in this room, especially after the round robin. If they were unfamiliar at the beginning of this tournament, which I think most are familiar, but those few that are new, we know who you are now.
Ooh, a little unlucky. As you can see by Ramil's reaction there, he wants to burst it open.
Yeah, a little Graham Dot there. I like how Graham Dot explodes the pack with his gestures.
Some explode it with their hands.
Yes.
Some players explode it with their belly. I think Bill Urbanek might explode it with his rear end with a little bit of flatulence.
Oh, Bill. Mr. Bill. I want Bill's doctor that wrote him a note that said he can drink beer during matches. Calm his nerves.
Well, back then, everyone could, you know. It was up until I think about the early 2000s where they took away drinking and smoking at the tables at the Crucible Theater. Probably right around the time when Embassy took away their sponsorship. Which,
those were the dark ages of snooker. I wonder if that's a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. But the tobacco companies did have the money, and they were able to put up lots of funds and help out those tournaments. Obviously, it's tough because you're kind of shaking hands with the devil there. And then that all changed, and now they're shaking hands with a different devil. They had Alphabet and Betfair and Betfree doing the tournaments over in the UK, but they're slowly transitioning to different sponsorship. I know Kazoo has really jumped on board, and that's a ride-sharing program, so kind of just at least paints the game in a bit better of a picture, and nice pot there.
Yeah, that was a real steady stroke, being so close to the object ball. I like Lee Hughes' game. Saw him last year in the championships, in the nationals in the New York Athletic Club. Was very impressed. He was not in my group, thankfully.
Yeah, it seemed like he was kind of slow to start up. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was playing Tom Tan last night, and Tom had his chances to take that match. So Liwa is
He can play safe.
got out of there luckily, up against a tough-notch competitor here in Romil. I was discussing with David Brock. Romil is David Brock's pick to hoist the Tom Collins Trophy on Monday
Really?
night. Mm-hmm.
Nothing against Ramil, but I'll take that bet.
That's not
David,
your choice?
you're on, David.
Oh, who is Mike Dominguez
I had
pulling
to stay
for?
partial. I'm behind the commentary booth.
That's true, but he does take private messages, so just don't get in touch with him at 3 a.m.
I'll be awake.
That's a easy way to get on the bad table, emailing the tournament director or texting them at 3 a.m. Sargon, he might have actually hit that pink first. You could be correct, but with no referee, it's tough to tell. So we put a lot of faith in the players. You know, the etiquette, the sportsmanship of this sport is that they would call fouls on themselves. And as we saw in Dharma's match earlier, his opponent, his name just eluding me, Nawabi is his last name, was feathering on the cue ball not once but twice, and actually just feathered a little too close and hit the cue ball. Kind of popped up on the table, and a few of us were wondering why, and then quickly you put 2 and 2 together and know that his feathering was a little just too close.
Yeah, as a player, you can feel that. You can feel it like a punch in the face when your cue tip hits that cue ball. You're like, there's nothing you can do. You just jump up and call foul.
Do we have another match on the TV table tonight, or how are we doing with matches?
Following this match, we will have Varun versus Francis.
All right, great to see. Is that going to be coming up on this second table, or is it going to be on table number 1?
We will stay on Beck's table.
Ramil's doing a great job here. Trying to push his way to the top of the heap in Group F. This is a thin cut. Very nice shot. So Ramil, he might have a slight advantage because he has these exact same tables in his room.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
Lovely tables.
Might have to deal with the desert temperature there down in Arizona, as we've got the rainforest up here in the state of Washington.
Yeah, there is something to that. The more humid the room is, the shorter the angles are coming off the cushions.
Yeah, the stream might go a little wild as Vroom Vroom Varoom, hailing from Houston, will be on the stream next. Our Houston players have given a lot of support. Might be a little, Liwa, just a little hiccup on the score here. It's a tricky thing sometimes when you're commentating and scorekeeping. That's why we're needing a good contingency of people behind the scenes. But we can tell by what the players are marking that it is 38-27 for Ramil. So just imagine that 34 is 27. But this looks like a great chance for Ramil to stamp this frame and the match. Be the number 1 seed in Group F. Looks like he's just taking a walk in the park. A little stun down for the pink to make it official. Lovely. Just lovely. There's handshakes over there. So, but both players are going to be moving on. Ramil will be the number 1 seed. Liwa, the 2nd seed. So hold on. We're just going to step aside and get everything kind of set up for Varun. What's his last name?
Crowd favorite Francis.
So it should be a good one with Varun Rahaji. If I'm pronouncing that correct. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Houston crowd against Francis Cho. David Burney will be back in the booth, and I hope Mike Dominguez can join me as well. Get those comments and questions ready for us. But in the meantime, I'm going to take a little stroll to the fridge and grab a cool drink because it's going to be a hot match coming up shortly. Take care, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. David Burney's in the booth with you for this final match of the round robin stage. We do still have a few more matches on the tables, but this is going to be our final televised match of the night, and it's going to be a beauty. Local favorite Francis Chow taking on, well, he's getting a lot of support, definitely on the stream, chatting it up. Vroom Vroom Varoom Rajay. Sorry, it's a little late. Rajaya, thank you. That's Mike Dominguez joining me in the booth. I just got to actually meet Varun last night, and or 2 nights ago when I came into town on Thursday, and really nice gentleman, full of life, full of character. Always enjoys a good laugh or two, but it's all business when he comes to the table. But we'll see how he goes against fan favorite, I think, here, Francis. Lots of people pulling for her.
How can you not, to be honest? She has a great cue action. She is a student of billiards in general, cue sports. Tiffany Cleveland in Facebook gave us a clue on how to pronounce Varun's last name. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. I think that's what Jamie, our tournament director, had a great plan for when players sign up. Just give us a little bio, where you're from, what's your favorite food, stuff like that, and just let us your name and spell it out phonetically, because sometimes our commentators don't know these people, and we want to be respectful. And sometimes it's a bit intimidating. You come into them, you don't really want to approach the players because they're knee-deep in their practice routine. You just don't want to disturb them and be like, hi, what's your name? How do you say that?
Yeah, take care of all that admin work at the beginning. And as long as players read their emails and do what is requested, it'll work. So there are some kinks in the chain. Nice.
So this one has pretty big importance here, because I'm just going to take a look at Arif and Nitin are the other two members in this group, and they both have a frame 1, so obviously whoever's going to win that match is going to move on. But that's going to put an interesting story here, because if
nice touch right there on the red, saving for the black. Sorry, Bernie.
No worries, Mike, because I'm just looking at Cloud Snooker and just the settings with all the group standings here. An important match here, because whoever wins this one could still have a chance of moving on. So it's win and move on, lose and go home. So just wanted to clear up that little business for everybody.
We're fighting for the mouse over here. I've got the trackpad. Bernie has the mouse.
Well, sometimes, Mike and I get chatting about great intellectual stories of snooker and insight, and sometimes we lose a little track of the scoring, so we just like to have the great live scoring on Cloud Snooker, because the players are to punch in their scores on the iPads, and that keeps the up-to-date scoring on the website.
Yeah, it's a really cool app. I mean, it's live, it updates everything, and it's very cool.
So you kind of feel this one's going to go down to stamina, because it's been a long 2 days here in the round robin, lots of matches to get through. Sometimes, as we know, so often than not, some snooker matches get a little stalemated and they run on a little bit longer. Some are quick and to the points, so sometimes there's a little bit of waiting around. We try and do our best to get players on the scheduled match, but there's those frames where the black ball goes over a corner pocket and it's covered by a lot of reds, and you and I pretty much go on a 3-hour tour and then come back and They've just disturbed the Reds.
You know, I like both of them to go the distance in terms of stamina. Varun I think he's just built with energy. He's a very energetic guy. I don't think he ever runs out of battery. And then with Frances, she plays straight pool. She plays one pocket. She understands the long game. So they're two well-matched players. This will be the first time I've seen Varun actually play, and I was pretty impressed with his first break. He got a little unlucky with the black ball, and that's probably just him not being familiar with this table. So if he does make it through the next round, he might be somebody to look out for once he's familiar with these professional tables. That's a nice pot, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. He has the touch. It's very nice.
True. He's got the touch of an angel, but the ferociousness of a lion. Good qualities that make up an excellent snooker player. But this is Varun's first time on the TV table, so we'll see how he handles that. Maybe a little added pressure.
I think he enjoys it, really.
That's a good way to look at it. For any player, just relish the occasion.
You got to. I know I hate it. I mean, I do not like the TV table, and there's a few players in the room that feel the same way. So we have Lisa, we have Tiffany, we have Anjudi in Facebook all rooting for Varun. So we have quite the fan base in the chat. Anybody in the chat want to root for your favorite player? Jump in. We'll give you a shout out.
Yeah, I think Varun's got the chat side, and Francis, local players, got the room side. So a good battle back and forth.
Yeah, technology's closing the distance gap. Francis is a member of Vox Billiards. She might get lucky for being a member. She get the member roll right there. So she has 24-hour access to the club.
So probably when our day closed down at midnight last night, she snuck in probably at 2 a.m. and practiced till about 8 a.m.
She took a look at one of her first matches the next day and probably did that. She does like to prepare. She was a little quick on that shot. Maybe a little guilt in seeing the yellow ball go in a pocket she didn't intend. Maybe not. So how to play safe here. Go off the red to the left. Try to go 3 cushions behind the brown. Try to go 2 or maybe 1 cushion off the red he's looking at.
Yeah, I think a little clip here. It's a good landing area over there behind the green and brown.
Nice shot. There's only 1 red that Francis can see. It's potable. From this angle, it looks potable. And this table, the Beck's table, is we're separated by the Judd table, so it's far away. We don't have a live angle to look at, so we're only reliant on the camera.
I really love that you're doing that, naming the tables. It just reminds me of the early days of the National Hockey League when they had the Patrick Division, the Adams Division, the Smythe, cool, and the Norris Division.
Hey. We're really proud of what we've done this past year, and so we've had Judd in the room, and we've had Ricky Walden in the room, and we're sponsoring Beck's Kenna. And Alex Higgins is the one that kind of just, told me to name the club Ox. So we have Alex, Ricky, Bex, and Judd. That was a great shot there to put the black ball right on its spot. Maybe go to the bolt cushion and back down. But the yellow says no.
Probably should have gone straight up and down there, but put a little side on there, as you saw. So it just kicked into the yellow. I thought you had an empty spot for a table, and you might name it the Nick Barrow table.
He hasn't been here yet.
But he's coming.
He is. We love Nick.
Yeah, just with those 3 reds in a row behind the pink, just clip off the bottom one and come back into bulk.
Says Ronnie O'Sullivan could beat these guys blindfolded. Duh. Good point. That's a great point.